System remaining EXP 8000. Ordering everyone to leave, Daniel started the long task of touching each and every cube to store the information in the system. Before the coronation, he had decided to use the king's chambers with the dragon heart as his base of operations. It was a large room, and Daniel felt it was fitting given that he hadn't been crowned yet. After touching each and every one of the cubes, he collapsed onto his bed and waited for the system to analyze years of financial data. 4 days have passed since Bruce and I agreed on the large-scale production of spinners. I paid close attention to this process, because these toys could bring me much-needed material resources. I taught some people various tricks with these spinners so that they would release entertaining videos with them on the internet. According to the plan, this should cause a certain excitement around the spinner. Also, I did not forget to monitor the production process itself and their further promotion. If everything works out as it should, the money will flow to us like a stormy river. I spent today in the company, solving accumulated problems. Later in the evening, I looked through the resumes of candidates for vacant positions at Alratex Entertainment. We equipped our recording studio with the necessary equipment for producing CDs. Now all that remains is to hire enough qualified workers to get the business going. More than 3 weeks have passed since my album was released. Fans of my work have already begun to resent, waiting for the quickest possible purchase of a hard drive version of the album. And so, while I was digging through papers in search of suitable employees, I came across a very familiar name, Alison Blair. That's Dazzler, a mutant with the ability to transform sound waves into light. Never thought that I would encounter the most famous singer of the Marvel Universe so soon. As far as I know, Alison's abilities manifested themselves when she, an aspiring singer, performed at a school disco. But everyone decided that the unexpected flashes of light were technical special effects. After finishing school, Blair began to make a career in show business and achieved some success under the pseudonym Disco Flash. While singing, she used her abilities, but still no one guessed that these were not technical tricks, but a mutation of the singer. Then the X-Men appeared, and her calm and measured life came to an end. To tell the truth, I myself wanted to find her in the future, because Alison was always presented as a very talented singer. And now I was holding a document in my hand, where it was written in black and white that she wanted to sign a contract with our recording studio. At the moment, our studio is a newcomer in the music field. We have released only one album, and it consisted entirely of piano compositions. Yes, of course, I recorded one song that became a hit. You can see that this young lady is quite far-sighted. Now is probably the best time to sign a contract with us. Although we have not yet secured the foundation, many look at our side quite favorably. I have already begun to build an aura of success around myself, and it would be strange not to see those willing to share my growing fame with me. True, at the moment, I have established myself only as a successful composer. I have not yet shown the world my talent in composing songs. Only one successfully written hit does not mean anything yet. But our Miss Blair, it seems, was able to see something in me, since she decided to join the studio Alratex Records so soon. I wanted to know a little more about her, and I began to search for information about Alison Blair on the internet. Well, in principle, the information was not much different from what I knew. She began her career at school under the pseudonym Disco Flash. Her path in show business was very thorny and difficult, since she did not sign a contract with any labels or studios. It seems that Alison was afraid that in this case they would be able to recognize her as a mutant, and then the situation would have been very dire for her. So she organized concerts and arranged her own tours. She wrote all her own tracks, and I must say quite successfully, at least at the beginning of her career. Over time, her inspiration began to dry up, and for almost 2 years she had not released hot hits. It seems that it was the decline in her career that prompted her to decide to sign a contract with a label. And I must say that she made a wise choice in favor of me. I do not think that any other place would have been able to help her climb back to the top. Not every label will want to give their best songs to a newcomer, because writing is very hard work, especially in this world. But I am different. I wanted to meet with Allison as soon as possible and talk. I asked Vivian to arrange a meeting for the next day at 2 p.m. Putting this matter aside for the next day, I went back to familiarizing myself with the rest of the resumes. In the end, thanks to intuition, I chose 10 suitable people. The company is growing. A new day greeted me with the bright rays of the sun. Symbolically, since today I will see the one who is literally able to exude radiance. I arrived at the recording studio half an hour before the appointed time. I wanted to check something, and while I was immersed in work, I was distracted by a knock on the door. Yes, come in. A broken bar. The door opened, and a dazzlingly beautiful blonde appeared in front of me. What can I say? Her nickname really suits her very well. Although the choice of outfit was very modest, blue jeans and a snow-white top, she looked very attractive. A miniature player was attached to her belt, from which one could catch barely audible quiet notes. Pleasant music was playing. Now Allison was 24 years old, and she was in her prime. And this is my first Marvel character that I met in this world. Moreover, this is also my first mutant. I'm even a little excited with anticipation. Hello, my name is Allison Blair, the girl introduced herself with her clear voice. Now I was convinced that she really was a gifted singer. Hi, I'm Alex Reith. I extended my hand to her as a greeting. Please, sit down. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Why not? I'm recruiting good specialists, and your resume interests me. Mr. Reith, I want to sign a contract with your studio, and I would like to discuss the details. Just call me Alex, okay? Since we're going to be sailing in the same boat, I suggested. Okay, in that case you can just call me Alice, too, the singer said, throwing a bright smile at me. It even seemed to me that she had just used her ability. My imagination must have run wild. I'm listening to you. I leaned back in my chair. I would like you to write a song for me, and I was hoping that the studio would entrust the organization of concerts to me myself. The thing is, I already have a lot of experience in this, and I'm pretty good at it, she said in one breath. What do you think? It seems she's afraid that we'll find out the truth about her abilities. And her fears are not unfounded. In the comics, when it became known that she was a mutant, many of her fans turned away from her. True, it's worth adding that back then, people were on the verge of a breakdown and hated mutants with a passion. For this, we should thank the X-Men and Magneto and his minions. We'll have to do something about this in the future. Magneto can't be allowed to run wild. With his efforts to protect mutants, he will only lead to their extermination. I would not like to witness a war between humans and mutants, especially since in this world there are not only mutants, but also meta-humans. The only difference is in name. Alice, you've only been in Gotham for a short time, haven't you? Yes, I just arrived here 3 days ago. You may not know, but I'm organizing a concert in this city in a week. Really? Well, that's great. But we'll talk about that later. The thing is, there's a skating rink that just opened near our Gotham State University. They say it's really fun. How about going there now and having a casual chat? Is this like a date? She asked, slightly taken aback. I wouldn't call it that. More like a short walk to get to know each other better. And at the same time, you'll get to know this city better. It's known throughout the world as the most criminal place, but believe me, that doesn't spoil its beauty at all. Okay, a broken bar, the girl said, somehow not very confidently. I agree. When do we go? Well, right now. Leaving the studio behind, we went to the nearest sports store. Having chosen 2 pairs of skates and more suitable clothes, warm sweaters, we went to conquered the rink in full combat readiness. 2 people were walking down the street together, a tall, attractive guy and a beautiful, bright girl. Such a picture could drive proud singles crazy. While we were walking leisurely towards a large stadium, and talking about random topics, my gaze again fell on the player located on my companion's belt. And all this time it continued to work, playing music. Although the sound was barely audible through the headphones, it could not escape my gaze. In fact, I am not too surprised by this, because this is Allison's power. She is able to transform sound waves into light waves. As a source of sound, she carries a player with her. Dazzler is able to control the direction, color, strength and duration of her flashes, surround herself with radiance, create geometric shapes and even holographic images from light beams, blind people with powerful flashes of light, make them lose consciousness from chaotic flashes and create semblances of laser beams that can cut almost anything. With the help of these laser beams, she surrounds herself with a protective force field that deflects dangerous objects. Thanks to her abilities, Allison is protected from bright light and loud sounds, but she cannot transform her own voice into light. While her player is playing, she is completely protected and prepared. A broken bar. Allison, why did you decide to sign a contract with a studio now? Before, you always managed alone. I asked a question that slightly saddened the blonde. Because I'm baked, the girl said in a sad tone. I used to release good songs. I don't know how good they really were, but people liked them, and I was happy. But then I started to get tired. Too much was placed on my shoulders, and my inspiration, over time, began to fade. I tried everything to start writing again, but nothing changed. And then I heard your compositions, and they were simply wonderful. I was waiting for the release of your album, like the most inveterate fan, but in reality, only one question tormented me: will all your works be so amazing? After all, inspiration does not last forever. In the end, I realized that I should not compare myself to truly talented people. Did I understand you correctly? Are you my fan? I decided to clarify. Haha, of course. Your compositions are just something. I even envy your talent. When I heard your first song, it dawned on me. If I join the Alratex Records studio, then you will be able to write me a few songs too. Especially now, you do not have many contract singers, which means I will be able to get a pretty good song. That is why I decided to join your team. As I thought, you are a very far-sighted woman. I will not be too modest. She tossed her hair. And how exactly did you look for inspiration? Were you waiting for some happy occasion? I don't know, a broken bar maybe so. You don't have to go far for inspiration, because every little thing can serve as it. Wise words of a great master. Allison giggled. We got to the skating rink. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The skating rink had opened quite recently, and it looked good. The interior layout was quite stylish. At the entrance, I helped my companion change her shoes. Have you skated before? Allison, a little embarrassed, answered. I rollerbladed. There is nothing to worry about. Skating is as easy as rollerblading. The main thing is to practice keeping your balance a little. I extended my hand to the girl. I'll be close so you don't have to be afraid of falling. After a slight hesitation, she finally gave me her thin, snow-white hand. Let's skate slowly, Blair said in a quiet voice. Then hold onto my hand tighter. Smiling, I pulled her along with me to the center of the rink. At first, I glided slowly so that the girl could get used to the skates. The indoor rink was huge. Its area was at least 700-800 square meters. The high dome was completely covered with lighting lamps that illuminated the entire area in detail. I, dragging Allison along with me, avoided the main flow of the crowd and skated to the side, gradually accelerating. Not so fast, she shouted, after which she giggled. Her ringing, bell-like laughter sank into my soul. I want to ask you a question. Do you think you can answer it honestly? I asked the smiling blonde. What is it? What is the real reason that you want to organize your own concerts? It's, like I said, I just have a lot of experience in this. It's more familiar to me, she said, with a barely noticeable worry in her voice. I didn't say it, but I am the kind of person who respects the truth, no matter what form it takes. That's why I basically always tell the truth. Perhaps at some point I tell a lie without realizing it. But this happens quite rarely. That's why I want to tell you that I am a person who knows more than others. What are you getting at? I know that you are a mutant who can control light. I know that you are a mutant capable of controlling light. My words echoed in her head like an atomic explosion. The emotions on her face shifted rapidly. Fear, apprehension, anger, doubt. She began to glance around at the carefree people skating, as if trying to assess who else might be watching her. Don't be so nervous, I said calmly. I didn't say this to harm or threaten you. Quite the opposite. I want to help. Help? The girl asked sarcastically, And how exactly do you plan to help me? Working for the government? Or perhaps you want me to become some kind of living experiment? Not at all. I'm not part of the government or any secret organization. I am exactly who you've seen me as all this time. Me, a writer, musician, singer, game developer, and founder of a small company. Hard to believe. Then how do you know the truth about me? Most people don't even know mutants exist. Yet you not only know who I am but also the specifics of my abilities. How do you explain that? Have you already forgotten what I said? I'm just a person who knows more than others. Let's call it my little peculiarity. Peculiarity? Are you saying you're also a mutant? She asked doubtfully, calming down a little. No, I'm not like you, but I am special in my own way. I extended my palm, and a small ring materialized in my hand. A second later, it vanished. You are a mutant, she declared with firm confidence. I don't want to disappoint you, but that's not true. But you do have abilities. A broken bar. Exactly. I have an ability, but it's not a mutation or it's my personal peculiarity. I call it inventory. Think of it as a spatial pocket. Well, have you calmed down now? I still don't quite understand. Are you saying your power is how you know about me and my ability? Allison asked, summing up the situation. Not entirely. I can't fully explain it. A broken bar. Let's just say there are things I simply know. I understand it's hard to trust, but I promise I won't hurt you. Who else knows about me? She began scanning her surroundings again. Who else have you told? No one. You don't need to look. There's no one watching us here. How can you be so sure? I just know. Oh, right, a broken bar. So, no one knows about me yet. I wouldn't be so sure about that, I said awkwardly. What do you mean? She asked, her wariness returning. Do you really believe the authorities haven't found out about your abilities? For instance, SHIELD is a government military organization, a very powerful one. They keep records of all supernatural beings, including mutants. I'm almost certain they know about you. And then there's ARGUS, an even more dangerous organization, especially for people like you. If you cross their path, expect trouble. Then why haven't they approached me yet? Because you haven't done anything wrong. You haven't participated in any major incidents or joined any organizations. If they restricted the freedom of all mutants they knew of, there would be rebellion. They understand it's better not to act recklessly. A broken bar for now. So, they might come for me in the future? Allison's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps a broken bar, but don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you. Oh, and how exactly do you plan to help me? And, more importantly, why would you want to? Good questions. Let's walk a bit more and clear our thoughts. Taking her hand, I led her to glide across the white floor again. Over time, Allison managed to calm down and even enjoy the moment. The clock struck 6 p.m. We left the rink and headed to a nearby cafe. Copyright to continue our conversation over dinner. After ordering, we sat in silence, looking into each other's eyes. So, will you finally tell me what you want from me? She asked, her curiosity evident. Do you suspect me of something? You're scaring me with whatever scenarios you've imagined. A load of broken bar, but I'd rather hear the truth than keep guessing. I'm listening. Well, as they say, suspicion is worse than knowing. Reality has boundaries, but imagination doesn't. I'm listening. Allison enunciated each word with clear impatience. I want to offer you a position at my company, I finally revealed. What are you talking about? I'm just a singer. Are you suggesting I give up my music career? Of course not. You'll continue singing. In fact, after I write a few hit songs for you, you'll be more famous than ever. But I also want you to manage my recording studio, Alretext Records. I'm offering you the position of studio director. What? She stared at me, stunned, as though I'd just said the most ridiculous thing in the world. What are you even thinking? What kind of director would I be? I know nothing about management. And how could I possibly balance singing and running a studio? Why do you even want me for this? It's my company, and I do what I want. I think you're the most suitable candidate for this role. Why would you think that? I trust you. Trust is one of the most important qualities I look for in my employees. Trust? We've barely known each other for a day. I didn't mention it before, but I have another exceptional feature: intuition. It's developed to unimaginable levels. It tells me you're the person who deserves my trust. Besides, I've known about you for far longer than just today. I don't even want to risk a broken bar. Additionally, you're very strong. You could protect the company in case of trouble, don't you think? As far as I know, you're one of the most powerful mutants. In the comics, the government once kidnapped Dazzler for their Pegasus project, a prison where experiments were conducted on superhumans. They couldn't determine the limits of Allison's powers and concluded she was one of the strongest mutants on Earth. Having such an ally would be incredible. But I know nothing about management, Allison said, slumping her shoulders. You've been managing your career all this time, concerts, tours, equipment, contracts, everything by yourself. You underestimate yourself. You just need to learn the finer details, and you'll be ready to lead confidently. You have a natural aura of leadership. The studio is currently run by Vivian Diaz, the acting director. She'll teach you everything and prepare you. I'll make her your deputy so she can support you and step in whenever you're busy with concerts. She's trustworthy. You'll like her. I'm afraid Vivian will have even more work. A broken bar. I'll need to raise her salary, otherwise she might get offended. I really want Allison Blair to head the recording studio. To be honest, there aren't particularly compelling reasons for this, except for one word: a want. Just imagine, my company employs characters from the Marvel and DC universes. That's so cool. And many of them will have an impressive set of supernatural abilities. Wow, I wouldn't envy the smart guy who decides to attack Alratex Entertainment. In the future, I'll carefully select the most suitable candidates for leading positions. Hey. That said, I'm not giving up my super assistant to Heather. Oh, she's simply golden. I won't let anyone take her away from me. You're tired of being alone, aren't you? Doing all the work yourself and constantly fearing someone might discover your true nature, I said softly. It's terrible, my interlocutor admitted, unable to contain her emotions. At first, everything wasn't so bad. Actually, it was cool. I used my abilities to save on concert design. The music played, bright lights flashed, no extra spotlights, strobe lights, or huge bills for equipment rental. Blair giggled at the memory. But then, I started getting tired, and not physically but mentally. Fear of failure began haunting me everywhere. I think that's why I lost all inspiration and began doubting myself. You can doubt anyone but never yourself. You've had tough times, yes, but even then, you've had your happy moments. Yes, when I sang on stage and people applauded me, I was truly happy, the singer said, breaking into the radiant smile. So, what did you decide, my lady? I teased. Oh yes, we haven't discussed the salary yet. I'm afraid I can't offer much in the beginning since our studio is still quite small. How does $50,000 a month sound? What? $600,000 a year? Allison's eyes widened in disbelief. And you call that a small salary? Some tech company directors earn less. Are you serious? Of course. And as soon as our company grows, your salary will grow too. The singer hesitated, torn between doubt and temptation. My words clearly sounded too good to ignore. Time to push a little more. Allison, listen. In the future, the government or some dark community could take an interest in you. Do you think you can handle all that alone? My words seemed to unsettle her. SHIELD, or even the Hellfire Club. Have you heard of them? Allison shook her head. They're a dark organization of mutants seeking domination. Total jerks. To be honest. What I'm saying is a broken bar. They're incredibly powerful and don't take no for an answer. I don't want you to fall into trouble. That's why I'm offering my help. I extended my hand to her. Believe me, I have no selfish goals. I'd be devastated if someone as gifted and beautiful as you suffered misfortune. But how could you possibly help me against such Goliaths? Blair asked, clearly at a loss. In the future, my company will grow into a gigantic colossus. We'll practically control the media, and we'll have friends and allies no one will want to mess with. We'll protect each other, I promised. I'm not joking. I'll secure high-ranking connections myself. Besides, I know things are information that could destroy or at least cripple these so-called impregnable Goliaths. Let them think twice before causing trouble for me or my friends. I know you can't change your life overnight, but you can change your thoughts overnight. Those thoughts will transform your life forever. I added, well, I suppose I have no choice, do I?" Allison said with a faint smile, the tension in her voice dissipating. "So, you agree to become the director of Alritex Records?" I asked, watching her place her palm on mine. "Yes, I'll do it. You won't regret it." "In that case, Broken Bar, when will you write a song for me?" she asked with excitement. "Tomorrow," I replied confidently. "I already have a tune in mind that's perfect for you." "But first, we need to solve a major problem," I said seriously. "We need to change your stage name." "Disco Flash a Broken Bar." I can't even say it without cringing. "How did you come up with that?" "Shut up. It's a perfectly normal stage name." "What's wrong with it?" "And anyway, I don't think it's a good idea to change it, especially since I already have fans who know me as Disco Flash." "Don't worry. With my songs, you'll quickly win over new fans." "How overconfident," Allison quipped sarcastically. "It's not overconfidence. It's self-confidence," I countered. "Starting fresh will be good for you. You'll no longer have to fear or worry all the time. This new chapter will bring back your inspiration. And of course, I'll compose musical masterpieces for you. No more struggling to find hits." "I've already thought about it. I couldn't possibly write all the songs for every artist signed to my label. It's too much work." "But for Allison, I'd ensure her debut as Dazzler included amazing tracks." After all, she was a phenomenal songwriter herself. Her early works were masterpieces, and I knew she still had the talent to shine. "Okay, I'll start fresh," she agreed. "What pseudonym do you suggest?" "Dazzler." "Dazzler Broken Bar." "I like it." Her real nickname was finally coming to life. It was perfect. "You said you're performing in Gotham next week?" I asked. "Yes." "Tickets are sold out, and the crowd should be around 10,000, she said proudly. "That's not a huge number." "A Broken Bar." "Shut up." "I know I'm not as popular as I used to be, but I still have fans who support me. In that case, let's surprise them. Let those who missed your concert regret it." "What are you talking about?" she asked, intrigued. "I want this to be Disco Flash's final performance. At the end of your show, announce you're retiring the name and becoming a contract artist with Alritex Records as Dazzler. And, for the grand finale, perform a new song or your debut as Dazzler. And I assume you'll write the new song?" Blair said, more a statement than a question. "Fair warning, if it's bad, I'm not singing it." "Trust me, you won't be disappointed." The next day, after a brief date with Allison, I decided to give her a tour of the recording studio and introduce her to the team. Everyone was welcoming, even Vivian. Despite Allison taking her position, Vivian seemed at peace with the fact that her role as manager had always been temporary. Truthfully, she appeared content with her new role as deputy director of the studio, especially since I increased her salary by 1.5 times. Later that afternoon, I brought Dazzler to our mobile game production center to introduce her to Heather and Barbara. To my surprise, the introduction went even better than expected. "So, you're a mutant, Allison?" Batgirl asked, curiously looking at her new colleague. "That's right. My ability is converting sound into light waves," Allison said, demonstrating with a short light show. "Looks like we'll save some money on organizing concerts," Heather remarked, voicing her thoughts aloud. "For your information, there's only one of me," Allison responded indignantly. "Besides, I'm the director. My time is limited." "Don't take her words to heart. We're glad to welcome you to our team," Barbara said warmly. "Thank you," Allison replied, her voice gentle, as she began to glow faintly. At 5 in the evening, I arrived at my workshop. Lately, I'd been so busy that I'd almost completely neglected the production of the GLM glasses. Meanwhile, spinner production and advertising were running at full speed. In just a week, the spinners would be available in stores and markets across North America. To top it off, Bruce had agreed to sell them abroad at my urgent request. If demand went through the roof, I couldn't even begin to imagine the profits. But for now, I needed to shift gears and focus on science. "Eva, open the GLM glasses project." "Let's continue where we left off," I instructed my digital assistant. "Sir, you've received an invitation to an event celebrating American Businesswomen's Day." "That's in 3 days, right?" "Correct, Eva replied. The holiday is widely celebrated across the United States to honor the importance of women's labor and their contributions to building modern America as an economically stable and prosperous nation. A broken bar. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. There's too much to do. The invitation came from Silver Street, Cloud, Eva added, and she's on the list of people you asked me to monitor. Just reminding you. Silver Street, Cloud are one of Gotham's most successful, beautiful, and wealthy women. In the comics, she'd been Bruce Wayne's love interest, though it hadn't ended well. Tragically, she was killed in front of Batman. The cruel world of comics. Still, Miss Silver was an intriguing individual. She was sharp enough to deduce Batman's secret identity on her own, something very few had managed. Apparently, she and Bruce hadn't crossed paths yet. I read the invitation. The event was being held at the Iceberg Lounge, Penguin's base of operations. I'd avoided that place, but now, here it was. Miss Silver herself was hosting the party. From what I knew, she owned an agency that organized events, conferences, and parties across America. I really wanted to meet her, and this invitation presented a golden opportunity. But why did I have such a bad feeling? The thought of this evening gave me goosebumps. Will you decline the invitation, sir? Eva's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. How could I? Refusing an invitation from one of Gotham's most beautiful women would be foolish. Still, my intuition screamed at me to stay away. Yet, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Today, I was in the studio composing a song for Allison. Her concert was less than a week away, and she'd need time to rehearse. There was no time to waste. My God, this song is incredible. It feels like it was made just for me, Allison exclaimed after singing it through. That's because it was, I replied with a kind smile. Thank you, Alex, Allison said, embracing me tightly. Now I'm absolutely confident my return to the stage will go perfectly. The studio buzzed with excitement as everyone prepared for their new boss's concert. They hoped the event would establish our label as a competitive and promising recording companion and, of course, bring in profits. Typically, musicians under contract earn royalties of 10 to 20%. Newcomers usually settle for 10%. While bigger stars earn 20 to 30%. But as the studio director and a future songwriter for herself and others, Allison's royalties were set at 40%. No one objected. Everyone agreed she deserved it. September 22nd arrived American Business Women's Day. At 8 p.m., I pulled up to the Iceberg Lounge. The place was surprisingly cozy for being run by one of Gotham's most dangerous criminals. The two-story building featured a large pool for seals and penguins, complete with a sculptural iceberg centerpiece. The interior was styled like a poor winter wonderland. On stage, musicians in tuxedos played jazz compositions and sang beautifully. The tables were laden with an array of dishes that were hard to resist. Champagne, sir? A waiter offered. No, thank you. I'd prefer a non-alcoholic cocktail. Any specific preferences? No, just something of your choosing. The drink I received was unexpectedly delightful, far better than I'd anticipated. While I scanned the room, a charming voice called out to me, "You're Alex Reith, right?" Turning, I saw a stunning woman with long, mesmerizing silver hair. She appeared about 27. Her bottomless blue eyes meeting mine. Her black dress treated her and failed her to conceal her beauty. That depends on who's asking, I replied with a confident smile. Yeah, broken bar, she began. Who are you? Depends on who's asking. We locked eyes, maintaining serious expressions until both of us burst into laughter. You're quite funny, she said. I'm Silver Street, Cloud. A pleasure to meet you, I said, kissing her hand. The rumors weren't wrong. You truly are dazzling, Miss Street. Cloud. Oh, please, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear while lifting her chin with pride. To be honest, I didn't expect to see you here, she admitted, sipping her wine. Why not? As if you don't know. You're a very modest young man, Mr. Reith. How many invitations to social events have you already ignored? Yet, here you are. The thing is, I explained, I've been incredibly busy. I just started my company, and we're expanding rapidly. Most matters require my direct involvement. You truly are a hard worker, as they say. In that case, What made you accept my invitation? Silver asked, her curiosity evident. You, Miss Cloud, I replied evenly, my eyes fixed on hers. Me? Why the sudden honor? You're special. Really? Because I haven't noticed anything special about myself. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. You're speaking in riddles, Mr. Alex. Are you trying to seem more mysterious to impress girls? If so, it's working. I'm quite intrigued by you. She gave me an appraising look. Believe me, that wasn't my intention. But I have to admit, I'm glad it turned out this way. We exchanged smiles, raised our glasses, and took small sips. Strolling around the hall and greeting guests, our conversation deepened, and so did our connection. Seeing you tonight, I even hoped the elusive Bruce Wayne might show up, Silver mused, scanning the crowd. But it seems I was wrong. You've never met Bruce? Do you know him? She asked, her interest piqued. He's a good friend of mine, I replied casually, as if it were obvious. I've sent him several invitations, but he hasn't attended even one. He accepts other invitations, yet ignores mine. It's a little hurtful, she pouted. I think it's just a coincidence. Remember, he's not the only one who's declined your invitations. Bruce is the type who shows up when he's in the mood. When he's not a broken bar, well, no harm in that. Silver chuckled softly, though her expression remained dissatisfied. It's just that having the richest man in Gotham here would have made the evening look more prestigious. Oh well, she waved dismissively, it's no great loss. Who needs that rich playboy when we have Alex Reith himself? Perhaps you could grace us with a performance tonight? I think I'll pass a broken bar. Do you think you have a choice? Silver teased, a mischievous gleam in her eye. Let's discuss it later. Maybe I'll play something at the very end, I suggested. Need I remind you that I'm the host of this evening? And today is September 22, American Businesswomen's Day, which, of course, includes me. Don't upset the lady on her special day. You should give her a gift instead. But it's not your birthday. A broken bar. That doesn't matter. A thoughtful gift can be given any day. All right, I'll try to come up with something, Miss Cloud, I said, raising my hands in a mock gesture of surrender. Oh, just call me Silver, it's simpler. Okay, Silver. So, Alex, you've already written detective stories, fantasy, and horror. When are you going to write a novel? Waiter, how did we even start talking about books? Don't get bogged down in the details, she waved dismissively. What do you think about writing a romance novel? I'd love to read one. All right, I'll write a novel and dedicate it to you. That's so sweet, Silver said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Just don't treat it as a rushed job. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Good. I'll be eagerly waiting for your masterpiece. As our pleasant conversation continued, it was abruptly interrupted by a nasal, gruff voice. Miss Cloud, you're the host of this event, yet you're ignoring the guests and spending all your time with this young man. Shouldn't you pay attention to the others? The source of the voice was a short, stout man with a sharp, bird-like nose. He was impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, top hat, white gloves, and spats, carrying a black umbrella. He exuded the air of a gentleman, even wearing a monocle on his right eye. It was Penguin, my first full-fledged encounter with a DC Universe villain. Standing near him was unnerving. Penguin wasn't insane like many of Gotham's other criminals. He was sharp, calculating, and fully aware of his actions, which made him even more dangerous. Thankfully, he was unlikely to cause a scene here. Forgive me, sir, I said, stepping in. It's my fault entirely. I'm so captivated by Miss Cloud that I couldn't help but monopolize her time. Ha ha, I understand completely, Penguin chuckled. What surprises me isn't your attempt to win her attention, but your success in doing so. Many have tried to charm Gotham's social lioness, but few have succeeded. My name is Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. A pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Alex Reith, I replied, extending my hand. Just Alex is fine. Call me Oswald, he said, shaking my hand firmly. I've heard about you, Alex. You're the rising star of Gotham, and your success positively impacts our city's reputation. People still think of Gotham as a crime-ridden place, But that's no longer true. We're working to change those outdated perceptions. This city is beautiful and full of potential. Your achievements are proof of that. His smooth words almost made me believe he was a law-abiding citizen working tirelessly for Gotham's betterment. With such eloquence, he could easily run for office. But I knew better. Oswald Cobblepot was a criminal mastermind, a strategist who relied on intellect and manipulation. His henchmen handled the dirty work, but he could defend himself if needed. Despite his lack of physical prowess, he was skilled in various forms of hand-to-hand combat. He was a man to avoid. Thank you for the kind words, Oswald, but I don't think I deserve such praise. Modesty won't get you far, boy. Take my card, he said, handing me a business card. If you ever face trouble, don't hesitate to call me. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. After a few more polite exchanges, we parted ways. Penguin disappeared into the crowd. Finally, he's gone, Silver sighed. Not a fan of his? Trust me, he's not what he seems. My advice? Stay away from him. I think I'll take your advice. Suddenly, strange noises echoed through the hall. What's happening? Excuse me for a moment, I need to check on this, Silver said, heading toward the exit. Before she could reach it, the doors burst open. Armed men in clown masks stormed in. Ha 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 ha. A chilling, maniacal laugh filled the air, making the room grow uncomfortably cold. Goosebumps crawled over my skin as the atmosphere shifted. Did you miss me? A voice boomed. The Joker had arrived. Joker, a broken bar. I finally met this madman, and in such a dire situation. The building is completely occupied by people in masks, with no escape route in sight. I can only hope Batman arrives in time. Just as the thought of the Dark Knight crossed my mind, two burly men in clown makeup hauled a complex mechanism into the room. Don't be so scared, this isn't a bomb. It's just a jammer to cut off your communication with the outside world, said the self-proclaimed Prince of Gotham's underworld, fumbling with the device. We don't want this lovely evening ruined by the police or our gloomy protector, the Bat. He squinted at the device in frustration. Damn it, how do you turn this thing on? There's a big blue button on the side, sir, one of the henchmen replied. Should I press it? Holy hell, it works! The madman exclaimed in delight. Things just kept getting worse. Now, I couldn't even imagine how long it would take Bruce to find out about this mess. One thing was certain, Batman wasn't coming anytime soon. Note to self: design an emergency distress signal for the GLM glasses that bypasses jammers. Assuming I survived tonight, of course. Shaking my head, I tore my gaze from the cursed device that had sealed our fate and focused on the Joker. He stood before us in a tailored purple coat with a white flower pinned to his breast pocket. His pale skin, green hair, and scars forming a grotesque smile were unsettling. He carried a pistol and wore an expression of chaotic glee, a twisted blend of his comic book counterpart and cinematic depictions. With a wild gleam in his eyes, he addressed the room. Why so sad, folks? It's a celebration. Let's have some fun. Hey, musicians, why'd you stop? Play something lively, won't you? Let's cheer this place up. The band, frozen in fear, exchanged uneasy glances. Can't hear me? Want me to come over and help? I don't mind, Joker offered, taking a menacing step forward. That small movement jolted the musicians into action, and soon the lively rhythm of jazz filled the hall again. Ah, much better, the Joker exclaimed. Now, let's entertain our guests. He grabbed a grape, tossed it into his mouth, and savored it loudly before stopping beside an elderly woman. Why so glum, madam? He asked, scrutinizing her. My mother always told me, smile and make a happy face. She said my purpose was to spread joy and happiness to the world. You should have listened to her and brought joy and not chaos, the woman retorted nervously. But I did listen, he said with exaggerated brightness, before his tone darkened. Turns out, nothing good came of it. Because you gave up, she replied softly. Not at all. I'm here, aren't I? Bringing a little humor to this evening, he said, pulling a knife from his pocket. How about we cut someone's throat and watch them choke on their own blood? Hilarious, right? Ha ha ha. The woman stared him down, unflinching. Do you think that's funny? Well, yes. Comedy is subjective, isn't it? Society of the system decides what's good, what's bad, what's funny, and what's not, Joker said, pacing the room. The tension in the air was suffocating, and I feared for the woman's life. But an unexpected voice broke the silence. Joker. The Penguin entered, his teeth clenched in frustration. What the hell are you doing here? Penny. Long time no see. Joker spread his arms wide in mock friendliness. Come here, let's hug. Shut it. Where are my men? What did you do to them? Cobblepot demanded. Oh, you mean those guys standing outside? The ones who wouldn't let us in? Yes, them. A broken bar. Let's ask someone who knows. Harley. Right on cue, a whirlwind of energy burst into the room. Harley Quinn flipped through the air, landing gracefully beside an ice sculpture. Her outfit, a torn white t-shirt, red and blue jacket, impossibly short shorts, and fishnet tights accentuated her refined figure. Her pigtails were dyed blue and pink at the ends, and her tattoos peeked through the fabric. Clutching a baseball bat, she flashed a mischievous smile. Harley was magnetic or dangerously seductive. Even her beauty, often depicted in comics, paled in comparison to seeing her in person. But I knew better than to let my guard down. She was as unpredictable as the Clown Prince himself. Mr. J, you called? She asked, hopping onto the ice sculpture. Allow me to introduce my charming assistant, the one and only Harley Quinn, Joker announced. Hi, everyone. She chirped, waving cheerfully. Harley, Penny here wants to know about his men outside a broken bar. They've been dealt with, Mr. J, Harley said, flipping upside down and hanging from the sculpture. We neutralized them quickly and quietly. No witnesses, no evidence. The cops and the bat won't suspect a thing. Well, a broken bar, not right away. She flipped back to the floor. Oh, except one guard. A broken bar slipped off the roof. Bam. Splat. A broken bar. Oops. How could you be so careless, Harley? Joker scolded. People are so fragile. One little fall, and they break. You're both insane. Cobblepot snapped, gripping his umbrella tightly. Of course I'm crazy, and I'm smart enough to admit it. Joker laughed, spinning around in a bizarre dance. But I'm disappointed in you, Penny. Such a lovely evening, and you didn't invite me. Don't you consider me a friend anymore? What kind of friend are you, psychopath? Have you forgotten how I helped you with Two-Face's gang? Without me, you'd have lost everything. Shut up. Cobblepot barked, clearly uncomfortable with Joker airing his dirty laundry in front of his esteemed guests. Ah, the North Pole chicken gets defensive, Joker said, feigning hurt. But what can I expect? People are like birds, so they fly high and couldn't care less about you. Even penguins are no different. So, Penny, what should I do with you? Let me go, Oswald hissed. Better yet, leave now. If you touch me, my people will hunt you down. My broken bar. Maybe I should shoot you, Joker mused, leveling his pistol. That'd be fun. Cobblepot's confidence faltered as he remembered who he was dealing with. Threatening the Joker was futile. The clown feared nothing, not murder, not pain, not death. His warped mind saw everything as a joke, and no one could predict his next move. The most terrifying people are those with nothing to lose. And the Joker? He's capable of anything. Trying to understand his thoughts is an exercise in madness. Even someone like Charles Xavier would find the Joker's mind impenetrable. Joker suddenly grabbed a wooden chair and hurled it across the room, the crash echoing ominously. Hey, Oswald, did I ever tell you a story about a friend of mine? Such a sudden and unexpected action shocked the crowd, leaving many even more nervous than before. The main culprit, ignoring the frightened guests, picked up one of the legs of the broken chair. I had a friend once. One day, I drove an aspen stake into his chest, and he went and died. We'd been friends since childhood. Never would have guessed he was a vampire. Ha ha ha, said the smiling villain as he approached the penguin. Oswald began backing away, clearly unwilling to let this psycho get any closer, especially while holding a wooden stake. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Calm down, okay? Come on, Penny, why so serious? Ha ha, I won't kill you. Otherwise, Gotham would become boring. So, step aside and be a good bird. The Joker instantly lost interest in the owner of the Iceberg Lounge, and Cobblepot, clearly relieved, retreated to the darkest corner of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Gotham's maddest criminal turned his attention back to the terrified guests. So, ladies and gentlemen, the villain began, only to pause suddenly as if remembering something. "Ah, I still don't know how many people are here." He approached a strong-looking middle-aged man. "Listen, do you happen to know how many people are here? I'd like an exact number." He grabbed his chin and tilted his head. "Huh? Looks like he doesn't know." Letting the man go, he moved on to another. "Well, maybe you know, or perhaps you, madam." The Joker wandered around the hall, asking random people, but everyone remained silent, keeping their heads down and avoiding his gaze. "What's wrong with you all?" "Nobody knows." You'd better learn the multiplication table." Imagine being woken in the middle of the night, and you'd have no answer. He suddenly stopped in the middle of the room for no apparent reason. His face twitched, but he wasn't smiling. It seemed as though he was deep in thought. Then, he raised his gun and, pointing it at the stage, fired 3 bullets at the musicians. "Well, fine, then. No music today." "Ha ha ha." His maniacal laughter echoed through the room as he began to dance. The audience, trembling with fear, turned their terrified eyes to the stage, still unable to process what had just happened. 3 people had been shot right before them. Damn it, this man's actions are utterly unpredictable. Why did he do it? What reason could there possibly be? My God, what am I saying? This man doesn't need a reason. He just acts, without rhyme or reason. "Wait, where's she going?" Enough of this madness!" screamed Silver Street. Cloud, unable to bear the gruesome scene any longer. My heart sank into my stomach, and not for myself but for this foolhardy woman. "Enough madness, enough." "And how do you measure madness?" asked the Joker, turning toward the ash-haired girl. "Why did you do it?" "What did they do to you?" Silver demanded, her voice filled with anger and contempt. So, and who do we have here?" "Do I know you, darling?" "I'm Silver Street Cloud, the organizer of this evening. Their deaths are on my conscience." "Why did you kill them?" "Ah, I see. Allow me to thank you from the bottom of my heart for such a marvelous evening." "Ask Ania. They'll all agree this celebration will go down in history." "Ha. You." "Okay, I get it now. You're a psycho, right?" "That's your excuse for killing 3 people?" "No, not at all. They just sang too out of tune to deserve to live," the killer replied casually, as though the explanation was entirely logical. "We're Broken Bar, you're insane," Silver said, her voice trembling as her shoulders began to shake involuntarily. "And here I thought I was a Sagittarius," the Joker quipped. Quiet whispers rippled through the room. "Why are you so upset about them? If I were dying on the sidewalk, you'd step right over me." He stepped closer to Silver, grabbing her face with the hand that held his knife. "What, are you nervous? Is it the scars? Do they make me seem strange to you? Or is it my behavior? I admit, I have a certain character." "But you know what?" He released her, glancing around at the crowd with an uncharacteristically serious expression. "You think I'm strange because I'm not like all of you. In truth, you're the strange onizer for being the same. Stop pretending to understand anything. You're a lunatic, and your place is in Arkham Asylum." Silver snapped, glaring at him with fiery defiance. "The world has become so fake that most people are grateful for lies and offended by the truth," the Joker said, pulling out his gun and pointing it at her head. "Let me prove to you how people are no different from each other. Listen up, everyone, in 5 minutes, I'm going to blow this beauty's brains out. Is there anyone here who'd like to take her place?" "Don't worry, it won't be an act of self-sacrifice. I won't kill the brave volunteer of Broken Bar, at least not right away. After all, I need time to properly get to know someone daring enough to face me." "Harley, start the timer." "Yes, Mr. J." "Damn it, why couldn't she just sit still? Why did I ever accept that invitation?" My intuition screamed at me to stay away, but no, I had to come here. Fucking retard. Damn it, I am going to get myself killed over some girl if I keep thinking with DK. "Okay, calm down. Think this through, a Broken Bar. You're a good persona. How can you stand by while this young girl gets killed?" said a tiny angel perched on my right shoulder, clad in a white tunic with a glowing halo and a harp. "What's there to think about? Go save her. It's the perfect way to win her over," chimed in a miniature devil on my left shoulder, holding a bloody trident. "Guys, aren't you supposed to be giving me actual advice?" "That's true," the angel admitted, "but in this case, there's only one right choice." "Don't listen to him. the devil argued. "We all know you'd never leave a damsel in distress. Ugh, you're no help. Just disappear." As they vanished, I realized the truth I couldn't stand by. I was the only one who could save Silver and survive the Joker's madness. As they say, who if not me? As you see, all people are the same, cowardly, greedy, and unprincipled. They don't care about anyone else's suffering. They only want to save their own pathetic lives. Can you still tell me I don't understand people? Ha ha he. The maniacal laughter echoed again, but Silver's eyes had already lost their spark of hope. She awaited her grim fate in silence, resigned to her death. Her thoughts drifted to the man she'd met earlier that evening. Something about him intrigued her. There was an air of mystery, as though he knew something he couldn't say. But he promised to write a love story for me, she thought. How I'd love to read it. A broken bar, but that's not going to happen now. She closed her eyes, waiting for the shot. It was time to act. I stepped forward, my voice calm but firm. "Let the girl go. I'll take her place." My words froze the entire room. No one could believe someone had dared to step up. Silver stared at me in disbelief. She'd resigned herself to her fate, but now, someone was changing everything. Even the Joker looked stunned. His eyes widened, his jaw dropped. "What? Where did you come from?" Everyone continued to cast surprised glances at me, including the Joker's henchmen. Needless to say, Harley Quinn couldn't resist giving me a spark of curiosity. "Well, damn it, how ashamed I am now," the Joker said, sighing heavily. "I wanted to show everyone that all people are the same, and then a hero appeared and ruined everything for me." "So, what should I do with you?" he asked, scanning me up and down. "Perhaps I should kill you since you've ruined my mood." "Yes, that's what we'll do." The Joker removed the gun from Silver's temple and aimed it directly at me. "That was definitely not part of my plans. Think. I needed a way out of this situation. I didn't want to die and be remembered as a stupid hero." "Mr. J, have you heard the joke about no, me too?" I asked quickly, keeping my tone calm as if I wasn't staring death in the face. "No, me too." The room froze as silence enveloped us. We stared at each other. "You didn't get it?" I asked, feigning confusion. "No, me too." PFF ha 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 h. "I like you, man," the Gotham psychopath laughed, lowering his gun. He completely forgot about Silver and focused on me instead, walking closer. Thank God it worked. Judging by the Joker's personality and habits, it was clear he liked cheerful people. Serious conversations with him were pointless. He was a psycho, albeit a genius. Above all, he despised fear and weakness. The Joker preferred people who could meet his gaze without flinching or begging for their lives. That's why he enjoyed his games with the Bat-Family. They were among the few who didn't fear him. And as for me, I wouldn't say I was fearless. I just had no fear at that moment. Thanks to a passive skill called Player's Mind, my sanity stayed intact regardless of what happened. It allowed me to think clearly and rationally, which was exactly what I needed to survive this encounter. "So, what's your name, kid?" the Clown Prince of Crime asked, circling me like a predator. "I'm Alex Wreath." "But you can just call me Alex," I said, giving him a slight bow. "Alex Wreath? That name sounds familiar," the Joker said, tapping his chin. "Mr. J, that's the author who wrote it," Harley Quinn exclaimed with excitement. "Really? You're the author of that masterpiece?" "Ha ha ha. Sorry I almost shot you. My bad." "How embarrassing, acting like a fool in front of my idol." His shoulders slumped dramatically as if he were genuinely upset. Before I could process what was happening, Harley appeared beside me, her bright eyes wide with admiration and her dazzling smile making her excitement clear. "Could you sign an autograph for me?" she asked, handing me a black pen. "Of course, how could I refuse such a beautiful fan?" I replied, throwing in a small compliment. She pretended to blush, giggling as she searched for the perfect spot for my autograph. After some deliberation, she pulled her shirt down to expose her pale shoulder. "Here, please, right here." I signed her shoulder, handed back the pen, and watched as she admired the signature with delight. I'll get this turned into a tattoo later, exactly as you wrote it," Harley declared with a wide grin. I never thought these two would be such big fans of my work. But honestly, it worked in my favor, increasing my chances of survival. Where were we? "Oh, Right. Introductions. The Joker's voice rang out again, full of energy. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the Joker, your most insanely crazy fan. He extended his hand for a handshake. I hesitated. Was he holding one of his infamous shock buzzers? Well, I couldn't back out now. Reluctantly, I shook his hand, silently hoping he wouldn't electrocute me. What's wrong, Alex? The clown asked, noticing my reaction. Nothing, Mr. J, I replied smoothly. It's just that these days, you shake someone's hand and then count your fingers to make sure they're all still there. Ha ha ha. You're funny, Alex. The Joker laughed. Exactly how I imagined you'd be. Ha he he. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. But let's talk about your work. I must say, your book truly captured me. You even put me on the cover. Brilliant. When I saw it, I immediately bought it. And let me tell you, I don't regret it. His voice took on a more serious tone. You know, Alex, people often say terrible things about me. Don't believe them. I'm much worse than they think. Still, your writing, it made me feel understood. Most people, they pretend to get me, especially those psychiatrists at Arkham. They sit there, nodding, acting like they know what's inside me. It's infuriating. Maybe so, I said carefully. But that doesn't stop you from smiling and having fun. The Joker's face darkened. I laugh because I have no choice. The smile is carved into my skin, but inside, I'm crying. He locked eyes with me. Maybe we can cry together? How was I supposed to respond to that? I couldn't tell if he was serious or joking. The Joker was an enigma, constantly shifting between laughter and anguish. Mr. J, why are you here tonight? I asked, steering the conversation away from dangerous territory. Isn't it obvious? He replied, throwing his arms wide. To join this grand celebration. Gotham's elite gathered here tonight, and I couldn't resist. Some people say I don't know how to love, but I adore these people. They just don't realize it. He gestured dramatically, spinning in circles before stopping to face me again. Clearly, I said dryly, glancing at the lifeless musicians on stage. Aren't you happy about their deaths? No? Oh, well, they're already in hell, warming themselves by the fire, the Joker said nonchalantly, waving off the matter as if it were trivial. The room filled with disapproving murmurs. I wasn't sure why everyone seemed so shocked. It wasn't like the Joker was known for his repentance. Sensing the shift in mood, the Joker addressed the crowd. Oh, don't give me those looks. People say I'm a monster, but I have a kind heart. In fact, I dream of chopping you all up into meat and feeding it to homeless rabbits. Ha 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 he ha. His laughter grew louder and more unhinged, filling the room with a sense of dread. The madness was escalating quickly. If I didn't do something soon, things could turn catastrophic. I had to save these people. But how? I wasn't a superhero. I had no superpowers to fight back against this chaos. Yet standing idly by while the Joker wreaked havoc wasn't an option either. People began to realize they had just stirred up a powder keg. The situation was spiraling out of control. And where, one might wonder, is Batman when he's needed the most? To hell with everything, as the saying goes. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Damn it, I don't even drink alcohol. Well, to hell with it. This is a minor issue. Mr. J, how about we play a game? I said, once again drawing everyone's attention. The Joker stopped laughing, looked at me, and grinned. A game? I'm all for it. What kind of game is it, and what's at stake? It's simple. A guessing game. Question and answer. Whoever can't answer their opponent's question loses. I explained the rules. Very interesting. And what does the winner get? If I win, you'll release the hostages. Ha ha ha, I should have guessed. So predictable. In that case, if you lose, I'll kill this girl, he said, gesturing at the trembling Silver with his pistols. That's not fair. She has nothing to do with this. I don't want to play when someone else's life is at stake. You have no choice. Either you play with me, and maybe she'll live, or you refuse, and I kill everyone here. Why not just take my life? How can I let my idol die? Ha 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 ha. Alright, then let's change the conditions again. If I win, you'll not only release everyone here, but you'll voluntarily surrender to the police, I countered, matching the Joker's grin. That sounds like an uneven exchange, the clown said, mulling over my words. In that case, I'll add something in my word. I promise that if I win and you go to Arkham Asylum, I'll visit you and even bring another book written by me. What? You're planning to dedicate another book to me? I'm flattered. Yes, and I can assure you it will be even more interesting than it. I agree. Let's start the game. Ha 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 ha. The Prince of Gotham's underworld jumped onto the table, trampling the food beneath his feet. Without hesitation, I began. In that case, I'll go first. She cannot be seen, cannot be held in the hands, cannot be heard with the ear, cannot be smelled. She reigns above the heavens, lurks in every pit. She was in the beginning and will be after all. Ends every life and kills laughter. Ah, I felt like Bilbo Baggins playing riddles with Gollum. Only this time, my opponent wasn't a split-personality creature but a crazed psychopath from Gotham. Ha ha ha. A very intriguing riddle, especially the ending. Let me think. I know. Darkness, right? I almost forgot I was facing one of the smartest antagonists in the comic book universe. Snatching victory from him won't be easy, especially since I have no idea what kind of riddles he'll throw my way. My turn, he announced. So, the question is, where did I get these scars? He traced his fingers along the lines around his mouth. Was he serious? How was I supposed to know where he got those scars? Clearly, he intended to win by asking such tricky questions. That's not fair. How is Alex supposed to know that? Silver shouted in protest. But the mad clown tactfully ignored her outburst. Calm down. Think carefully. The Joker is a gambler and wouldn't ask a question designed to end the game outright. Moreover, there's no guarantee anyone knows the true origin of his scars. That means he doesn't need the right answer, just a story he likes. Hey, telling a story the Joker would like was easier said than done. But I had one advantage no one else would ever have: knowledge from my past world. In The Dark Knight, Heath Ledger's Joker told multiple versions of how he got his scars. I didn't have much choice, so I decided to take a gamble. I'm willing to make a guess. In the past, you had a wifey, a beautiful one. She told you that you were too serious, that you needed to smile more. She was a gambler and owed a lot of money to some dangerous people. One day, they cut her face. You didn't have the money for surgery, and it tore her apart. You just wanted her to smile again, to show her that you didn't care about the scars. So, you put a razor in your mouth and did it to yourself. But then, she couldn't bear to look at you and left. And now, you're always smiling. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. What a story. Oh, the memories. But this world is so unfair. She didn't deserve any of it, and those bastards just went and scarred her face. It's so sad. Joker sighed, seemingly lost in thought. If the world were a fair place, we wouldn't cry at birth, I remarked. Yes, you're damn right. Ha 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 ha. So, my turn. Destroys everything around: a beast, bird, forest, and house. Chews iron, eats steel, and grinds rocks into powder. What is it? This one was trickier. Bilbo himself struggled with it. Let's see if the Joker could figure it out. Hey. Interesting. Very interesting, he mused. After a pause, he snapped his fingers. Time. The answer is time. What a bastard. Huh? Now, tell me, where did I get these scars? He asked again, flashing a sly grin. The same question? But at least now I knew why he'd accept any story he liked. Your father. He was a drunk and a monster. One night, he got angrier than usual. Your mom grabbed a knife to defend herself, but he didn't like that. He stabbed her right in front of you, laughing like a maniac. Then he turned to you and said, "Why so serious, son?" He put the knife in your mouth and added, "Let's put a smile on that face." Excellent. Spot on, Alex. You're incredible at this. Okay, ask your questioner. I'm all ears. Alright, here's mine. I never existed. I am always expected. No one has seen me, and no one ever will. Yet, I am relied upon by all who live and breathe. What am I? This riddle, attributed to the Sphinx, even stumped the god of wisdom, Thoth. It was my trump card. Let's see how the Joker fares. Never existed. Never seen. But always expected, he murmured. Ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. He paced back and forth. Everyone relies on it. I know. Wait, no, that's not it. Are you giving up? I asked, hoping to distract him. "Not so fast. Just give me a second." His pacing quickened as he muttered to himself. Then, suddenly, he snapped his fingers. "Tomorrow." The answer is tomorrow. Damn it, he was right. My nerves began to fray. Was there anything he couldn't solve? Could I actually lose this game? Ha ha ha. "You look nervous, Alex. Let's even the playing field. Here's my riddle. I feel you. I hear your thoughts. I've been with you since your first breath and will remain until your last." What am I? Really? Decided to get tricky, huh? This riddle was so general that it could have multiple answers, depending on interpretation. But I knew exactly what he wanted. This riddle wasn't he, so it came from the riddler himself. The Joker must have borrowed it, unaware I already knew it. "My answer is reflection," I said confidently, smiling at Gotham's most infamous criminal. "Correct." "Ha ha." "You'd get along great with the Riddler, but don't do that." As if I needed another lunatic to deal with. But that wasn't my immediate concern. I had to defeat the Joker, and riddles weren't working. I had to think outside the box. "Mr. J," I said with a smirk, "what's in my pocket?" "Mr. J, what do I have in my pocket?" Well, here we come to the climax. "Oh, now this really does remind me of the Hobbit story." "Wow, that's your question?" Joker crackled. "Well, what are you going to do now, Mr. J?" There were some brave souls who began to splash out their joy at the difficult situation in which their offender found himself. The Joker ignored these hapless fools, casting his surprised glance at me. He took an apple from the table. "Hey, perhaps this is the easiest question for today." Having bitten off the fruit, he made a grin. "Punch, go and look in his pockets." The silent big guy, having heard the order of his boss, moved towards me. "This is not fair," shouted Silver, watching the blatant impudence of the Joker. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Ha ha ha. Broken bar. "As you can see, I'm in the process of thinking. Maybe someone will just tell me the right answer, who knows?" Ha ha. He laughed the crazy clown, continuing to chew the unfortunate fruit. The big guy had already appeared before me in his full height, in a jester's costume and makeup. He was 2 heads taller than me, and looked down on my modest person, as if I were a small bug. "I don't like him." "Turn out your pockets," demanded this overgrown monster of nature, in a tone that did not tolerate objections. "And what if I do not?" I threw him a look full of contempt. It seemed that my words and actions had infuriated this boor. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was literally boiling with anger. This guy, as the Joker called him, Punch, tried to grab me with his huge paw. But I was not going to stand still and let this ugly thing get cheeky before my eyes. With a quick movement, I grabbed him by the middle finger and sharply turned it 90 degrees. There was a characteristic sound, notifying everyone about a fracture. The big guy in the jester's makeup screamed quietly, clearly trying to overcome his pain, while clenching his teeth tightly. "We will fix this." I raised his hand to my shoulder, and, turning around, hit him in the stomach with my elbow. This blow knocked all the air out of his stomach, and the pain from the broken finger became unbearable for him. But I, not intending to stop there, brought his clenched hand down on my shoulder with all my strength. Another sound was heard, but this time much louder. My enemy's entire forearm acquired an unnatural shape. "Ag!" The big guy started screaming at the top of his lungs, right next to my ear. Not wanting to hear this squeal any longer, I kicked him in the chest, causing him to fly 3 meters away. Everyone in the hall looked in shock at the villain's collapsed henchman. Their eyes expressed disbelief. After all, not only was I able to knock down such a huge man, but I was also not afraid of what would follow. I was not worried about the consequences, because I was firmly convinced that the Joker would not kill me. In his eyes, I represented much more value than a stupid henchman. Well, as for the fact that I was able to defeat an opponent twice my size, train with Batman for a while, and then you will not pay any attention to size. Moreover, my strength is already at the mark of -29. Let me remind you that the human limit is -40 points. And I am not that far from this value. In addition, my combat mastery rose to 21 points. And this whining buffoon has only about 19. Apparently, he is used to dealing with enemies, relying more on his size. Then I noticed that the second big guy, Apparently the brother of the first made this conclusion due to the fact that they are like two peas in a pod, except for the different makeup, was rushing straight at me. I was already ready to meet him face to face, but I didn't have to, because a kitchen knife pierced his leg, and he fell to the floor with a crash. The Joker walked towards the wounded big guy. He held his signature knife in his hands. "Judy, what were you planning to do to my dear friend, by running so briskly?" "I even started to think that you wanted to kill him." "Ha he ha, I don't know why such a stupid thing would come into my head." "What kind of fool do you have to be to harm my dear idol?" the villain lamented, twirling the cutting object in his hands. "No, sir, you misunderstood. I only wanted to help my brother." The henchman in makeup justified himself, very nervously. "Yes, maybe in that case, I should stab you both. If you both die on the same day, then there is a high probability that you will also go to hell together. Haha." "No, please, boss, don't." "Joker, maybe you should spare their lives." "Why dilute our game with someone's death?" I attracted the attention of the crazy clown, trying to prevent even more deaths. "Do you think so? Well, okay, so be it. Live a little longer." Oh, and I was already in the mood for a knife fight. "But never mind, I'll go cut myself some sausage, and it will pass." He completely lost interest in these two injured jesters. "Alex, what was that just now?" "You don't want people to go through your pockets." "Not at all, I just don't like some boys pawing at me." "You know, I'm more into girls," I said, as if it were something self-evident. "So, you don't mind being searched by a beautiful lady?" "Of course not." "Ha ha ha." Harley, he called his favorite assistant, "could you examine our dear friend's pockets for objects?" "No problem, Pudding." "I'd be happy to," Quinn responded enthusiastically. She came up to me, swaying her lovely hips, and presented herself in all her glory. Running her fingers over my chest, she walked around from behind and hugged me with both arms. I felt her lush breasts on my back. Putting her hands in my pockets, she began to examine the internal components for a long time and painstakingly. At the same time, she grabbed my buttocks several times, stroked my shoulders, and pressed herself against me with her whole body. I raised my hands up so that no one would suspect me of fraud and accuse me of putting something there after the examination. It was clear from the outside that Harley was trying to seduce me, and this was in front of the Joker, her supposed lover, although, who the hell knows what kind of relationship they have there. It was and will be a real mystery to everyone. Quinn always demonstrated how crazy she was about her Pudding, and this despite the fact that he beat her, betrayed her, abandoned her to her fate, and humiliated her in every possible way. And how can she love him after all this? They are, in a word, a crazy couple. True, after some time, the Joker got on Harley's nerves so much that she left him and went on a free voyage. So, you can say that her love also has a limit. Yeah, and how can this crazy guy not see what beauty is constantly looming before his eyes? I think he is always busy thinking about the Bat family, and is not interested in the girl at all. Well, to hell with them, no use trying to figure out what exactly these two crazy people are thinking about. Now I am fully enjoying the caresses of a seductive girl. I must admit, this is the most pleasant thing that happened to me this evening. Having finished rummaging through all my pockets, the cute clown moved away from my person with obvious reluctance. "He has nothing." "Empty," the girl said, pointing her finger at me. "Really? Ha ha. In that case, Alex, my answer is nothing," said the Joker, quietly chuckling. "Is that your final answer?" "Yes." "Well, Harley," I turned to the former psychiatrist, while continuing to keep my hands raised. "Could you take a knife and cut off the pocket of my jacket so that everyone can see its contents?" "No problem, my dear Alex." Quinn agreed, and, taking a sharp object, made an incision. A small ring jumped out of his pocket. The entire room was in deathly silence, and despite the fact that this beautiful decoration fell on the marble floor relatively quietly, a deafening sound thundered in the heads of those present at that moment. "It's impossible." I checked everything. Where could the ring come from? Harley began to lament, not believing her eyes. examining the fallen ring. It is worth saying that at that moment there really was nothing in my pocket. How glad I am now that I trained myself to use the inventory. After that night with Barbara, where we jumped on the roofs, I seriously thought about my bottomless storage. Firstly, I realized that I can even put a car inside. Although I haven't tried, I think that a whole truck can fit in there. But there is one but. This will not work if there is a living creature in the car, be it a person, a dog, a rat, or even a simple worm. Nothing can be done about it, such is the limitation of this ability. Secondly, in order to pull the item I need out of the inventory, it is not necessary to open the inventory and perform any actions. It is enough to just think about what you want to get from there, and the object itself will appear in the place where you want it to appear, be it a palm, the floor, or say a pocket. However, placing an object in the storage is more difficult. Here, a desire alone is not enough. You need to open the inventory tab and touch the selected object with your hand or finger. However, there is one exception. If the object has already been in my inventory once, then in the future you can return it back with just one thought. The radius of this ability is equal to the number of intelligence. Thirdly, the speed of returning and pulling objects out of the spatial storage also depends on the value of my intelligence. Well, let's finish with the explanations. It's time to declare my victory. Joker, I looked at the silent clown. Looks like you lost. He ha 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 he ha he ha 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 ha. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he was possessed. Suddenly, he raised his gun and fired towards the mechanism that had been jamming our connection with the outside world all this time. The device short-circuited and began to smoke, announcing its demise. Everyone is free to go, and don't forget to call the police. Ha ha ha. The people couldn't believe what they had just heard. How could this crazy psychopathic killer let them go? Would he really keep his word? The guests still didn't know what to do, but there were still a few brave souls who headed towards the exit. And when they were able to safely leave this damned place, and no one stopped them, the others also rushed towards the door. Boss, are we really going to let them all go that easily? One of the masked henchmen asked the Joker. The police will come here any minute. We have to run. The clown prince of crime, having listened to his subordinate's opinion, approached him and calmly placed his hand on his shoulder. In that case, you're fired, the man declared, and the next second, the henchman began to shake wildly. He was thrashing in agony and screaming. When it was already getting bad, he fell dead to the floor. The Joker looked at his hand, where the outline of a stun gun was visible, and blew, dispersing the smoke. Alex, let's talk about life a little more before the cops show up. He threw an inspired look at me. I had no choice but to obey. And so, 4 minutes later, Batman, Nightwing and Batgirl showed up in the building in all their glory. Even through their masks, one could clearly see signs of anger, fear and worry. This was especially noticeable in the situation with Barbara. "You!" the superheroine girl shouted, burning the clown with a murderous look, and was about to rush towards us, when Batman's hand stopped her. She wanted to start getting indignant, but still overcame herself and only stared at the Joker. "Wow, the whole family is here, huh?" Yeah. Joker laughed, putting both hands forward, as if demanding that he be handcuffed. "Sorry, Batsy, I've played enough for today. So, let's postpone our dancing for next time. Alex and I recently played a game, and I lost. And now, as an honest and respectable citizen of Gotham, I fulfill the condition of losing. I surrender to the authorities." After listening to the monologue of the crazy clown, the entire Bat family was in complete shock. They had never seen such a turn of events even in their worst nightmares. For the Joker to surrender voluntarily? Has he finally gone crazy? It must be admitted that Batman quickly came to his senses and put handcuffs on his sworn enemy, and Barbara handcuffed Harley. Soon the police arrived here, and the entire gang of uncouth clowns was detained. True, they did not resist much. And at the moment when the Joker was taken away in handcuffs, I saw a mysterious silhouette hovering above his figure. It was very blurry, and it seemed impossible to clearly see the outlines. I rubbed my eyes, but it did not help. As if I was observing this picture not with my sight, but rather with my intuition. What is this? Are my palms sweating? Am I scared? No, I don't have fear, it's apprehension. And then, Literally for a moment, I was able to make out this mysterious figure watching Gotham's craziest psychopath. It was a young girl with bright multicolored hair, with fish swimming around her and butterflies flying. Well, forget it. It's too early for me to get involved with something like that. But I'm sure of one thing, you can't kill the Joker. Batman always said that he was afraid to kill him, because he believed that someone even more terrible could take his place. Before, I thought that these were just his excuses for not wanting to kill anyone. And with all this, he had already committed several murders, albeit accidentally. Therefore, his desire not to kill the clown of crime smacked of hypocrisy. But now I don't think so. I thought my intuition was something extraordinary, but it seems that Bruce is not far behind me, since he was able to sense this abstract being. Okay, enough, don't think about it. As soon as I cleared my thoughts, and was finally able to calm down, after all, I survived the meeting with the Joker, I was surrounded by journalists, and they began to ask their tricky questions. Walking out, I was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. Sir, what are your comments on this situation? How did you manage to come to an agreement with this terrible maniac killer? What are you feeling now? Sir, with your actions, you were able to save 119 people. Do you have anything to say about this? How did you manage to persuade the Joker to surrender to the authorities? What can you say about the dead? Do you feel like a hero? The journalists bombarded me with questions, shoving microphones in my face. All this was accompanied by flashes of cameras. They really bested me. It seems that the guests who left the nightclub not only called the police, but also managed to tell the reporters in all colors what happened. Among all the journalists present, I could make out Vicky Vale's figure. Unlike her colleagues, she wasn't trying to squeeze her way towards me so eagerly to interview me, but simply looked at me silently. I noticed that her eyes were red and her makeup was carelessly smudged. It looked like she had been crying not long ago. Broken bar. Was it because of me? Did I make her cry? Oh, what should I do now? A broken bar. Although I understand that I didn't have much of a choice, I had to do something to save not only my life, but also the lives of the guests present this evening. I was still upset by how this situation affected Vicky's emotional state. I'll have to solve this problem. Excuse me, but I can't answer your questions now. I just came out of the epicenter of a dangerous event, and the thoughts in my head are chaotically scattered. I can't think of anything right now. Forgive me. I tried to break free from the reporter's circle, but it wasn't as easy as I thought. Fortunately, some brave police officers came to the rescue and were able to pull the press away from my modest person. James Gordon greeted me, and Renee Montoya came after him with her partner Harvey Bullock. Alex, how are you? The commissioner asked me, but I didn't have time to answer his question, as I was interrupted by a portion of hugs from my detective friend. Fool. How did you even get there, and why did you go straight for trouble? Didn't you understand who the Joker was? The girl began to scold me. Renee, calm down, nothing terrible happened. And besides, if I hadn't been there, it's not known how it would have all ended. What are you talking about? And how are you any different from the others, if you had such stupid thoughts? The detective asked sarcastically. The Joker, as it turned out, is a big fan of my work, in particular the work. He was not going to kill me, but was ready to deal with the rest of the guests. I was able to persuade him to surrender, promising to write another book for him. As you can see, I saved the situation. I outlined an approximate situation. 3 police officers looked at me, gaping. You practically bargained with this madman for the release of hostages, and voluntary surrender. With a book? Not believing in the rationality of his thoughts, James decided to clarify. Well, yes. And again silence permeated the place. A broken bar. Okay, tell me in detail what exactly happened inside, and you can go free. Gordon sighed. Having done everything that was required of me, I took out my phone and wrote to Vicky to wait for me at the exit from the parking lot. Hey, Alex, are you sure you're okay? Renee asked with great concern in her voice. Of course, I answered with a casual smile. I just need to rest a little. Maybe I should give you a ride home? I can keep you company if you want to talk, or, say, have a drink. No need, my car is nearby. Besides, my girlfriend is already waiting for me. and I don't drink alcohol," I blurted out in one breath. "Do you have a girlfriend?" the detective said with a hint of surprise. "You didn't tell me anything about this, and you call yourself a friend." "Actually, I have 2 girlfriends, and we'll definitely talk about it over a cup of Irish tea." "Bye, I'll see you in a few days." I shouted goodbye to the stunned girl. I walked calmly and quietly towards the parking lot. Now I was thinking about how Silver was feeling. This night had been quite difficult for her, to put it mildly. I would like to talk to her and support her, but I'm afraid I can't help her at the moment. She clearly has no time for me now. She needs to deal with the consequences of what happened, and she can't do that in just a couple of days. But I wasn't too worried about her. She's quite a strong personality and will be able to overcome all the difficulties that have arisen. I'll meet her when this fuss has settled down. I was able to find my car pretty quickly, and when I was about to open the door, someone hugged me tightly from behind. "Vicky, a broken bar." "Shut up." Do you know how worried I was? When my boss told me about what happened, I almost went crazy. I remembered you said that you were going to attend this festive evening today. I was so scared for you. My girlfriend's voice sounded quieter and quieter until it turned into a quiet cry. "Come on, don't cry. I'm not worth these tears. And besides, everything worked out. I'm alive, and besides, now I'm almost a hero." "Do you want me to give you a personal interview about what happened?" I tried to calm the crying girl. "Get in the car." I opened the door and Victoria silently got into the car. I pressed the pedal to the floor and drove off in the direction of my house. "Were you scared?" asked Vale. "I didn't tell you, but I don't feel fear. It's one of my features." I told my companion in detail about my skill player's mind. "So you don't have to worry at all about someone taking control of me." "Cool, huh? And why am I hearing about this only now?" Victoria looked at me with ardent displeasure. "I just haven't had the chance to tell you." "Better tell me what happened at the club today. And how did you manage to save the hostages and neutralize Gotham's main psycho?" She turned on the recorder, taking it out of her bag. "Wow, my journalist finally woke up." I threw her a sly look, for which I received a tiny click to the head. Okay, that's it. "Anyway, this is how it was a broken bar." Vicky listened to me with bated breath, while being very nervous, as if she herself was in that restaurant and saw what happened with her own eyes. "Alex, I've already told you that you are very smart, haven't I?" "Yes, and more than once." "Today, I'll say it again. You are very smart." "To be honest, I am very proud of what you did today. But at the same time, I really don't like that you risked your life for people you don't know," the reporter said, ruffling her hair and sighing heavily. "My life was at stake too. And besides, I simply couldn't allow the murder of innocent people in this situation." "Yeah, especially for that ash-haired girl. What was her name?" "Silver." "What can I say? I have a soft spot for women. That's my weakness." "You'll definitely die one day with this weakness in the future." Victoria criticized me. "You're right. That's why I should become stronger." A broken bar. "Oh, you still don't understand me. Okay. In that case, answer my questions." "I'm going to give birth to my most grandiose article. I'll consider this a request for forgiveness from you for almost dying because of a strange girl. I'm always ready to assist in your favorite business." "Let's start with riddles." "Did you come up with them yourself?" "They came into this world straight from my head." "Okay, tell me these riddles. I'll include them in the article." The interview continued until we finally arrived home. "Tell me, how were you able to defeat a criminal who was twice your size in a fight?" The red-haired girl did not calm down. "I do martial arts, and it's quite hard." "You can write that I am trained by the greatest martial arts master." "Can I quote that?" Victoria asked. "And who is this master? You haven't told me about him." "Is that why you sometimes show up covered in bruises?" "Yes. I am trained by Batman himself, so it would be better if you omit this detail." "Let the identity of my master remain a secret forever." "You are trained by Batman? Does that mean you know who is under the mask?" the journalist said excitedly. "Who is he?" "I hope you understand that exposing the Dark Knight's identity to the public is not the best idea," I warned her. "Of course, I know," mumbled Vale, clearly losing her enthusiasm. "But, even without my instructions, She would not have done such a stupid thing. Although she is a journalist, she knows when to stop and understands what is good and what is bad. I cannot reveal his identity to you. After all, it is his secret, not mine. But I will ask his opinion on this matter the next time we meet. I encouraged the sour girl. Covered the stage with a light cloudy fog, which made the girl look even more beautiful. The melody of the song Flight of the Butterfly was pleasant, soft and even slightly sentimental. When the song ended, its echoes were still in the air. Everyone present was silent, only the glow sticks in the hall were still rhythmically waving. This song is dedicated to all of you, dear friends. The fans, as if awakened from sleep, applauded loudly. Then Blair performed 5 more songs. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, like a pure mountain stream flowing into the ears and hearts of the listeners, intoxicating them imperceptibly. The evening went even better than everyone's expectations. Alison sang her best songs, playing her signature light show. And so, the concert began to come to an end. The main star hastily left the stage, but her voice continued to sound throughout the entire venue. Dear guests, as well as my loyal fans, as you may have understood, the performance has come to its culmination. I said that I have very important news for you. Therefore, I dare not keep you waiting any longer and will say, from now on, there will be no disco flash. The fans, expressing their disagreement, began to loudly shout out a decisive protest. Please calm down and let me finish a broken bar. All this time Alison was in the dressing room, transforming into a new image, and continuing to communicate with the audience. The thing is, I signed a contract with the studio Alratex Records. I'm sure you've heard about its owner. This is the rapidly gaining popularity, show business hero, Alex Wreath. Chaos began on the set. People were talking, applauding, shouting something unintelligible. I did not expect that the mere mention of my name would cause such a stir. It seems that my name is more famous in music circles than I thought. And it was he who suggested that I give up the pseudonym Disco Flashes and be born a new star for you by the name of Dazzler. Now I will appear before you in a completely new image and perform a song that Alex Wreath himself wrote for me personally, so that I could perform it for you, but already as dazzling. So, meet the song called Firework. The music started playing, and after it, the voice of the performer sounded, who was slowly returning to the stage. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag, drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you? 'Cause there's a spark in you. Dazzler finally appeared on the scene as the bridge began. You just got to ignite the light, and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause, baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, oh, 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 as you shoot across the sky. At that moment, the entire night sky lit up with bright fireworks. Alison literally sparkled, and the light show reached a new peak. In the past, she always held back, afraid to reveal her secret. After all, if her show was too bright, it could raise a lot of questions. But now, she has us, and if anything, we can cover for her. Now she was completely free, and she sang like never before. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave 'em all in awe, or you don't have to feel like a waste of space. Firework is a song by American singer Katy Perry, from my past world. The work was a commercial success, taking first place in many world-famous charts. This motivating hit from Katy Perry is one of those few songs with meaning that can really make a person get up from the couch, armchair, chair, from anywhere, and start changing for the better. Let us take a small step towards a better life every day. Make every day the best it can be, so that by the end of it, we can't imagine it any other way. You don't have to feel like a waste of space. You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds. After a hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe a reason why all the doors are closed. So you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will blow. And when it's time, you'll know. You just got to ignite the light, and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. Cause, baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, oh, 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 as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave 'em all in awe. As Allison sang these words, her eyes shone with tears. No matter how many failures and difficulties she had experienced, in the end, she stood on a magnificent stage, captivating countless people with her voice. The fact that she managed to get this song and sing it was a huge success for her. Blair's voice was unique, and given her rich 6 years of experience performing on stage, one could confidently say that she presented the song to the audience in the best possible way. People were captivated by her voice and talent again. It seemed that for the first time they saw the real Allison. The way she always was, she just could not open up to them. And now it happened. The audience couldn't take their eyes off her. Everyone wanted to take in her new look and not miss a thing. Allison was sparkling in a white tight suit, butterfly makeup on her face, giving her look a special charm. As if she would flutter up and fly away into the sky. Cause, baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, oh, 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 as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave 'em all in awe. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. The music finally died down, which meant that the concert had officially come to an end. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the stadium once again. At that moment, a star named Dazzler was born. Yesterday's concert by Allison was simply magical. We already managed to upload a lyric video of the song Firework to YouTube, and today the views just exploded. It was a promising result, promising the label Alretex Records a rapid development in the music industry, and a broken bar. Mr. Reith, these two, Heather's voice brought me out of my thoughts. The company has accumulated a lot of work and a pile of papers requiring my direct participation and consideration. Today I decided not to be distracted by anything, and finally unload my assistant from a pile of unsigned waste paper. Are you okay? Heather asked, handing over another batch of documents for signature. She was too attentive not to notice my indifference. Yeah, I assured her. You can go. I'll figure it out. She didn't believe me, of course, but she nodded. I'm here if anything happens, she said, and, clicking her heels, walked out of the office. I couldn't concentrate. My thoughts kept taking me far beyond the workplace, returning me to that evening in the restaurant. That was when I realized how weak and helpless I was. I was unable to protect myself from the Joker or his henchmen. I was vulnerable to them, and all because Batman hadn't taught me how to dodge bullets yet. Damn it. I've more or less mastered martial arts. I/N, before anyone complains, he is not blaming Bruce for anything, he is just lamenting his weakness. Of course, I'm still far from a real expert, but I can put together a bunch of street thugs without even breaking a sweat. And I certainly improve my combat skills every day. But if I came across an armed gang of criminals, or even just the most lousy supervillain, I would have to run as fast as I could. And I was not happy with that scenario at all. I don't want to run. I want to fight, defend my honor, give the super scumbags a kick in the ass, and finally, save a beauty in trouble. Is that too much to ask for? Huh? I mentally called out to the status window. Name, Alex Reith. Race, human. Age, 21. Strength, 29. Speed, 29. Dexterity, 29. Stamina, 34. Intelligence, 44. Charisma, 22. Combat proficiency, 21. King's Wives, 2. Free points, 0. Skills, passive. Player's mind. Active, none. Achievements, Batman's Apprentice, Harem King. What useless system I have. It's useless, except for inventory, a broken bar. In fact, its only function is to clearly show me the state and capabilities of my body. Why am I so unlucky? I need to get stronger. Well, a broken bar. Luckily, I'm in a universe where Marvel and DC exist side by side. And this is exactly the place where you can even accidentally gain superpowers just by walking down the street. True, the chance of dying here is also higher, broken bar, but, as they say, something has to be sacrificed to gain something, a broken bar. I analyzed all the options and realized that in the near future there were no safe enough opportunities to gain power. Naturally, I excluded those options that involved too much risk. I'm not going to die chasing a ghostly hope of success. I still want to live. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that at the moment the only relatively safe way to become stronger is to get the super soldier serum. Yeah, there are no easy ways for us. In fact, many people have tried to recreate Dr. Erskine's serum. And, in fact, no one has succeeded. Norman Osborn tried, and eventually acquired a second personality, becoming the Green Goblin. Bruce Banner also decided to try, and also acquired a second personality, becoming the Hulk. This serum was literally haunted by failures. However, it is worth mentioning that some people managed to achieve impressive results in this field. However, the mixture they received, although it resembled Dr. Erskine's creation, was far from it. It was a somewhat simplified version, and not as stable as the original. All these people lacked the slightest thing to fully recreate the super soldier serum. If they had at least a drop of the original chemical compound to conduct a detailed analysis, it is scary to imagine how far they would have advanced in their research. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they did not have the opportunity to acquire this drop. But I do. I know the one in whose veins the formula for the original serum flows. And I also know where he is now, and what condition he is in. Having his blood, I will have a beacon in my hands, following the light of which I will reach the final goal. That is why I asked Bruce for technology capable of detecting a person's presence at a great distance. I am going to set off on a journey soon, straight to the snowy Arctic, to find Steve Rogers there. At the moment, he rests there, frozen in a block of ice. And I have to find Captain America before SHIELD does. It is better not to delay with this, because I will not forgive myself if I miss such a valuable opportunity. Having in my hands the original serum, stable, without side effects, and acting constantly, this would not remain indifferent to anyone. But I understand that I alone cannot bring such a large-scale project to fruition. I'm not a biochemist, not a geneticist, and certainly not an expert on V2 and gamma radiation. I have no idea how exactly to research Roger's DNA and recreate the serum. All this time I have only studied programming, robotics and mechanical engineering. Besides, I have not yet studied everything to the end, and I have a lot of material left to cover. Even if I now abruptly switch to another field of science, I still will not be able to master it soon enough to work on such a complex project as Super Soldier. Therefore, I have only one option left, to entrust this work to other people who are more qualified in this matter. I know many scientists who could handle this work: Kurt Connors, Hank McCoy, Bruce Banner, Hank Pym, Reed Richards, Charles Xavier, Ray Palmer, Lex Luthor, Bruce Wayne. I can list the names further, but the point is that, practically, none of them can help me. Some don't care, others won't even show interest in me, and some I simply don't trust, and even telling someone about this project would be the greatest stupidity. As a result, by process of elimination, there are only 3 names left on the list. Only to them can I turn with a request to work with Abraham Erskine's formula. One of them, in fact, is Bruce Wayne. After all, Bats is one of the smartest people on the planet, and has a perfect command of several exact sciences, because in order to create his super technological toys, he must be a highly qualified engineer and inventor. Even though he has help in the form of Lucius Fox, the work is mainly done by him. In addition, he often conducts a variety of experiments and research, looking for more productive methods to fight enemies. He developed antidotes to poisons, studied mutations, dissected alien DNA piece by piece. Once, when vampires led by Dracula invaded Gotham, he was able to independently develop a serum against vampirism. I can continue listing his exploits, but I think it's all clear. I hope Bruce won't refuse me help. Hey, I just had a thought. How dangerous would Batman become if he were enhanced with the super soldier serum? Okay, That's not what I need to think about now. The second person on the list is Pamela Eiley. Even before turning into Poison Ivy, this person was an outstanding botanist with encyclopedic knowledge. Moreover, she is a highly skilled chemist and has vast knowledge in the field of toxicology. Pamela studied various toxins to create perfumes, cosmetics and medicines. After the transformation, this knowledge helped her create dangerous poisonous plants and traps for enemies. In addition, in order to better understand her condition as a dryad, she studied genetics and she achieved great heights in it. She is an ideal candidate, if, of course, I can convince her to join the project. Difficult. Well, the third personality is Kavita Rao, a doctor of science in biochemistry and genetics from India. The third personality is Kavita Rao, a doctor of science in biochemistry and genetics from India. She is one of the best specialists in the field of mutation. She also has extensive knowledge in the field of bioengineering and cloning, and is a highly qualified doctor. In the world of comics, she became famous for being able to develop a drug called Hope. This drug was able to cure mutants, turning them back into ordinary people. Of course, some would be happy to become ordinary, but not all mutants considered it reasonable to lose their endowed powers. Now Dr. Rao is still unknown to anyone. She is a young professor at the University of California at Berkeley. In general, she is a pretty positive person. In the comics, despite the fact that mutants disliked her and even wanted to kill her, she did not stop helping the X-Men, and saved their lives more than once. I feel that I can trust her, and I am sure that I can convince her to join my team. It will be difficult for her to overcome her desire to study the unknown, and she will not be able to refuse to study Captain America's DNA in order to remove the serum from his blood. In addition, when she finds out that she will be working in tandem with a metahuman who controls plants, she will probably just burn with happiness. Well, the plan is more or less clear. A broken bar. Heather, I called my assistant to me. The girl came in and looked at me questioningly. I have an urgent assignment for you. Please contact a professor at the University of California in Berkeley, Dr. Kavita Rao, and make an appointment for us. Tell her that we will talk about studying the DNA of a superhuman. If she can't come to Gotham, then I'll go to Berkeley myself for the meeting. What are you up to again? Brooks was clearly unhappy. What research? Are you planning to spend the company's budget on outside projects again? And I, sinfully, thought that you would finally think about expanding the company. Sorry, but this cannot wait. I tried to put a ton of regret into my voice. Heather, sit down, we'll work together. I can't clean this up without you. Okay, my assistant muttered, and sat down at the table with a doomed look. I'll contact her. So, I should assume that this super soldier project will require a significant investment of funds, right? I need to manage the available capital wisely. Tell me, how are we doing with the company's budget? The girl rummaged through the folder and took out a finished report. Hire a financial director already. Otherwise I'm not doing this work anymore. I already have a lot of work on my shoulders. Heather did not miss the opportunity to express her displeasure. Well, I'm sorry. You know that this is a very responsible position. The CFO will essentially be managing all the company's funds. Therefore, I need the right person, someone whom I could trust. In the meantime, I can only entrust the duties of the CFO to you. You have my word that I will try to find the right candidate for this vacancy as soon as possible, I assured Brooks. This position is really very important. And how am I supposed to find an honest employee who, while managing such a flow of funds, would remain dispassionate about them and would not try to pocket them? I can't give this job to a stranger off the street. Besides, the studio will soon start growing too, and we will need to find someone responsible for finances for it as well. Allison and Vivian cannot handle it alone. Okay, let's wait for this for now. Perhaps in the future I will meet people suitable for such a job. Well, let's get acquainted with the financial situation in the company and in general. More than 2 months have passed since the release of our mobile game Subway Surfers. During this time, the game has been downloaded by more than 159.6 million people. 121 million people bought a subscription of Broken Bar. The amount of in-game purchases was $7,864,516. The total operating profit from the game was $68,369,322. If you subtract the money I've already spent in the first 2 weeks, the amount is around $56,468,784. At the end of last month, I received $29,615,386 in cash for 4 books that people are actively buying up all over the world. I still haven't received a single payment for it, since that book came out in the middle of last month. The money should arrive at the end of September, which is in 5 days. The album was also doing very well. More than 24 million copies of Marriage d'Amour were sold in a month, almost breaking the diamond disc barrier. Each copy cost $5, and since the music site Saxophone Music took 50% of the proceeds, the company's profit was $60 million. And finally, Alison's concert brought in the last income. If you exclude all the costs of equipment, rent, etc., then we get a sum of $775,000. According to the contract, Blair takes 40%, and we are left with about $465,000. From this we subtract taxes, and the net profit is $117 million, plus a couple of $1 million lying around in my account. And in total, I have about $122 million at my disposal. I should be happy about such a sum. But with my far-reaching plans, it is not quite enough. Don't forget that there are still 5 days until the end of the month, Miss Brooks decided to remind, noticing my anxiety. And that means another accrual for books will be credited to your account. And according to my forecast, the amount will be about $37 million. Yes, Buta Broken Bar. Oh, how complicated it all is. Okay, let's act in order. First, Heather, contact the security agency and find a woman named Sasha Bordeaux. Explain to her that I want to hire her as my bodyguard. I am ready to pay $300,000 a year. If she refuses, raise the price until she agrees. $300,000 a month. Isn't that too much? Even the best security guards don't get more than $200,000, Heather decided to clarify. Trust me, she's worth the money. Next, set me up for a meeting with a representative of a company engaged in general engineering and technical safety for tomorrow. Choose the best company. I'm thinking of making some changes in the repair shop at Broken Bar. Finally, my thoughts were organized and laid out on the shelves. We spent the rest of the day successfully resolving the accumulated problems. Later in the evening, Barbara dropped by to visit us. She was simply glowing. So, how are you doing here? The commissioner's daughter inquired, cheerfully plopping down in a chair. Almost finished already, answered Heather, without taking her eyes off another document. That's good. Alex, I brought you good news, she smiled. First, Bruce sent information regarding Arkham Asylum to your hidden email. Excellent. There is one more, no less important piece of news. Barbara made a meaningful pause. Your spinners are selling like hotcakes. What? Of course, I knew that today was the day when the spinners that conquered my previous world officially went on sale, but for such a reaction on the very first day of Broken Bar. Can you imagine? Everyone just went crazy. She began to tell vividly. I heard that there was a real fuss in Bruce's company. It was too unexpected. All the online stores are already filled with pre-orders. In general, you performed a miracle again. And I do not understand at all how you managed it again. To be honest, I myself did not expect such reaction, especially on the very first day, I said thoughtfully, rubbing my chin. And I wonder how much money these toys will bring in total. After all, Wayne Enterprises put them on sale all over the world at the same time, literally, almost monopolizing the entire market, said Batgirl, while throwing a sly glance at Heather. What? Asked my assistant, sincerely not understanding what was going on. And someone said that they would give their boss a kiss if he could make a huge amount of money, Barbara persisted. Oh, he hasn't made anything yet, Brooks said, blushing traitorously. Well, I'm in no hurry. Wayne's company is supposed to transfer the initial income from the sales of these toys to me in a month. I winked at Heather. Let's see what excuse you have then. This morning was quite productive. I met with a representative from a company specializing in engineering and technical security on a broad scale. Since I'm about to take on a complex project like Super Soldier, I'll need a suitable space to bring it to life. The best option, of course, is my workshop. The building is quite spacious. Despite having already built a mad scientist's laboratory here, I've only used about 1/3 of the available space. I plan to equip the remaining 2/3 to suit the needs of my future assistants Sir Pamela and Kavita Rao. They'll need their own corners to carry out their respective research. Since this project is meant to be somewhat secret, it's important to consider a proper security system. I definitely don't want outsiders finding out about the Super Soldier Serum. If they did, we'd inevitably run into trouble later. That's why I decided to turn my workshop into an impregnable fortress, so to speak. I discussed this early in the morning with the company representative. They promised to finish the work within a week. I chose the full security package, the most expensive option, but, according to them, also the most reliable. It cost me $5 million. Still, I consider it a justified expense. Soon, I'll also need to change the building's internal layout and purchase a massive amount of expensive equipment. I have no idea what kind of tools or machinery will be necessary to recreate Dr. Erskine's serum, so I'll tackle that as it comes. I'll let Pamela and Kavita decide for themselves what they need for the job. In the afternoon, I headed to the police station to meet with Commissioner Gordon. I wanted to talk to him about the recommendation for Arkham Asylum. Bruce had already provided all the necessary documents on his end, so I figured there was no reason to delay further. Luckily, Barbara had already spoken with her father and, according to her, managed to convince the old grumbler to go along with our daring plan. I have no idea how she did it, although, come to think of it, after living with him for over 2 decades, she's probably mastered the art of presenting her ideas as if they were his own. Surprisingly, everything went far better than I expected. Though Gordon expressed doubts about my plan to reform Poison Ivy, he still showed hope for a positive outcome. After all, if we succeed, Gotham will lose one green supervillain and Gordon will have one less headache to deal with. We shook hands and said our goodbyes. Just as I left his office and closed the door, a familiar, alluring figure appeared before me. Alex, what brings you to our precinct? I'm glad to see you too, Renee, I greeted my friend. Had lunch yet? Trying to dodge the question, she said, casting a sharp look at me. Not at all. It's just not something that can be explained in a few words. A broken bar. Then let's go. You can tell me everything over a cup of Irish tea, Montoya said, wrapping her arm around mine and dragging me, as I assumed, to our usual eatery. After placing our orders, I told her about my plan involving Pamela Eiley. As expected, her reaction wasn't exactly enthusiastic. Are you serious? She stared at me like I was the dumbest creature on earth. Absolutely. No, really. You came up with this? What makes you think she'll listen to you? Your irresistible charm? Renee laughed, lacing her sarcasm with disbelief. Maybe. I wouldn't rule out that possibility. She drawled, feigning a sudden realization. How could I forget? You're our very own Don Juan. Speaking of which, you still owe me the story of your love life. How are your girlfriends doing? I sighed and laid all the cards on the table regarding my romantic entanglements. Renee listened with bated breath, her eye twitching from time to time as I spoke. You just turned my world upside down, Montoya said, her facial expressions shifting more frequently than a pregnant woman's mood. Thankfully, the waiter arrived with our order, saving me from further scrutiny. I dove into my food, pretending to be famished. There's just one thing I don't get, Renee said, sipping her tea. Why am I the one who has to beat it into your head that there's only supposed to be one woman you love? Your obsession with polygamy goes against basic moral ethics. A broken bar. It seems the Harem King achievement works better than I expected. Apparently, it's not just the women I've won over. Others are also growing more tolerant of my unusual arrangement. At least there's some upside to this broken system. And even if you kill me, I still don't get what those two girls see in you. Don't worry, maybe you're just not old enough to see firsthand how amazing I really am, I replied, lifting my nose with exaggerated pride. Haha, how could I possibly resist your magnetic charm? Oh waiter, maybe it's because I'm immune to it. After all, in case you forgot, I'm into girls, Renee reminded me, referencing her unconventional orientation. Yeah. Reforming her might be a bit harder than I thought. But I'm not giving up. Sooner or later, Detective Montoya will come to understand what exactly draws women to me. Judging by your cheerful mood, I take it you're not worried about the accusations against you online, she said, taking another sip of tea. Wait, what? I blinked, trying to process her words. What accusations? What are you even talking about? You don't know? The detective asked in surprise. There's been a wave of hate online. People are accusing you of being responsible for the deaths of the musicians at the Iceberg Lounge. The ones Joker shot. And how is that my fault? I didn't kill them. What kind of nonsense is this? The moment I turned away for a second, baseless accusations started flying my way. I pulled out my phone and immediately opened my Twitter page. I immediately turned to my phone and opened the page on it. Master, why do you all idolize him? Why is no one talking about those who died that day? That psychopath Joker shot 3 people, and your Alex did nothing to stop him. If he had gone to that madman from the start and played his game, no one would have died. Sprots, are you an idiot? Do you think Alex Wreath is a superhero? He is an ordinary person. He was in real danger, because he did not know what exactly to expect from the Joker. His life was hanging by a thread. He could have done nothing at all, because he did not owe anything to those people in the restaurant. But he still risked his life, and in the end saved everyone. This accusation of yours is simply stupid. Zero. But the Joker is his crazy fan. He would not have killed Wreath anyway, so his inaction, which led to the deaths of people, is on his conscience. Iro. How these haters piss me off sometimes. At least find out the general situation first. Alex didn't know that Joker was his fan. Even the crazy clown himself didn't recognize Wreath at the beginning and wanted to shoot him. Only quick thinking and resourcefulness helped Alex avoid this crisis. Ripe. So he's a hero to everyone. But the role of heroes is to save lives. And he lost 3. And that's not the best statistic for me. Cayenne, how annoying you are. He's not a superhero, he doesn't have superpowers. 1 bullet and he would have become a corpse. His bravery and self-sacrifice alone are worthy of praise, and here you are trying to stir up conflict out of nothing. And your accusations are completely groundless. After reading the comments, I was able to understand the overall situation. Yeah, funnier broken bar. What's funny? Our policewoman perked up. You're being accused of these people's deaths. And these accusations are stupid as hell. How can the earth still bear such idiots? They're not idiots at all. This is a very close-knit group, with one single goal, to blacken my name. It's almost obvious to the naked eye. They're all acting in an overly organized manner. And why are these haters only showing up now? Where were they before? It's all too suspicious. A broken bar. Why did you decide that this is one group? And besides, who could benefit from blackening your name? Do you have secret enemies? There's one comrade. I almost forgot about him, but he still seems to remember me. Now I won't forget him either. These haters are his biggest mistake. Who are you talking about? Renee asked, turning on her business acumen, trying to get to the bottom of the truth. Norwood Bailey, the director of the record label Metropolis Music Group. I once refused to sign a contract with him, and we parted on less than friendly terms. What a touchy creature. All this time, I didn't care much about the problems he could present, so I didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he's going to get my full attention. I'll make him bite his nails from resentment. And how are you going to punish him? If it's not a secret. You want me to tell the police the plan of my revenge? I raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm interested. Hey, it will be a very subtle revenge. I won't cause him or his label any harm, but I will make him experience the bitterness of loss. I don't get it, the girl said, finishing her drink. What are you going to do with these haters? I'll solve this problem. Even though this group of trolls won't be able to make much noise, I still intend to get rid of this infection. Although my loyal fans are firmly on my side, and have already literally suppressed this wave of hatred, it's still necessary to hammer the last nail into the coffin. This event won't be able to affect me much, but I still intend to clean up my reputation, which these ill wishers were able to slightly ruin, even though it was very insignificant. My goal is to maintain an ideal image of myself in the eyes of the public. How exactly are you going to fight this? The detective asked. Come to the recording studio in 2 days, and you'll see how. You've interested me. Okay, I'll follow this story to the end. We sat with her for a while longer, and then went our separate ways. I headed straight to the recording studio. Vivian, I called the deputy director of the studio. Get in touch with the Platinum crew. I've worked with them before. Tell them I'm planning on making another video. Let them start prepping today. Filming starts in 2 days. I'll give you more instructions later. She nodded and went off to do the job. I took out my phone and dialed Penguin's number. Who needs me? A nasal voice came from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Cobblepot. This is Alex Reith. Do you remember me? Alex? Oswald said in surprise. Of course, how can I forget the young man who saved me and my restaurant from a crazy psychopath? I never thanked you properly. Sorry about that, I've been really busy lately. How can I help you? The thing is, I'm planning to shoot a video for my new song, and I'd like to use your restaurant, Iceberg, as the location. Would you mind? Of course not. What's the point, my boy? My restaurant hasn't been living through its best times in recent days. If a rising star like you shoots a video here, it'll be tantamount to free advertising. How can I be against it? Moreover, I'm ready to help you with this in any way I can. Just let me know if you need any help. In that case, I'll take advantage of your kindness. Mr. Cobblepot, it would be great if you could star in this video. I assure you, the filming won't last longer than 2 days. I would also like to ask you to lend me your bodyguards to participate in the crowd scene. Is that possible? I have already promised to help you, so I see no reason to refuse. Okay, I will provide you with my people. And what about a broken bar? I will star in your video. Penguin voiced his agreement. I spent the rest of the day in the sound recording studio, recording a new song and making an appropriate arrangement for it. I must say that in this field I have made a qualitative leap forward, and now, composing music and its further processing goes much smoother, and most importantly, faster. In the evening my phone rang, and a name appeared on the screen, Oswald Cobblepot. Hello? I answered the call. Alex, sorry it's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you. Penguin began. I was just thinking about our conversation. I never asked you what role exactly I will have in your video. A villain, a broken bar. I spent 2 days in the recording studio trying to recreate the song from memory. The pieces in my memory often had an elegant, I would even say ideal arrangement. A skillful arrangement made the melody even more touching, and was a key factor without which a classical piece could not be completed. A rich musical accompaniment required a combination of a large number of instruments. Although there was now a fairly decent amount of equipment in the studio, a much larger amount was still required to reproduce the music better. Of course, instruments alone are far from enough. You also need musicians to play them. I have long been planning to hire a large number of talented people in this field, and perhaps now is the best time to put this plan into action. Bravo, Alex. Allison clapped her hands as soon as I finished recording. My God, how can you write such amazing songs so easily, especially one that has a direct connection to recent events? Her deputy Vivian fully supported her boss. It seems that as soon as he heard the news about the accusations on the internet, this music literally immediately appeared in his head. Perhaps you're right, Blair agreed with her. But that means that he can compose any song on the spot and on absolutely any topic. She froze for a second. Her eyes lit up as if a light bulb had gone on in her head, lighting up her thoughts with a brilliant idea. Alex, I need more musical masterpieces. At least 4 of them. Together with Firework there will be exactly 5, meaning half of my future album will consist of world hits. A broken bar. It is not difficult for you, is it? A lady's wish is a command to me. A broken bar. In that case, maybe you could compose all 10 songs for me? It looks like it is going to rain outside. I should not forget the umbrella, I said in a serious tone. looking out the window. Not a cloud in the sky. Vivian inserted her sentence between the lines. I'm just correcting you, big boss. Don't mind me. Yes, exactly. Before I forget, I turned towards Vivian. Provide me with a list of musicians, of various styles and genres, playing all kinds of instruments. Are you going to hire a group of musicians? Dazzling clarified. Why all of a sudden? We need more people. We will create more and more complex compositions, and for this we need a variety of melodies. I thought that you decided to hire more people as an apology for the fact that you are accused of killing 3 musicians. Nice, it's a pretty smart move. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We need new staff, but no one except us knows about it. Let people think that I feel guilty for their deaths, and therefore decided to help young talents with employment. Yes, I see you are a real swindler. Allison's sly chuckle was heard in the room. Towards the end of the day, Detective Renee Montoya came to our modest corner of musical creativity. You really have everything furnished very nicely here, the girl said, examining the building. I came, as promised. Now you will tell me how exactly you intend to deal with these haters? You're just in time, I greeted my friend. Now we're going to record, I hope, the edited and final version of the song. Tell me your opinion later. Wait, what does the song have to do with it? And my question about online trolls. You'll see, or rather hear a broken bar. I went into the recording studio, put on my headphones and went to the microphone. Indeed, what does the song have to do with it? But the whole point is that it plays a decisive role. Music has a huge attractive force. It is not for nothing that many people in love perform songs for their other halves, where they confess their feelings to them. Musical works that have their own history often become hits. In the past world, the most striking example of this can be considered See You Again, a song by the artist Wiz Khalifa, recorded together with Charlie Puth. It was recorded for the soundtrack to the film Furious 7, as a tribute to the memory of Paul Walker, who never managed to finish filming the film. It instantly became a hit, and there was practically no person who had not heard it at least once, even in passing. But half of the success of this song belongs to the late Paul Walker. To honor his memory, people decided to listen to the creation in his honor, and the number of listeners continued to grow. Therefore, you should not devalue the meaning of a song. After all, when people know the story behind it, they look at it in a completely different way. This time I decided to present to this world a song by British soul singer Ragbone Man, Human. I showed a countdown with my fingers. 3, 2, 1, record. Renee's Poff. I was watching this young man who in such a short time was able to become a dear person to me. As far as I can remember, I had few friends, or to be more precise, there were no individuals at all who would fully fit the description of the word friend. Therefore, Alex became not just a friend to me, but my best friend. I'm not afraid of this word. Even after he found out my secret, he did not turn away from me, but only became even more supportive. I don't know what exactly is going on in his head, and what exactly he wants. But for me it is not so important. I look at him and see a support that I can rely on. For me that's enough. And it was at this moment that the person responsible for recording the song directly turned it on. The bright and clear voice of the young performer rang out in the room. I'm only human. Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind. Thinking I can see through this and see what's behind, got no way to prove it. So maybe I'm lying. But I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. I couldn't figure out how Alex was going to handle the situation with just a song. Even though the problem wasn't that big, if you mess it up and make a mistake, it could make the situation worse. But just hearing that little snippet of the song turned my thoughts in the opposite direction. There's a lot of depth hidden in those lines. It's like a confession from a truly thinking person. Like many of us, he thinks he's very insightful, that he sees more than others, but unlike many of these others, Alex, firstly, admits that he can't prove it in any way, and secondly, admits that he could be stupid, blind, and that maybe he's lying. And his words, "I'm just a man, don't blame me," very subtly answer the people who have been accusing him. And indeed, he's just a man, and there's nothing to blame him for. There's no guilt on him, but still, there are those who don't understand that. Take a look in the mirror. And what do you see? Do you see it clearer, or are you deceived in what you believe? 'Cause I'm only human after all. You're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Sound thinking, isn't it? There are people whose motto in life is get the blame on someone else. And here Alex quite reasonably suggests that we first look at ourselves in the mirror, and then think about the fact that each of us is, after all, a person, and people, as we know, are prone to mistakes. Some people got the real problems. Some people out of luck. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. Don't ask my opinion. Don't ask me to lie. Then beg for forgiveness. For making you cry. For making you cry. 'Cause I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. Some people got the real problems. Some people out of luck. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. I make mistakes. I'm only human. That's all it takes to put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me, 'cause I'm no prophet or messiah. You should go looking somewhere higher. Indeed, many people cry when they hear the bitter truth, and he, as a reasonable, developed person, apparently suggests that all those who do not want to hear the truth, who do not want to understand their problems, but want to be told what they want to hear, should not contact him. Many began to say that Alex is a hero, and therefore he can solve their problems. But he once again tries to convey the idea that he is an ordinary person and cannot help everyone in the world. He says that people are not perfect, because they tend to make mistakes, deceive and fall into illusions, and their feelings are imperfect. Yes, he is just a man, and that is why it is so easy to blame him. But he asks not to do this. He points out that he is not a messiah, not a superhero, and suggests turning to those who fly higher, in the sky, for these purposes. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. I do what I can. I'm just a man. I do what I can. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Do I have goosebumps from the song? Never before has music excited my emotions so much. I know who Wreath is addressing and who his words are directed at. I know the story behind this song, and that is why it has settled deep in my soul, right in my heart. If even I have such strong feelings, then what will others feel when they hear it? Alex Wreath, just a person's name, but at the same time, how many secrets are hidden inside him? My detective intuition is chirping, wanting to find out the innermost secrets from the very depths. And to hell with it all if I can't find out all his secrets. Cut. Alex is poff. What do you think? I asked Miss Police, but I didn't even need to hear the answer. Her face and eyes spoke for her. Soon Renee went back to the station, and I was busy finishing some minor details. Well, it looks like it's time to call the main character of my future video. A slightly tired female voice began to be clearly heard from the speaker of the phone. Yes, who is it? Hello, Silver, have you forgotten me already? Alex Street, Cloud said in surprise, noticeably perking up. I'm so glad to hear your voice. The last few days, the only thing I could hear was condemning voices. You have no idea how tired I am. Sorry, I should have called earlier, but I thought you wouldn't be in the mood for talking. It's okay, the main thing is that you called now. How are you? Already better. I was able to resolve all the issues, provided compensation to the families of the deceased musicians, and made a public apology to everyone. Damn that crazy clown, the woman said, gritting her teeth. By the way, I heard that you also got your share of attacks. Have the media contacted you yet? Yes, but I declined all their requests for an interview. It's not a very wise decision. Silence is not always good, believe me. I know, I didn't intend to remain silent. I'm just preparing a response right now, and I need your help. Really? I'm all ears, Silver drawled with interest. I'm filming a video tomorrow at the Penguin restaurant, and I want you to play the main female character. Explain it to me as if I were 4 years old. What does filming a video have to do with solving the problem of online bullying? It has everything to do with a broken bar. I spent a long time telling her my plan, and even let her listen to the song. If at first she was overcome with doubts, then after listening to my brainchild, she quickly agreed and expressed unprecedented enthusiasm. The next day, the whole team and I went to the Iceberg Lounge restaurant. Club Penguin was officially closed until filming was finished. Everyone began to briskly prepare for the upcoming work. I said hello to the Platinum Film crew. Only 3 months had passed since we finished filming The River Flows, a new video with them. During our conversation, Oswald Cobblepot finally graced us with his appearance. He was followed by a crowd of armed men in tuxedos and dark glasses. They gave off a very dark and disturbing feeling. You know how you always feel a little anxious about your life, when an armed crowd towers over you. But don't worry, because these are just our actors today, and their weapons are loaded with blanks. A broken bar, at least, I hope so, because that was the idea. More and more people began to arrive in the restaurant hall, but they were not visitors, but hired extras. A little later, the person who would illuminate us with her beauty today came out to us. She had been in the dressing room all this time, putting on her makeup. In her words, "I must be flawless on camera." "Attention!" shouted the director. "Everyone get ready. We are starting filming." The first shot showed me entering the restaurant and looking around at the visitors. Then there were cuts showing the guests of this evening. I stood quietly to the side from all this fuss, and tried to abstract myself from what was happening. But I was interrupted by a silhouette appearing in front of me. It was her, a charming platinum blonde, in a red dress, with her hair tied in a kind of ponytail. Then there are shots indicating the emotional rapprochement of the two heroes. And as soon as they decide to leave this establishment, an armed group of people burst into the restaurant. Panic everywhere. And then he, the main antagonist, the Penguin, enters the room, appearing in all his glory. He carefully examines the visitors, and kills 3 unlucky waiters. The guests are in complete fear. My character decides to step forward and try to negotiate with the villain, but the girl stops him, trying to dissuade him from this stupid idea. Having calmed her down, he still decides to leave the lady in red and meet face to face with the villain. Their hands, which remain connected until the very end, finally break off. Trying to somehow reason with or negotiate with the antagonist, the protagonist achieves the opposite effect. The villain gives the order to kill the fool, and the young man is shot in the head from a machine gun. The girl screams in tears and rushes to the bloody body of the young man, but at that moment, members of the armed group point firearms in her direction. The visitors fight in hopeless despair. An invisible shot is heard in the hall, and the performance is over. A broken bar. To the great surprise of everyone present, we were able to finish the entire shoot in just 1 day. Almost no one present made any mistakes. Oswald stood out the most with his acting. And I even know why. After all, he doesn't really need to act. After all, he's the same unprincipled scumbag in real life. But whatever you say, our villain turned out to be memorable. And for me, that's the most important thing. With this video, I want to show people that I was walking on thin ice that evening, which could have slipped at any moment. If my negotiations hadn't been successful, I would have met an unpleasant end. Being shot. I just want to remind people of this fact. The director assured me that he would finish editing the video in the very near future. The participants began to disperse. It was a very interesting experience, said Silver, watching the departing group. You are great. You have all the makings of a budding actor. Don't you want to try yourself in this environment? I don't know, at least not now. Alex, she addressed me in a serious voice. Would you like to go out on a date? It seems the system has failed me again. I think that should have been my line. I'll grow old before I hear these words from you, Silver said, shaking her head. In our time, you can't expect anything from men. You have to take everything into your own feminine hands. In that case, I agree. I threw a sly grin. Tomorrow, at 9 o'clock in the evening. This day started in the most mediocre way. I opened my eyes, washed my face, went for a morning jog, took a shower, had breakfast, and went to the company. You would think that if you live in a comic book world, where day after day villains and heroes fight non-stop, then every day should be filled with crazy events. Fortunately, this is not so. Now my life is mostly filled with routine, and in fact, I can't say that I am not happy with it. On the contrary, I am glad to be away from all these sometimes stupid events, where my life may be at stake. I'm not ready for the big supervillain thing. At least not right now. That's why I try to keep a low profile in the supernatural world. I know it can't last forever. With my big plans, I'll soon be thrown into a chain of events that will ultimately change the foundations of my life. But for now, I'm enjoying the peace and quiet of my current routine. I have a date with Silver Street Cloud tonight, and I need to be well prepared. I'd be lying if I said I was caught off guard by our meeting today. I've been preparing for some time now. And by prepared, I mean the gift I'm going to give her. And that gift, oddly enough, is a book. When we first met in a restaurant, she asked me when I planned to publish a love story and made me promise to write a book for her. A broken bar. I'm sure she had no idea that I took her words quite seriously and intended to fulfill my promise today. All last week, in the evenings, I was scribbling proposals for a new work. This time, I decided to present this world with Jane Austen's most famous novel, Pride and Prejudice. Mr. Darcy, the main character of the novel, became the ideal man for many readers, a noble aristocrat who turns a blind eye to class prejudices and marries for love a woman who is much lower in status than he is, a proud, intelligent, well-read and deeply feeling girl named Elizabeth Bennet. This book was considered the standard of the love genre. The theme of love between people from different social classes is an eternal story, on which many masterpieces are built. But here the problems of not so much class inequality come to the fore, but their personal qualities, those same pride and prejudice. I have no doubt that even in this world this work will gain the same popularity as in the present. Despite the fact that the events in the book take place in the early 19th century, I am sure that this fact will not affect the general perception of the novel, but will become its highlight. After all, this is a real classic, and classics are relevant at all times. Let's hope that this love story, printed on paper, will appeal to Miss Silver. As you can see, I am already fully prepared for the evening event with the socialite of Gotham. But I have not told you everything yet. I suppose I should mention that during this time I have written not one, but 2 books. Moreover, I did it simultaneously, in the most literal sense. In the past I said that by increasing my intellect, I learned to divide my consciousness into 2 parts. 2 completely non-conflicting streams of thoughts. With the first, I typed lines from the novel Pride and Prejudice on the keyboard, and with the second form of consciousness, I dictated aloud, to my virtual assistant Eva, the story of another book. My fingers became more dexterous, so my typing speed increased somewhat. Thus, I simultaneously wrote 2 works of fiction. My second book is for Gotham's most insane psychopathic clown, the Joker. I promised him that I would visit him in Arkham and give him a present in the form of a book that would be even better than it. Of course, that's not entirely true. I wouldn't dare say that it would be better than the horror from Stephen King, or worse. What I meant here was that my new creation would be more interesting than the previous one for one specific reader, namely the Joker. I'm sure that he will like my second book more than the story about Pennywise. After all, I intend to give him Anthony Burgess's novel, A Clockwork Orange, one of the most cruel, painful, insane, and controversial books. Its ambiguity lies precisely in its cruelty. Because of this, many people cannot fully appreciate this classic. But at the same time, most will agree that this is one of the most significant works in world literature. The story is about a teenager, the leader of a youth gang, Alex, the embodiment of teenage aggression and rebellion. Alex, along with others like him, wanders the night streets, fights, attacks defenseless passers-by, maims people, robs shops. Alex gets great pleasure from beatings. In the original book, he stimulates his aggression with drugs and listening to Mozart's music. He is madly in love with classical music. But in this world there is not a single classic from my past world, including Mozart, Beethoven, Bach. That is why I replaced them with local celebrities, namely the well-known Heinrich Mortz. Still, this universe is different, and I have to adapt to it. So, My original idea to get to know the culture of this world more deeply was correct. Remembering the first day when I found myself in this world of comics, I once again catch myself thinking that I made the most sensible decision, throwing all the points into my intellect. This action helped me to acquire a perfect memory, and I could pull out any information from the nooks and crannies of my memory, including the books that I had read in the past and which I recreated here. They became a kind of foundation that helped me gain a foothold. A broken bar. I spent almost the entire day at work. The clock hand was already crawling towards 8 in the evening. It was time to go home. I grabbed my jacket, keys and books. And before leaving the office, I glanced at the covers once more. Even though I do not plan to publish these books, at least until I acquire my own publishing house, I still need them to be considered full-fledged, and for this they need to have a decent binding. So I placed an order to have them made individually for me. If the cover of Pride and Prejudice was fairly ordinary, the other book oozed madness. From the cover of A Clockwork Orange, a pale, sinister face stared at me, frozen in a grin, the face of the Joker. Only here he was younger, without the white makeup, scars and green hair. The Prince of Gotham's underworld with the face of an ordinary teenager. I think Jay will appreciate at our broken bar. I came home, took a shower, got dressed, sprayed myself with perfume, and dialed Street Cloud's number. "Hello, Alex," her voice came. "Are you ready yet?" "Absolutely. In that case, I'll be waiting for you in the center of the Gotham Bridge. Come quickly, it's quite cool here," the girl responded, hanging up. "Yeah, it's all a bit strange, but it's not for me to judge. It's not my policy to make a lady wait." Driving towards the bridge, I started thinking about why she chose this particular place to meet. I won't hide the fact that the Gotham Bridge is undoubtedly one of the 10 most beautiful structures in the world. It offers an indescribable view of the city. You feel like you've found yourself in a fairy tale. A dark fairy tale. The bridge was magnetic. Stepping over it, you involuntarily wondered if you'd return home today. It seemed to feed on people's doubts, fears, pain. It called people wandering in mental anguish and torment, promising them freedom and resolution. Shamelessly deceiving, it swallowed them into the abyss. Yes, the bridge gained its fame not only due to its gloomy architecture, but also due to the fact that it is the first place in the world in terms of the number of suicides. Gotham is not the most peaceful city, so this information does not seem so surprising. But I am not in any way scared, disgusted or repulsed by this fact. After all, I am not going to part with life, so for me this bridge, first of all, is a passage to a fairy tale world, with a heavy atmosphere, seasoned with a share of mysticism and moi. Having driven half the distance, my gaze managed to catch the car that belonged to Silver. Having parked the car, I saw the girl herself. She was standing, directing her gaze towards the river, examining its waters, in which the lights of the night Gotham were reflected. Coming closer, I noticed how she was shaking slightly, and asked a very stupid question. "Are you cold?" A stupid question. She voiced my thoughts, with slightly trembling lips, the edges of which rose, forming a joyful smile. "Well, of course, yes. If you don't know, tomorrow is already October, or to be more precise, in 3 hours." "Right, and I keep wondering why your little nose is red, and it turns out it's the middle of autumn." I exhaled a stream of white steam. "But still, why here? Does this place hold an important place in your heart?" "My mother died here." "You know what exactly this bridge is famous for?" "I think we can skip the question of how exactly she died. I had a pretty warm relationship with her. I still remember how she hugged me at night, trying to convey her warmth to me, to calm me down. I miss her, and after that night with the Joker, I realized how meek a broken bar." "Why did she do it?" "Her relationship with my father was, to put it mildly, terrible. My father was rich, and he didn't always do the right thing. This is how I subtly hint that he was not a decent person. It's a long story, but in general, my mother got tired of him. A broken bar. She wanted to leave, but he wouldn't let her, and in the end, she couldn't stand it anymore, and this is the result." Silver finished, looking at the cold water flowing under the bridge. "A sad story. A broken bar." "Yeah, I guess so. Sorry, This is supposed to be a date where we're supposed to have fun, but I think I just ruined it. No, it's not. A date isn't just about having fun. Walking, talking, holding hands aren't the main thing. The main thing is that two close people have each other, and they hear each other and can talk to each other about things they don't dare talk to others about. Alex, you're just wonderful, the girl said cheerfully, hugging me and kissing me on the cheek. You can't even imagine how grateful I am to you. For what? For my life, for standing up for me, knowing full well that your own life would be at stake. You saved me, and that is the most precious gift I have ever received. After all, you gave me not only salvation, but also your life. Believe me, nothing else can compare to that. Really? I asked with a hint of mischief. And I tried so hard on this book. I pulled out the novel and began to examine it meaningfully. It seems that now you will not value it as much as I hoped. A broken bar. You wrote a book for me? She asked, shocked. My companion. Of course, I promised to write a love story, and promised to dedicate it to you. Well, here I am. I handed her the reading material. She stood motionless for a few more moments, not taking her eyes off the cover of the book that had opened to her, on which Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy were depicted. She stretched out her hands, slightly reddened from the cold, and took the manuscript. This is so unexpected. I am not saying that I am unhappy, in no way. She quickly waved her hand, not wanting to cause misunderstanding. On the contrary, I am incredibly happy to receive something so valuable. To be honest, I did not think that you took our fleeting conversation so seriously. I thought that you would forget about it the next morning. After all, that night was full of crazy and memorable events, and my little request was certainly not one of them. I just blurted it out at that moment. A broken bar. Alex, you do realize how valuable this book is, right? She asked, giving me a serious look. Yeah, I guess I do. And you're just giving it to me? Yes, just like that, I said, as if it wasn't such a big deal. Yeah, broken bar. I don't know what to say. It's a wonderful gift, and right now I'm over the moon, she said. Her voice was slightly hoarse. It's too early to talk like that. You can say that when you read it. What if you don't like the story? Don't talk nonsense. How could I not like it when it was written by such a famous author like you? When do you plan to publish it? As soon as I get my own publishing house. Do you plan to publish your books yourself? She decided to clarify, leaning on the bridge railing. Yes, but at the moment my finances don't allow it. I hope this will change soon, I said, taking a deep breath and releasing another puff of steam. Silver opened the first page and began to read the printed lines intently. Perhaps my actions looked a little naive from the outside. After all, I agreed to the request of this silver-haired girl to write a love story without much thought. I might not have agreed so easily to this little whim, if not for one thing. Silver Street. Cloud's love language is gifts. Yes, she has the same love language as Vicky Vale. And now this girl is madly in love with me. I can say this on the basis that her love vessel has long been overflowing. It began that same night in the club when the Joker wanted to shoot her, but I stopped him. At that moment, I gave her the most valuable gift a person is capable of, life. I have already said that a gift can be not only something material, but also spiritual. Give your time, your presence, your support. And of course, if you can help a person in trouble, you will give them salvation. So it is not surprising that I was able to safely take a place in her heart. Street. Cloud closed the book and began to breathe on her frozen fingers, trying to warm them. Damn, what a city, she began to grumble. It's at least plus 16 degrees in New York now, even at night. And here it's freezing. It's just cold on the bridge. In our city it's also about 15 degrees during the day, only our nights get colder. Faster. Yeah, Gotham distinguished itself here too, Silver quipped. You know, Alex, no one has ever risked their life for me. Once, even one of my bodyguards abandoned me to my fate. It was so ridiculous. Everyone in this world wants something from me. If only someone would ask, Miss, what do you need? No one asks. She spread her arms out to the sides as a sign of helplessness. Miss, what would you like? I asked, getting closer to her. I would like to ask. The distance between us became smaller and smaller, until I felt her breath on my cheek. "Alex, why did you stand up for me then? Why did you have to risk your life?" "Because I wanted to help," I said, not taking my eyes off her curious eyes. "So, you're like a superhero, rushing to help people in trouble?" "Ha, no, of course not. I'm not a hero. If there was another person in your place, I would most likely do nothing. I value my life. I am already living my second life. And I don't want to die, because I'm not sure that in this case I will be lucky enough to be reborn a third time." "But she doesn't need to know this, of course." "Then why did you help me? How did I deserve such an honor?" "You are special. You are special to me. When I talked to you that night, I felt like we had known each other for many years." A broken bar. "No, that's not true," Silver interrupted me. "It's as if you have known me for many years, but I don't know you at all." "In that case, you and I have plenty of time to get to know each other better." Embracing her, I bowed my head and kissed her soft, slightly cold lips. A long, deep and exciting kiss lasted until we both warmed up from the overwhelming feelings. "You still haven't answered my question, Alex." "But I won't ask you about it." "A broken bar. Now I want to know something else. If in the future I again encounter a situation that threatens my safety, will you protect me?" "It's a stupid question." "Of course, yes. I will do anything for you, even risk my own life, and you know that my words are not empty words." "Sylve, you are my girlfriend now, right?" "And how could it be otherwise?" the blonde said sarcastically. "This means that taking care of you is part of my direct responsibilities. Get the hint?" "Yes," she said, hugging me even tighter. "I know that you will protect me, and that's all I need to be happy." "I don't think now is the best time to admit that I am a supporter of polygamy." "And there is no rush. Now she will definitely not run away from me. I can inform her about this tomorrow. I am sure that everything will go well. I hope he broken bar." "Alex, I didn't tell you. I was already taken hostage once, or rather kidnapped. I was 12 years old then. My father was asked for a ransom of $3 million. As he told me later, he was ready to pay this amount. I don't know if he was telling the truth, but I'm inclined to believe that he did. At the time, I was held in an apartment on the 13th floor. There were bars on the windows, the walls were soundproof, and there was practically nothing in the room, not even furniture. But the kitchen was functional. At least there was running water. That's where I was given water, from the only glass in the entire apartment. My hands and feet were tied with a rope, and they brought me a glass of water once a day. Did you get out of there? Yes. Whoever organized this kidnapping was very smart, but the people who carried out the abduction weren't so smart. They were supposed to watch me around the clock, but the one who was assigned this mission went somewhere every morning. Judging by his phone conversation, I'd risk assuming that he was visiting his girlfriend. In short, no one watched me for almost a whole day. On the third day, I decided to try to escape. I picked up the glass and threw it on the floor with all my might. When it broke, it gave me a generous amount of shards. I picked one up and was able to cut the ropes with it. The way out the windows was blocked. Screaming was also pointless. There was only one thing left to do. Broken bar. I took off my clothes, and plugged the sink in the bathroom and in the kitchen with it, turned on the water and waited for it to spill over the edges and flood the apartment. My hope was the neighbors below, who could call the appropriate services. And they did not let me down. They helped me get out of there, and I returned home. Did I tell you how smart you are? No, I didn't, giggled Street Cloud. Sylve, you are a really smart girl. And since I am so smart, maybe I am entitled to a reward? The girl inquired with a sly gleam in her eyes. I'm frozen. Let's go, show me your house. As soon as I opened my eyes, several notifications from my somewhat useless system flashed before me. +1 to the king's wife stat. Congratulations, you have another companion willing to spend her life with you. +1 to endurance. Well, how should I react to this? Nothing can be done, as they say, we'll be content with what we have. Well, at least endurance has increased, and that's good, otherwise this king's wife stat would be completely worthless. Next to me, in the land of Morpheus, Silver Street Cloud was peacefully residing. After yesterday's night, she was clearly exhausted, so I didn't wake her up and deprive her of the opportunity to finish her dream, which, judging by her peaceful appearance, was truly wonderful. Since my biological alarm clock, which due to my daily waking up worked no worse than a real watch, went off, I decided to get up. The hands of the clock showed 6 in the morning. I always tried to miss my daily workouts as little as possible, and so, putting on my sports uniform, I went out to do a few laps around the park. I didn't want Silver to think that I had left her alone in the apartment when she woke up, so I left a note stating the reason for my absence. Today I decided to finish my workout earlier than usual, and after completing a set of basic exercises, I returned home a little earlier. The enticing smell of fried bacon and baked potatoes wafted into the hallway. Apparently, my guest had already woken up. I hurried to the kitchen. Silver was quickly preparing breakfast. She had put her hair in a casual bun and had thrown only my shirt over her body. She did everything so quickly and easily, as if this was not the first morning at my house. I watched her with admiration. Noticing me, she smiled radiantly. Breakfast is almost ready, but you still have to wait a little longer. No problem, I'll go take a shower in the meantime. I'm so hungry. The smell is simply fantastic. In that case, you should hurry. Less than 20 minutes had passed since I was wolfing down a divine breakfast at the table. This is very tasty. I gave a sincere compliment. Honestly, I didn't expect that you could cook so well. Did you think that since I'm a rich person and a Gotham socialite, I'm not used to cooking myself? Actually, yes. Perhaps I can't blame you for that, because stereotypes are a pretty strong thing. But you must understand that I'm different from most girls with deep pockets. Although I don't pretend to be a chef, my cooking should be quite passable, because I studied with some pretty famous people in this field. I like to stand at the stove from time to time. At these moments, I feel like an ordinary woman, devoid of any worries. It helps relieve accumulated stress. Silver told the story of the origin of her culinary skills. It's great. I think everyone should have a hobby that helps distract themselves from tormenting thoughts. I voiced my opinion when my gaze fell on an open book nearby. Have you started reading Pride and Prejudice? Yes, while cooking, I read quite a bit to fill the waiting time. Judging by the number of the open page, not so much. Well, what is your initial opinion? Honestly, I'm not sure yet. But I must admit that the beginning is quite interesting. Only there is one character that I don't like at all. Silver snorted, looking irritated. And who, if I may ask? Isn't it clear? It's this Mr. Darcy, such an arrogant and self-absorbed character. I didn't like him from the very first lines. The girl expressed her indignation. Do you really not like the main character at all? What? Main character? This Darcy? I thought Bingley was the main character, the shocked Silver said. Yes. This book will bring her more than one surprise. I remember how in my past world, everyone was deeply impressed by Darcy's actions, because of which he was called the standard of a reliable spouse. Oh, I'm really waiting for the fun time. Ha ha ha. I look forward to the moment when you finish reading this novel. I will be incredibly interested to know if your opinion about Mr. Darcy will change. Perhaps later, you will consider him the ideal of a man. Are you laughing at me now? This guy? An ideal man? Now you intrigue me even more. I will finish this book as soon as possible, Silver informed me. By the way, what are you planning to do today? I will prepare a plan for revenge Norwood, I said with undisguised anger, and told her about this conflict. Wow, what a petty person. And what are you going to do with him? I will make him regret with every fiber of his being the day he decided to go against me. I have a plan that, after its implementation, will make him bite his nails in anger, and I hope he dies of the rage that overwhelms him. Will you tell me? She looked at me with eyes full of curiosity. And how can I refuse her here? Broken bar. How do you think a person would feel if at one moment he realized that a lottery ticket, which later turned out to be the winning one, had slipped out of his control? And what would his feelings be if he found out that this ticket went to his most hated enemy? I'm even afraid to imagine. But what ticket are you talking about? Of course, about the assets of his record label, namely the people working for him, or more precisely, about the singers who signed a contract with him. Do you want to snatch top-notch singers from his label? I'm afraid you'll have problems with that. I don't think they'll agree to change the company that easily, the girl answered, expressing her doubts about my plan. No, you don't understand. I'm not going to take the first magnitude stars away from him. I'm targeting the second, no, even third magnitude stars. The ones Norwood has long forgotten, the ones who didn't bring his studio enough profit. What will happen if I take such unknown individuals into my fold and make them world-famous artists? Their names will ring out all over the world, and their performances will bring in fabulous money. What will he feel then? Bitterness? Late regret? But the main thing is not that. The main thing is that I will be the one to make them stars who will be applauded in frenzy by fans, and not him. I will do what he couldn't. I voiced my insidious plan of revenge. After I voiced my plan, Silver looked at me with astonished eyes, opening and closing her plump lips. It's cruel, but I like it. Only, are you sure that you can raise ordinary singers to the level of public favorites? Believe me, if I can't do it, then no one in this world can. Sylve, there's one more thing I haven't told you. It may sound a little ridiculous, but I believe that you will understand everything. A broken bar with a heavy heart. I told her that I had 2 more girls besides her. I know that in a normal situation, I would have been sent far away, and not in the most pleasant way. But fortunately, I am no longer a newbie in this business, so after my eloquent explanations, she accepted me as I am. I knew that she would agree with this state of affairs, since I felt it with my intuition. So, the achievement Harem King fulfills its functions even better than I expected. Perhaps this system is not as useless as I initially thought. No, what nonsense, it is still as useless. Although, I will probably scold it a little less now than before. I think 3 times a day will be enough, because this is a significant decrease in the amount of my grumbling in its direction. Closer to midday, I arrived at the company. It is necessary to put the plan of revenge into action. My irreplaceable assistant Heather has long been aware of my insidious plan, and therefore, she has already managed to prepare all the necessary information for me. After all, I can't just point my finger at the sky and choose a random person from the Norwood label and make a star out of him. Whatever you say, it would be best to choose those who have talent, charisma, and some zest that will allow them to stand out from the crowd. And although I have countless hits in my head, I need to find the right voice for them to present them to the world in their full glory. But you should choose not only by voice, you also need to consider manner, timbre, hearing, and even dancing should not be forgotten, because they can also serve as an impetus for success. Therefore, I ordered Heather to get all the possible information about the second and third magnitude stars from the enemy record company. And now, today I have everything I need, which means we can start choosing. However, there was a little more information than I expected, and therefore I also involved the director of our studio, Allison, in this work, along with her deputy, Vivian Diaz. After all, this is a rather large project for us, because huge funds will be invested in it, and this will also affect the future of the recording studio. If we can successfully raise the selected individuals to the top of show business, this will open the door for others who will then want to join us. We are a relatively new studio. Although our popularity is growing by leaps and bounds, it would not be a bad idea to speed up this process. Alex, look at this guy. I think he is quite promising. Allison showed me her candidate. I looked through all the information available on him, listened to his singing, and also watched a video of his live performance. Perhaps he really is a promising guy, but I did not see the zest I needed in him. Put him aside for now, let's continue searching. God, you are impossible to please. Alex, understand, these are the stars who could not really achieve anything. What do you expect from them? I do not think that among these little-known artists we will find a goldmine that will blind the world with its shine. If that were the case, they would have become famous long ago, sighed Dazzler, realizing that we still have not moved from the spot. Don't worry, sometimes a person's exceptionality is so deeply hidden that not everyone can see it. We will find the right people, I feel it. Our search continued, and closer to the evening, I managed to find someone interesting, I would even say, very interesting. Marvin Jensen. He was a white guy, 23 years old, performing with the label Metropolis Music Group for 3 years, but still failed to achieve any significant results. He was a little-known singer of the third tier. On the one hand, there were no noticeable features in him, but I saw in him something that others would never see. He is the spitting image of Michael Jackson. Hell, even the names are similar. But not only does he look like the king of pop in appearance, his voice is also comparable to him. However, what surprised me most was not even this, but his manner of movement, sharp and smooth at the same time. Although he is still far from Michael Jackson's level, and has not demonstrated the famous moonwalk, I am sure that with proper training, he will be able to give masterclass. He is the perfect candidate. If he can competently present the King's hits to this world, he will certainly fly to the sky in one step. Michael Jackson is back. Ha ha ha, broken bar. I found the first person, I declared, as a result of which expectant glances were directed at me. Really? Let me see. Allison burst out impatiently, wanting to see the lucky guy my gaze fell on. This is. And what is special about him? What made him stand out from the rest? The girl looked at me with doubt and deep incomprehension. Well, you could say that I have some songs in preparation that this guy can sing perfectly. In the future, you will all be able to see his rise with your own eyes. A broken bar. Well, we could use at least one more candidate. Let's continue searching. The hands of the clock were steadily approaching the number 6, and when I was ready to give up, one very interesting person caught my eye. Joan Bertrani, a young girl, 22 years old, with a very interesting appearance. No, she was not ugly, but you can't call her a beauty either. Rather, her beauty belonged to that group when people said a memorable face. I was also very impressed by her choice of outfits at 2 concerts. At the others she dressed quite normally, but at these 2, some crazy charm was felt. She immediately reminded me of Lady Gaga. And just like in the case of the first, she not only resembled her in appearance, but her voice and habits also corresponded to the iconic singer. When I announced that I had found the second candidate, and indicated who it was, everyone immediately began to dissuade me. Alex, she is definitely not suitable. Vivian began a sensible conversation. She has a certain obsession with clothes. She always wants to dress too extravagantly. Because of this, she often has quarrels with the label management. Well, she has a very bright image, and a slightly crazy style. I like it. I will let her perform the way she wants, and I think she will not be able to refuse such an offer. She will terminate the contract with Norwood's label and join us. Who would like this crazy image? Asked Allison. Even I do not dress so brightly. Ha ha, do not worry, this is her distinctive feature, and people will love her for who she is. The true potential of a person can be revealed only at the moment when he is happy with all his soul, and does things the way he sees fit. Anyway, they could not convince me otherwise, and finally, we decided to grow these 2 lucky ones into show business stars. I can't wait to work with these 2. I am sure the world will be shocked. While we were working out the nuances of stealing stars from Norwood, the film group Platinum sent me a finished video for the song Human by email. It seems that they did not sleep at night, since they were able to finish the work so quickly. The girls and I put everything aside and prepared to watch this creation. I think we all felt an inspiring feeling from watching it, and when the guns were pointed at the heroine, played by Silver, at the end, everyone caught their breath. The clip ended with a black screen, at the end of which invisible gunshots were heard. That was quite interesting, Heather said in a neutral tone, adjusting his glasses. And I forgot how hard it is to reach her heart, surrounded by the aura of a businesswoman. Without thinking twice, I opened my YouTube and Twitter pages and decided to upload the video for everyone to see without wasting a minute. I can't wait to hear the public's reaction, as well as Norwood's, who has spent so much effort to tarnish my reputation. I wonder how he'll sing now. Heather looked at me blankly. She seemed lost in her own thoughts. Good morning. Are you okay? I asked quickly. Oh, yes, good morning. She suddenly perked up, as if she couldn't wait for me to arrive, and smiled at me with special sincerity. For the usually reserved Heather, such behavior was surprising. As I found out later, she wanted to discuss with me the video Human which I posted online yesterday. So I immediately went online to read the comments and reviews about this video. Since I had been haunted by positive emotions since the morning, and, in addition, having noticed sparks of joy in my assistant's eyes, I already had a premonition of good news regarding all this. And apparently I was right. A broken bar. A scram it. Oh my god, this is the best video I've ever seen. But damn, it's still so scary, especially if you know the story behind it. But Yuri, with this song and video, Alex Reith wanted to convey to everyone that he is not a superhero, and if he hadn't been lucky then, he could have easily faced exactly this sad outcome. He would have just been shot. I want these haters to show their faces again and express their fucking opinions on this matter. I really want to listen to these idiots. This song really touched my soul. I've always supported Alex, and I was afraid that this situation would have a bad effect on him, but look what happened in the end. He was able to stand firm and give the world another masterpiece. I can't wait for him to release his album. I'm sure it will be full of hits, one better than the other. Pale, I am surprised at how quickly Alex responded to all these haters. He wrote a response song almost instantly, and such a high-quality one at that, and managed to shoot a video. Don't you think this is all a setup? Montgomery, commentator above, go to hell. Do you think Reith needed all these manipulative tricks with his fame and reputation? It is obvious that someone wanted to denigrate him. But Alex is not someone you can make fun of without getting retribution. Look, this video is proof that he is the most talented person in the entertainment industry. Rywax, I have something to say to everyone. I can say that this video was filmed relatively recently, and definitely after the influx of haters. My friend is a waiter at the restaurant where this video was filmed, and I am inclined to believe him, and as for the rest, it is your right to believe or not. Anna, Lord, what a soulful song, and it simply reeks of depth of thought. In this era where superheroes are popping up more and more often, this song is a reminder. Understand that not everyone has superpowers, but that doesn't change the fact that a person can be a hero. Alex is the best example. He risked his life and saved so many people, and what did he get in return? Blame, as if he was some kind of hero in tights who let people die. Wake up, people. Brave people like this need to be cherished and protected. If there is nothing but criticism, then who will dare to help someone in need next time? No one. If all that awaits him in the future is verbal bullying to his face. Susie, so what now? He wrote one song and everything is forgotten. People died because of him. August, wow, the haters still haven't given up. But no one cares about your statements and accusations anymore. Personally, Alex is a hero to me, and after this song, I respect him even more. After all, it really could have ended with him being shot. I'm sure of one thing. I definitely wouldn't have been able to do what he did. You can call me a coward, but I know myself, and I won't lie. And that's why Alex's bravery seems truly heroic to me. Rita, oh, how I wish I could be saved one day by a handsome prince like Alex. Now I even envy Silver Street. Cloud, haha, I wonder if she's already fallen in love with her savior. Maybe they'll become a couple. Stizzy, get lost with such comments. It's obvious that she's not his match. Alex is my favorite, and one day I'll win his heart. Darts, have you ever looked in the mirror? Scarecrow. I/N, the Chinese peanut gallery. It seems that everything worked out, and the haters faced even more resistance from the people. This song reminded everyone that I am just a common man, and therefore a mortal, who risked his life in an unequal fight. Unlike the superheroes, since I do not have any exceptional powers, and I do not wear armor with colorful tights, my heroism is much more favorable to public opinion. Now my fame has increased even more. In a way, these haters did me a favor. I will silently thank them in my heart. This video has become much more popular than I expected. I uploaded it only yesterday, but the views have already exceeded 100 million, and the number of likes is already approaching the 2 million mark. Perhaps this is not so surprising, because the song itself is very worthy, and with its internal story, the rise to the top does not seem strange. I am sure this is only the beginning. Well, we've dealt with one problem, It's time to move on to another. I was sorting out some minor company matters when Barbara Gordon barged unceremoniously into my office. "What happened, my night heroine?" I asked, giving her a loving smile. "Nothing, I just came here to take a little rest." The girl sighed and plopped down in a chair. "How's the work on Angry Birds going?" "Not bad, I think." If you helped us more, things would move faster," the red-haired girl complained. "I've already done almost all the main work. You understand that creating this game is a learning process for you and the others, a kind of training for the future. I can't always do everything myself. In the future, games will become more multifaceted and complex in their execution, and you will have to overcome obstacles on the way to their development." "When do you think you'll finish?" "I think another 10 days, maybe less, and the preliminary work will be completed." "That's good news. I'll check for errors and general problems later." There was a knock at the door and Heather entered in to tell me the good news. "I just made an appointment with Professor Kavita Rao." "Great." I was very happy. "When?" "Tomorrow she will be passing through Midvale and will be staying with her friend. She said that if you are so eager to see her, you can meet and discuss everything there." She herself does not plan to come to Gotham for a personal conversation. "Since this meeting was very important to you, I agreed on your behalf that you will come to Midvale tomorrow," Secretary Brooks stated with an imperturbable face. It seemed that she was uncomfortable with her morning absent-mindedness. "Thank you, Heather. You are simply wonderful." "She is just too good an employee." "It feels like she knows me and knows what I need better than I do myself. I still can't imagine what I did to deserve such a gifted person as an assistant." "My darling." Heather did everything right. "This meeting is very important to me." "The town of Midvale, well, then we're flying there." "But if you think about it, ever since I got into this superhero universe, I've never left the borders of Gotham before." "It's time to look at other places, Heather. I need to book plane tickets to Broken Bar." "I've already done everything." "The tickets are bought. The flight is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. "Why am I not surprised?" "Why do you need this Kavita Rao?" asked Batgirl, listening to our conversation. "Of course, to offer her a job. She has a PhD in biochemistry and genetics at Broken Bar." "Let me rephrase my question. Why do you need a person with PhD in biochemistry and genetics?" asked Gordon, looking at me intently. "To become stronger, and she will help me with this." "Help?" "So, do you really want to undergo some kind of experiment to increase your strength? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? What if it doesn't work? What if there are side effects? Have you thought about that? And Poison Ivy should also help you somehow, right?" "Don't worry, Barb. I'm not so stupid as to blindly follow the Force, without seeing anything around me and without weighing my decisions. My mind is clean and clear, I control my actions, and what I want to do is not dangerous, at least not as dangerous as it seems." "I'll tell you exactly what I want to do, but not now." "I want to look at Bruce's face when he hears about my plan." Wahaha! I laughed like the most pathetic villain, proudly lifting my nose. "Oh, Bruce will definitely go grey one day because of you," sighed the superheroine, looking at my performance. "And I'm looking forward to it." "Ha ha ha!" "Crazy," said Heather, and hurried to retreat from the office as quickly as possible. "Heather, wait," I stopped her when she had already reached the door. "Contact Allison and Vivian. We released the video, and public opinion has already sided with us. We need to move on. Let them put out an announcement that our recording studio will accept new musicians into its ranks, and let them not forget to clarify that in doing so, we pay tribute to the talented musicians who died that ill-fated evening. And of course, the public does not need to know that this was in our plans long before these tragic events." "Don't worry, everything will be done in the best possible way." "And yes, Vivian has already contacted me. They have already found all the necessary materials and prepared the necessary documents. They are ready to contact the 2 candidates that we need to pull out of the Metropolis Music Group label." "Great, but let them put out an announcement first, and then send people to talk to these 2. I'm sure Norwood will be busy thinking about our plan to recruit musicians, and will not even notice that we contacted people from his studio." Puff Norwood Bailey. "Damn it. This upstart dares to make a fool out of me. I spent a lot of money hiring people to ruin this bastard's reputation, And he turns it all around by writing one song and making this shitty video? Alex Reith, that name already makes my stomach hurt. He adapts too quickly to everything, cleverly avoids the problems I throw at him. I sixed the IRS on him, but it all didn't bring the desired result. His ties to Wayne Enterprises turned out to be much stronger than I expected. Due to his heroism at the club, I saw what others missed, an opportunity to bring the kid down to earth by blaming him for the deaths of 3 singers. But he managed to wriggle out of it, and even benefit from it. How angry I am. No matter, no one gets away with Norwood Bailey. You did not show me the respect I deserved, which means you insulted me. And I do not tolerate insults. Knock knock. Who is it? Sir, you asked to be notified if the Studio A Alratex records showed even the slightest activity. Anyway, they posted an advert for musicians, dressing it up as a form of respect for those who died at the hands of the Joker on that ill-fated night. What? Is this how he wants to finally rehabilitate himself in the eyes of the public, and earn even more adoration points from the fans? Have I done him that much of a favor this time? Watch over these events carefully, I want to know everything. Airport. 6:30 in the morning. Waiting for your flight can be quite a pleasant pastime if you have a girl like Victoria Vale with you. We spent last night together, and Gotham's best journalist wanted to delay the moment of parting as long as possible, and she gave me a ride to the airport herself. How long will you stay in Midvale? Asked Vicky, hugging my neck. I don't know, maybe a day, maybe 2. Or maybe a little more. I'm not going to stay there for long in any case. Okay. She pressed her sweet lips to me. I have to go. I kissed her one last time. In this world, this will be my first flight. In the memories of my past life, there are many moments of my travel on aeroplanes. So I'm not worried about the flight, but my intuition is giving me a signal of some anxious feeling. Let's hope that I'm just winding myself up, and my trip will pass quietly and peacefully. Oh, who am I kidding? The plane landed. Nothing strange or dangerous happened during the flight. I was glad of it like no one else. If my feet don't touch the ground, I feel uncomfortable, because in a plane I feel locked in, with no chance of retreat. No, I'm not afraid of flying, but when my super intuition screams that something bad is about to happen to me, I start to worry. Whatever it was, we landed safely, which means that danger awaits me on Mother Earth, and this at least inspires hope. Well, enough of these anxious thoughts, because we are finally in Midvale. This, if anyone didn't know, is a fictional town from comics, which means that in this world it exists in only one copy. Therefore, there is no DC or Marvel prefix next to it. After looking around a bit and admiring the new views, I once again focused my attention on the main task, Kavita Rao. I rented a car and drove to the specified address for the meeting place. I drove for about 15 minutes, and suddenly the anxious feeling returned. I was being watched. This is not the first time I felt under surveillance. Thanks to my intuition, I felt a close look on me during my stay in Gotham. But I did not know who it was, and what their intentions were. Since they followed me even to another city, they are serious. It's time to deal with them and find out who is spying on me. I changed the route and led them to a place where there would be no witnesses, to an abandoned building that used to be a metal recycling plant. Yes, I did not find this place by chance. I found out about it before the flight and prepared for this meeting. Leaving the car nearby, I headed inside the dilapidated building. The looks are getting more and more intense, and I can even feel the murderous intent among them. Well, now it's clear that they weren't following me to do me a favor or ask me to take out a loan from the bank. Although I'm not sure about the latter, you can expect anything from these hyenas. Their thirst for murder is getting stronger. It seems they don't even think about the fact that I can sense their hidden nature. But my intuition is an even more accurate sensor than Batman's paranoia. It's time to end this farce. Hey, people, come out. Let's talk about a humane life. About semolina porridge, I said a little louder, and my voice echoed along the walls of the empty building. I know that you were following me back in Gotham, and now here. But then you weren't so brazen and tried to keep your distance, acted cautiously, as if you were afraid of being discovered. But here you behave differently. as if the shackles were removed from you. It seems you didn't expect me to know about the surveillance, so you were acting cautiously last time, not because of me, but because of someone else. You were afraid of the Dark Knight, thought he might find out about you. I think I figured out who you are. I didn't think the League of Shadows would take an interest in me so quickly. As soon as I said those last words, I was surrounded by 10 men in black robes, their faces hidden by masks, katanas slung over their shoulders. What a mess I was in. A broken bar. Why did they need me? Ra's al Ghul was interested in me. But why? I don't think I've shown any special activity worthy of his attention. In his eyes, I must still be an ordinary person, a rising celebrity, certainly not someone to be followed. Is it because I'm Batman's apprentice? Did he find out that Bruce is training me? Perhaps, but again, that's not enough. What else? Wait, did he find out that I was the one who told Wayne about Damian and Jason Todd? No, how would he know that? Bruce would never have told him, and there were no other witnesses to our conversation. Maybe. No. That's crazy. Although don't tell me he figured out everyone Bruce had contact with and was looking for the one who could have given him information about his son and the revived student. After all, Gotham's protector almost immediately went to the Demon's Head as soon as he checked Jason's grave and did not find a body there. And not long before that, it was I who met him. This prehistoric monster is really very paranoid, but at the same time he deserves all his years of life, since he managed to figure me out. I doubt that he was sure that it was me who gave Bruce the information, but after today, he will definitely take me on the hook and will not let go until he finds out everything. To hell with him. This is a matter for future days. At the moment, I need to deal with the problems that are in front of me. So 10 people? I looked around, and the other 5 are not going to join us? In the places where my gaze fell, 4 figures in the same shapes as the others soon appeared. But the last enemy was not going to show up. Apparently, it was their leader, and they did not want to do me the honor of revealing themselves. Well, to hell with them, I'll deal with them later. Anyway, thanks to my intuition, I know exactly where you are hiding, and you will not be able to catch me off guard. All this time, I tried to stay in the shadows and not attract attention to myself, who knew that even in the shadows, they could find me. Looks like the time has come to declare myself to the world of villains. This will definitely not end well. No matter how you look at it, they do not want to talk to me. I doubt that they will kill me. No, they will most likely stun me and deliver me to their boss so that he can personally deal with me. This gives me an advantage, since I do not have to fear for my life, which is not at all what I can say about their lives, because in this fight I do not intend to hold back one iota. Come on, ninja, take your fists while they're hot. I took a pompous stance and began to lure them to me with my palm. 3 of them jerked in my direction, when suddenly, balls fell on the floor, from which clouds of black smoke began to burst out at the same moment. A white mask with a lightning-shaped mark on my forehead and a smiling mouth was already on my face. It's worth noting that it appeared on my face in literally a second, as if out of nowhere, just like these balls of smoke. Of course, I took them out of my inventory. To be honest, I really like the possibility of this ability, with which you can instantly wrap yourself in the necessary equipment. So, having sensibly assessed the situation, I realized that I was in deep trouble. I had not yet mastered the technique of battle so much that I could single-handedly take out 14 fighters from the League of Shadows, even despite the fact that they were just pawns. After all, my combat mastery characteristic currently has only a modest figure of 22, while my opponents, despite the fact that they are just lackeys, have this characteristic around 40, certainly not less. Therefore, a fair fight is not an option for me. But who cares about a fair fight? In war, all means are good. The main thing is victory, and winners are not judged. And for me, victory is not just for show. My life will depend on it. Although I am not an enemy of the members of the League of Shadows, Batman himself is on my friend list, which means that I am stuffed to the teeth with high-tech gadgets. The smoke almost completely enveloped the entire abandoned building. My mask contains a night vision device and a heat radar, as well as an air filtration device, so this smoke does not scare me. Without wasting a second, I began to attack the enemies around me, who were still slightly disoriented. Or rather, I thought so. Even though they practically did not see anything in the smoke, they managed to fight off my attacks quite decently. After all, ninjas, as we know, can fight even in complete darkness, and smoke is almost their native element. Unfortunately for them, I was also here like a fish in water. At my disposal was not only a mask, but also my intuition. With it, I could fight effectively even if I completely lost all my senses. I had to deal with them as quickly as possible. This smoke wouldn't last more than 2 minutes. Soon, 2 of them fell to the ground. No, it wasn't I who knocked them out, but the smoke, which had a powerful tranquilizer mixed into it. But to my great disappointment, it only affected 2. The rest somehow managed to survive. Perhaps they sensed something was wrong from the start. Hey, how about that? I materialized 2 small boxes and immediately threw them in opposite directions. Already in the air, they opened, and a powerful sound wave burst out of them, which managed to knock down 4 nearby ninja. Blood was oozing from their ears, the end of their eardrums. Fortunately, I was protected by a mask, but then again, the others managed to somehow miraculously avoid the sonic attack. No big deal, because I still have a whole arsenal in my bottomless inventory. You didn't think that for such a long time that I spent in the Batman cave, I didn't get hold of bat toys, did you? Of course, at first he refused to give them to me, but later, when he recognized me as a friend, he agreed to. Of course, I did not refuse his generosity and stuffed almost half of the gadgets he had into the inventory. And there were quite a few, you know, since we're talking about the Dark Knight, who requires tons of high-end gear. Yeah, you should have seen Bruce's face when I stuffed his toys into my inventory. He probably still regrets giving me permission. I should add that he replaced the confiscated goods pretty quickly. Now I have more weapons at my disposal than Batman does when he goes on patrol, since he doesn't have a bottomless stash like me. I grappled with one of the League's assassins. He sent me flying with a kick. I landed on one knee and braced my hand on the concrete floor. Just as another one took a step forward, intending to pounce, he was electrocuted and fell to the floor in convulsions. The others instantly got their bearings and realized that there were dozens of flat, rounded plates scattered across the floor. Electric mines. As soon as they figured out the location of all the plates, the killers rushed at me, deftly maneuvering and avoiding obstacles. Fools! Bang! The plates were torn apart, which led to the release of electrical impulses with a radius of 2 meters. You are probably wondering, was I armed like that when I met the Joker? Yes, I was. But the situation was radically different then. Firstly, there were a lot of common people there, and if I started using all these gadgets, then someone would inevitably get hurt. Secondly, if I started the attack, then a hail of bullets would immediately rain down on me, from a clown's horde armed to the teeth. Unlike these lackeys of the League of Shadows, who were only supposed to catch me, the Joker's gang had no goal of keeping me alive. They would have put me down right there. And thirdly, I doubt that I could have defeated the Prince of the Gotham Underworld even with all these gadgets. He is most likely already familiar with the entire arsenal that Batman has at his disposal, and it is unlikely that he would be surprised by them. Besides, even Bruce was not always able to neutralize the Joker with their help. He always managed to bypass the Dark Knight's toys, because he is his main villain, after all. Therefore, on that day, I was completely powerless and was in a life-threatening situation. But now, I am seriously furious. So, soon only 2 ninjas remained on their feet, and the one hiding in the shadows also remained. In that case, let's finish you off quickly. I took out 5 metal balls in each hand, and threw them all at once at the 2 standing members of the League. They skillfully dodged, but the next second, 10 small explosions thundered, and the shock wave, although not large, skillfully knocked out the last 2. I caught my breath. This was truly the first serious fight for me since I ended up in this world. But it was too early to relax. There was still one opponent left, and he was much more dangerous than these worthless henchmen. I waited for her to make her move. Yes, exactly, she. This hiding leader of the assassin squad is a woman. And I didn't even need intuition to understand this. because I can sense representatives of the female sex literally a kilometer away. You could have told me that this is because I am a pervert or a womanizer. Well, I guess there's no point in denying it, but right now, it's more related to the Harem King achievement that the system has given me. It keeps throwing surprises at me. Yeah. Now's not the time to think about it. Right now I need to try to survive. Hey, and I'm not sure of success. Just when the fight was about to begin, I felt my unknown opponent retreat. What? Why? There's no way she was afraid of me. Even that scene where I dealt with all the assassins from the League of Shadows shouldn't have affected her that much. I felt that her strength was much greater than all those henchmen put together. She must have come from the upper echelons of the League, so why would she retreat? She's dangerous, I know that. I could feel the pressure emanating from her with every fiber of my being, and I wasn't confident in victory even with the whole arsenal. Then why? I decided to put the mask back in my inventory and survey the battlefield. The bodies of the League members were still lying around here, but I didn't feel any corpse aura from them. It seemed like they were all still alive, although they weren't in the best condition. There was no longer any reason for me to stay here, so I decided to retreat as quickly as possible. Before I could reach my car, a figure that had descended from the sky at an incredible speed blocked my path. You might think she was an angel, but angels hardly wear blue and white suits and throw a red cape over their shoulders. Well, maybe on the days when they have to save the world. And she has a nice figure, but oh my god, she has disproportionately large breasts. My god, it's officially the largest size I've seen so far. But I didn't dwell on it, it was somehow indecent, and raised my gaze higher, wanting to get a better look at her face. Beautiful. Impeccably beautiful, I would even say angelically beautiful. Now, come up with some decent thoughts. We need to draw conclusions. Yeah, now I understand why the leader of this League of Shadows squad retreated. She wasn't afraid of me, she hurried to retreat because she didn't want to meet her. Power girl. Power girl. I didn't think I'd meet a representative of the Kryptonian race so soon, and the one I least expected to see, either. Power Girl is Superman's cousin from Earth 2. I thought she wasn't on this planet yet. Initially, I expected to see Supergirl first, but as I found out later, thanks to Batman for the information, she hadn't arrived on Earth yet. But the information I received didn't mention the person standing in front of me now. Okay, let's figure it out. A broken bar. What happened here? And who are you? The blonde asked, looking around with her super gaze. You have a very familiar face. It seems that our heroine flew here because she heard the sounds of a battle that took place here with her powerful hearing. Was I too loud? I shouldn't have thrown 10 bombs at the end. Hi, my name is Alex Reith. Yeah, broken bar. Exactly. The girl shouted loudly, interrupting me mid-sentence. You are Alex Reith. I knew that you looked a lot like him, but even in my dreams I never imagined that it was really you. God, what to do? She became nervous, thinking feverishly. Okay, wait, stop. Again. What are you doing here? She brought her consciousness back to normal. There was definitely a battle here, but why are you involved in it? As far as I know, you are a good person, a hero who saved people, and you live in Gotham, and this is Midvale, a fairly small town. I/N, she's a bit of klutz, right? It seems that my heroism attracted the attention of not only ordinary citizens, but even representatives of the powers that be. I have a business meeting scheduled in this city. As for the rest, as soon as I arrived here, I felt like someone was following me. Wanting to find out who exactly, I stopped in this place, away from prying eyes. I didn't know who exactly might need me, and I didn't want to put other people's lives in danger. There wasn't a soul in this abandoned building, the perfect place. As a result, a crowd of people in black surrounded me and attacked me. I began to defend myself in every possible way, and as a result, this whole situation happened. Well, you can see the consequences yourself. Having finished explaining, I pointed my finger at the unconscious bodies, without even bothering to look at them. You're not lying, said the Supergirl, after listening to my story. Apparently, while I was talking, she was listening to my heartbeat in order to find out whether I was telling the truth or not. Just like a lie detector. Only, this idea was a failure from the start. I have a skill, player's mind, and it always keeps me in a state of absolute serenity. My heart wouldn't have trembled even if I had lied. She was lucky that I never lie. But how did you manage to deal with so many people? Power Girl asked, approaching the bodies of the League of Shadows. And it looks like they weren't ordinary people. I've seen them before, they're trained killers. Her gaze fell on my modest figure, and she began to examine me even more carefully, as if wanting to penetrate deep inside and find out all the secrets. I don't blame her. Not every passerby could stand up to a group of assassins. How did you do that? And why did the sound of explosions come from here? She asked in a tone that demanded an immediate answer. I had a good teacher in self-defense techniques, and he also gave me some interesting devices so that I could protect myself in case of danger, I said in a calm voice. And who is your teacher? I smiled softly, making it clear that I did not intend to answer this question. Oh, and what should I do with all this? She pointed to the pogrom I had caused. Nothing, just fly away from here. What? And leave these people lying here unconscious. And where do you want to send them? To prison? They will escape from there as soon as they wake up. I myself do not intend to press charges against them, because it is pointless. Their wounds are not serious enough to die. They will take care of themselves when they regain consciousness. And about this building, it is already abandoned, and no one cares about it. So, do not complicate your life. Understand, superheroes cannot always help, and they should not always interfere. There are situations where it is better to leave everything as is. And this will be the right decision. My words clearly caused confusion in her. She was still a complete newbie in the field of superheroes. Too inexperienced, and I decided that a couple of small tips would help her. After all, it will not be possible to put the killers from the League of Ra's al Ghul behind bars. Even Batman, when he beat them up in Gotham, just left them lying around, because taking them to the police would have been the height of stupidity. Since he couldn't kill them, he had to ignore them like that. Of course, you shouldn't act this way with all villains, but against an ancient organization of secret assassins, there really is no other way. Understand, not everything in this world is as clear-cut as it seems, I said, putting my hand on her shoulder, which made her flinch a little. But she didn't remove her hand. Someone who at first glance looks like a villain may actually be a good person. Someone who does bad things may end up with the most sincere heart. Of course, the fact that we don't know who is who doesn't mean we should do nothing. Everyone decides for themselves how exactly they should act in a given situation. And how do I know what's right and what's wrong? She asked, looking into my eyes. There is no single answer to this, because everyone will have their own. You will understand this when you face such a situation. You just need to remember one thing: you should not judge a person at first glance or opinion, because he may turn out to be far from what he is. And of course, you should not let your guard down. After all, the one who looked and acted well at the beginning, can stab you in the back in the end. It's difficult. A broken bar. Well, I'm not a superhero, so you can just ignore my words. But if you still decide to listen, think about them at your leisure. I think you deserve the title of hero more than me, said the blonde, smiling cheerfully. I think you deserve the title of a superhero more than me, Power Girl said, looking at me. I know about how you risked your life and saved the hostages from a psychopathic clown. And this despite the fact that you are an ordinary person, while I am practically invulnerable. I'm wondering if I really should engage in these heroics. I still don't understand why I do this. Because my cousin is a famous hero? No, I interrupted her thoughts. That's not why you're doing this. Just understand a broken bar. I looked into her eyes. With great power comes great responsibility. I/N, who said this? Grandpa Max? Ah, hey, I guess you're right. Yeah, we've gotten to talking, and you barely know me. I'm a stranger to you, and we are having personal conversations. A broken bar. Not exactly a stranger, Power Girl said quietly, looking away. I know a lot about you. I've read your books, listened to your compositions, played your games. I really liked the latest song, and the video you released the other day. But most of all, I liked your first song, something just like this, where you sing about great heroes, but don't see yourself among them. And, these a broken bar. She became even more nervous. Can I get an autograph? Yeah, I expected anything but this turn of events. It seems that I'm famous even among representatives of other races, and it seems that I have many more devoted fans than I initially thought. Okay, let's give this wonderful lady what she wants. However, I'm afraid she won't have any paper where I could leave an autograph. Oh, I'll have to find a way out. I quietly pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from my inventory and wrote, "For one of the most beautiful heroines I've ever met. I wish that Power Girl could become the one in whom people can see a symbol of salvation. Never deviate from the chosen path that you consider right. The hairstyle suits you very well. With loving care, Alex Reith." After reading the contents, she was genuinely happy and hugged me tightly, burying her huge breasts into me. Well, I guess it was worth all the suffering I had to go through today. Yes. For others it may seem strange that a superheroine would behave so unobtrusively with the first person she met. But think about it from another side. Despite the fact that she is an invulnerable Kryptonian, she is still a young girl who met her idol today. I think she can be a little carefree. "I suppose I have nothing to do here?" said the blonde, looking at the scattered bodies for the last time. "In that case, I'm off. It was nice to meet you, Alex." "Same here," I answered the figure moving away into the sky. It was noon, and I was finally able to arrive at the specified address. It was a cozy private house, small, but neat and quite nice. Heather said that the professor was staying with her friend. This must be her house. I pressed the doorbell and waited for an answer. A woman of about 35 opened the door for me. Her blonde hair was slicked back. Her expression was inviting. She looked at me tenderly and interestedly. "Hello. I'm looking for Dr. Kavita Rao." I was told that she might be here. I voiced the reason for my visit. "Oh, yes, yes, she mentioned that she had an appointment with an unknown person today." "Please come in, she is in the living room now." The woman invited me in a friendly manner. "I am Sylvia Alexa Brokenbar." "Nice to meet you, Alex." When Kavita spoke of a meeting, I did not think that it would be someone so young. In the living room I saw the one for whom I had come all this way. She comfortably settled on the edge of the sofa, looking at me with curiosity. She looked a little younger than 30, a dark-skinned girl with glasses and a red dot on her forehead. She really did look like an Indian, but that didn't spoil her beauty at all. On the contrary, it gave her a certain exotic charm. I can safely say that she is a real beauty, although I don't think I can ever call any woman ugly, but the person in front of me was truly beautiful. "Hello, Dr. Rao, I am very glad to meet you," I greeted her. "You are young, much younger than I thought," said the Indian woman, having examined my appearance. "Who are you?" On the phone, I still didn't understand who exactly needed me. "My name is Alex Reith." A familiar name, I've heard it somewhere before. She tried to remember. "You may have heard and seen me on the internet, or on TV Broken Bar." "Yes, you are the hero from Gotham, and also a rising celebrity." "Forgive me, but I am not into the entertainment industry, and I do not often listen to the news. I only recognized you because Sylvia's daughter is a big fan of yours, and she once spoke about you." "Well, that's fair. She is a scientist after all and is not interested in anything other than her work. Such people are called work maniacs. They give everything to their work, and they are not interested in anything other than that." "I think she spends most of her free time doing research and various experiments." "Please, Alex, sit down," said Sylvia, pointing to the chair opposite the sofa. "Maybe some tea or coffee?" "Just water will do, thank you." "So, what exactly did the rising star want to talk to me about?" "I can't think of any suggestions as to how such an inconspicuous female geneticist like me could attract your attention." "Precisely because you are a geneticist," I stated confidently. "I am not just some boy from show business. And at the moment I want to offer you a job, Dr. Rao." "A job?" "I already work as a professor at the University of California in Berkeley, and I can say that I am quite happy with this job." "Is that really true? Perhaps you would like something more." "A broken bar." "I am not interested in money," interrupted Kavito, thinking that I wanted to offer her finances. "No, I'm not offering money, but what you're so obsessed with ... research." "Research what?" "Super soldier serum." "And the opportunity to work with a meta-human," I stated, and my words echoed like a bolt from the blue for the professor's ears. "What?" "You." Calming her heartbeat, Rao cast a serious look at me, which now sparkled with strong interest. You can continue. There's something I don't like about this whole story. Why is a genius like Dr. Rao so calm? She invited a complete stranger right to her friend's house. What if I turned out to be far from such a good person, and instead of just talking, I kidnapped the scientist sitting in front of me and forced her to work for me? But despite this, she continues to remain calm. Even after I said the words about the super soldier serum. Not only is she not worried about her own safety, she is also not at all worried about the life of her friend Sylvia. Something doesn't add up here. Broken bar with her intelligence. It would be the greatest stupidity to be so careless, especially for someone who knows for sure about the existence of forces beyond human capabilities. Unless a broken bar, she is absolutely confident in her safety. But what exactly gives her this feeling? While I was lost in thought, we all heard someone enter through the front door. "Mom, I'm home," a female and painfully familiar voice sounded. "Aunt Rao, where are you?" A young girl dressed in blue jeans and a white sweater walked into the living room. She had blonde hair in a bob, and her eyes looked at the world through the prism of glasses. But the main thing that caught the eye was not her beauty, but her two huge mounds on her chest. Now it's clear why our professor wasn't worried about his safety. If I had such security, I wouldn't worry either. Well, I didn't think I'd meet Power Girl again. True, now in my eyes she appeared not in a super suit, but in everyday clothes. Coincidence? I don't think so. Yeah, it's getting more interesting and more fun. There was a slight shock in Power Girl's eyes. Apparently, she hadn't expected to see me here. Sylvia and Kavita also noticed the girl's confusion, but they considered such behavior normal, because it's not every day you meet your idol at home. So this is who they meant when they said that Sylvia's daughter was my fan. Hello, I'm Karen Starr, nice to meet you, the heroine greeted, clearly nervous. Same here, I'm Alex Reith. It's so unexpected to see you here. He came to meet Aunt Rao, Sylvia intervened. So, are you happy? She looked at her daughter with a grin. It's fun to watch them, but what worries me more right now is that Karen seems to think I didn't recognize her. Is it because she's wearing glasses? Are you kidding me? Do glasses have some kind of magical properties in this universe? How come everyone doesn't notice the obvious? She's the spitting image of Power Girl. There's no way she can hide that fact by wearing glasses or by wearing different clothes. Plus, she has one very distinctive feature, her huge breasts. Aren't those coincidences enough to tell you who's standing in front of you? Or is it just me that this magic doesn't work because I'm from another world? That's crazy. Okay, forget it. Now that brings up another question. How did it happen that Power Girl, whose real name is Kara Zor-El, lives here? I knew she took the name Karen Starr on Earth. But what about her mother? Miss Sylvia, I turned to the woman. May I ask your last name? Danvers. The lady answered. Sylvia Danvers. I understand that you are confused that Karen has the last name Starr. The thing is, she is adopted. When I adopted her, she kept her first last name. That's it. Now I am completely confused. Danvers? Seriously? So this is the future adoptive mother of Supergirl, who still hasn't shown up. I couldn't even imagine that she had already adopted another Supergirl. And to hell with them, I'll just accept this fact as is, and not bother my head with it. However, here's what's interesting. Kavita Rao is a character from Marvel Comics, and Power Girl and Sylvia Danvers are from DC, but here they are good friends. This clearly indicates that characters from two different universes can not only interact with each other, but also have a much deeper relationship. This may to some extent affect the story I know from the comics. It's not that bad. Fortunately I have intuition. I'll figure it out somehow. I want to listen to what you're talking about, can I? Asked the young blonde. I don't mind, I quickly answered. Dr. Rao seemed to want to refuse her. In reality, this was only necessary so that I would feel more at ease during the conversation. After all, thanks to superhearing, Karen would still be able to hear our entire conversation. Well, since she wants to be here, and as I understood from her actions, closer to me, then who am I to stop her? Are you sure about this? Rao clarified, who was clearly confused by my answer. Of course, I trust Karen, and Sylvia too. Since they are your friends, Then everything is fine, right? You surprised me, Alex. I thought you were a more cautious person, the professor said, looking at me reproachfully. And you're not mistaken, I really am like that. But I also know how to evaluate people correctly. I know who can be trusted and who can't. It's a kind of gift, to know more than others, I said, leaning back in my chair in a pompous manner. Really? The doctor asked, not hiding the sarcasm in her voice. And what do you know that others can't know? I know, whether Karen stays here or leaves will not matter at all, because she will find out what we have talked about here anyway. So you are saying that I will tell her the meaning of our conversation today one way or another? No, why, she will cope with it perfectly well herself. I looked towards the Kryptonian. Am I right? I did not intend to eavesdrop, the girl said indignantly. I would have sat quietly in my room. That does not mean that you could not eavesdrop on us sitting right in your room. I heard that Superman can hear sounds tens of kilometers away. I think you are capable of the same. And now the faces of everyone present changed. Kavita no longer looked at me so self-confidently. Now a little anxiety sparkled in her eyes. Sylvia expressed extreme concern. Karen stood in complete shock again. I guess she still didn't understand how I managed to uncover her perfect disguise. How long have you known me? The girl asked, slightly embarrassed. It seemed she wasn't prepared for the fact that today I would see her not only in the heroine's costume, but also in civilian clothes. Well, at the very beginning, I said, as if it were obvious. But how? No one could recognize my identity. My cousin said that these glasses would serve as my perfect cover. My God, how stupid. I can't listen to this nonsense any longer. I need to come up with some kind of answer urgently, and change the subject as soon as possible. You see, Karen, when you came down to me from heaven today, the first thought that flashed through my head was, I met an angel. You were like the most real perfection, and your heroic image was forever carved into my heart. Therefore, there was no way you could hide your identity from me, even under these clothes, even hiding behind these cute glasses. Damn, what the hell am I talking about? The girl blushed so much from this confession that it even seemed to me that lasers almost shot out of her eyes. Looking at the other two women, I found out that our heroine was not the only one who blushed. Judging by their open mouths, they did not expect to see such a scene of confession. I confess, I went a bit too far, but I really could not stand this absurdity about glasses any longer. Yes. I don't know what to say to this, the Kryptonian mumbled, sorting out her words. Then followed a scene where Karen and I told two ignorant ladies the story of our acquaintance. They were, to put it mildly, amazed. After that, our relations imperceptibly warmed up and the rest of the conversation took place in a less tense atmosphere. Dr. Ann no longer showed me her disdainful attitude, having fully revealed her true manner to me. She laughed heartily, and although there was a hint of arrogance in her demeanor, I realized that this was her nature and that it could not be changed. Although she gave the impression of a superior person, in reality, this impression was painted to us by our imagination due to her unusual demeanor. Madame Sylvia had time to set the table, and behaved with me like a loving mother-in-law, greatly embarrassing her daughter. The heroine herself looked at me nervously during the conversation. Moreover, when I turned away from her, I felt a burning gaze on my back. I think that if she had used her laser beams at that moment, I would not have noticed the difference. I learned that Karen came to Earth only a year ago. When she found Superman, she was very shocked to learn that this was not the universe to which she originally belonged. I knew that according to the comics, she was an analog of Supergirl from Earth 2. How exactly she ended up in an alien world, she did not know, as well as the way to return home. Unable to change anything, Power Girl decided to settle here. Kal-El helped her create a personality, and then introduced her to his close friend Sylvia, who adopted the girl. The conversation was interesting, but it was still far from over. At worst, we've returned to the topic we've been ignoring up until this point. Alex, what were you talking about there? The super soldier serum, the professor asked. And what metahuman are we talking about? Dr. Ra, a broken bar. I already told you. Just call me Kavita, the woman said indignantly. Kavita, do you think you could recreate this serum? Most likely not. And even if I did, It would require enormous resources and superhuman efforts, and would take too much time. And even then, I would not guarantee success. This serum of Dr. Erskine is too unique. It can't be, exclaimed Sylvia. Our self-confident genius Kavita Rao says that she can't do something? Ha ha, this is the first time I've heard that. Maybe sometimes I act self-confident, but I still know the limit, and I understand that some things are simply unattainable, said the scientist, ignoring her friend's taunts. What if you had the blood of Captain America, the one in whose veins the original creation of Erskine's serum flows? Would you be able to study it and recreate the composition? What? Where? Wait, the captain died during World War II, and his body was never found. There is nowhere for his blood to come from. Rao waved it off firmly. The question was different. I did not take my eyes off her bottomless black eyes. Perhaps I could succeed. Perhaps, she emphasized, if I had the right equipment, time, and, of course, the blood of a super soldier. But it would not be easy. You can't just take and recreate the formula. It requires a lot of research, and I don't think I can do it alone. Although I am confident in my knowledge, other specialists will be needed here. But what is all this for, Alex? I think it's already clear. A broken bar. I plan to recreate the super soldier serum, I stated in a serious tone. And for this I need your help, Kavita. Did you listen to what I just said? Yes, and you said that if you had the right equipment, time and blood, you could try. Don't tell me that you have Captain America's blood. Intent glances immediately fell on me. No, my auntie calmed the women. They sighed with relief. Not yet. And the concern soared again. Can you answer properly? The professor could not stand it. I will find the captain and get the blood. Don't ask how and where from. You will find out in time. Now the fact itself is important. Kavita, I officially invite you to help me recreate the long-lost super soldier formula, I said in a majestic voice and began to wait for an answer. I don't know, it's a bit too sudden. I'll have to move to Gotham. Yes, it will be more convenient. I have a suitable room there. I will prepare all the necessary equipment. I will also provide you with housing, so you don't have to worry about that. Everything is at the company's expense. Alex, don't get me wrong, but we've known each other for less than a day. Now you are asking me to drop everything and go with you to Gotham, which is not the most favorable place, and work on a very dubious project. You must understand that even if we manage to recreate the serum, it will not lead to anything good. If it is put into mass production, the Third World War may begin. After all, many companies are working on the serum, trying to repeat Erskine's success. But with proper understanding, if everything works out, it will not end well. Kavita voiced her anxious thoughts. Why? Karen asked, looking at us with curious eyes. Is the serum so dangerous? Perhaps it will not be dangerous for you, I began to explain to the powerful Kryptonian. The thing is that it can upset the balance of power in the world. If America gets this serum, it will do everything to ensure that other countries never get the formula. The U.S. Army will become invincible, and over time, America will become the most powerful state, whose power will be unshakable and indisputable before other states. Other countries will definitely not tolerate this, Rao continued. They will unite to resist us. As a result, the Third World War will begin, and in terms of bloodshed, it will surpass all previous wars. Now you understand what danger the serum carries. Alex, do you still want to recreate it? Yes, I answered without a shadow of a doubt. I know about the consequences, but I never intended to put the formula into mass production, and even more so give it to the state. I am going to use it only for myself. It sounded like a villain's monologue, Star noted, having listened to my intentions. Hey, I'm not going to become a villain. So you want to become a hero? The Kryptonian asked with joyful anticipation. Not quite, I interrupted her wild fantasies. I want to become stronger so that I can protect myself and my loved ones from future threats. I already found myself on the brink of life and death once. You've already heard about it on the news. I know that the world is changing. People with superpowers appear more and more often. You noticed it too, Kavita. Mutants. Not only them. They are just the tip of the iceberg. It is not mutants or metahumans who are our main problem. I know that the real threat is much worse. What makes you think that? Asked the young heroine, taking on a serious look. And what is this threat? It seems my words really hurt her. I already told you that I know more than others. I can't tell you everything, but believe me, one of the irrefutable proofs is sitting with us right now. I looked at Karen. What are you hinting at, Alex? Rao said in a cold tone. Do you consider her a threat? No, not her, but aliens in general. Do you think that there is no other race similar to Kryptonians in the entire vast universe? And what will happen if they are not nearly as friendly as Superman or Karen? Do you realize the scale of the disaster? Alex, you are being overly dramatic, Karen objected. I'm afraid that's not true. I feel that among all the worlds, Earth occupies a special place. It will continue to attract new uninvited guests. I don't know about you, but I want to be prepared for everything, and be able to protect myself and my loved ones. Damn, when I remember all the events of the comics, I shudder. Darkseid is looking for his anti-life formula here. Thanos needs the Infinity Stones. Loki has a grudge against Earth. I won't even mention Dark Phoenix, who somehow decided to hide inside the local mutant. And then there's Apocalypse, Anti-Monitor, Parallax, Black Lanterns, Galactus, and I could go on and on. The mere mention of Lucifer Morningstar makes me go hysterical. Speak of the devil, I forgot about him. I wonder if he's already on Earth? Yeah, Satan deciding to spend his vacation in Los Angeles. What could be funnier? Kavita, so what have you decided? She was silent. In that case, let's play our trump cards. Did I already tell you that your partner in this project will be a metahuman who can control plants? A metahuman? A plant? Wait, you don't mean poison ivy, do you? The geneticist asked, not believing her ears. She's a criminal. Oh, so you know her? I made a fox grin. I studied all the famous people with superpowers. But don't back away from the question. She's a supervillain, how can she be my partner? In addition to her villainous career, she is also an outstanding botanist. Moreover, she is a high-class chemist and an expert in the field of toxicology. You would really need such a person in your research, right? You don't have to worry about her villainy. I'm already on the way to helping her switch to the light side. Just imagine, working with a metahuman who controls plants. Incredible opportunities for her future study. And don't forget about the blood of a super soldier. Are you still in doubt? We've got a deal, she said, her final decision, standing up abruptly from her chair. I didn't doubt it at all. Hey, a broken bar. It was 8:30 in the morning and, in the heart of New Orleans, the city was wide awake. Some had just woken up and some were already on their way to work. Some were monotonous, like they were programmed for their schedule, and then there were exceptions like Jacob Smith, who treated each sunrise as an invitation to carve something better out of themselves. Inside the neighborhood gym, the air was thick with effort and music. The reverberations of bass rattled the mirrors lining the walls, and dumbbells thunked rhythmically against the rubber mats. Jacob was there, right in the center of it, sweating through a set of weighted squats, breaths coming in disciplined bursts. At 21, he was young enough to remember childhood aches with nostalgia, old enough to know that sometimes the heaviness in your body was a promise. You were alive, you still had potential, you could become more. Jacob took pride in mornings like these. His friends liked to joke that he was the only college dropout in New Orleans with the discipline of an Olympiana, the sort of guy who wiped down his equipment and nodded encouragement to strangers struggling at the bench press. Today, his mind churned with thoughts as he slid plates onto the bar, each repetition burning away memories from a restless night. He was determined, a little sleep-deprived, but defiant against the world's chaos. Sunlight blazed in strips across the gym floor as he finished his final set. Rolling out his shoulders, Jacob let the tension unwind. He checked his phone to see nothing urgent, just a text from his older brother, Mark, a thumbs-up emoji, and don't forget the stew in the fridge that Mum sent last night. Jacob grinned, tossing the phone in his gym bag, and toweled off. The city waited outside, sultry and golden, promising ordinary errands and small joys. He stepped onto the sidewalk, his gym bag flung across his shoulders, a new t-shirt clinging to skin sticky from sweat. The distant clang of something being hummed mingled with honking cars and someone arguing half-heartedly with a parking meter. The air buzzed with the mingled scents of chicory coffee, rain-soaked pavement, and the faintest undercurrent of exhaust. Jacob walked home with headphones in, moving with the contented swagger that comes only after beating your own records. He nodded greetings at people he knew from the neighborhood, a corner store owner watering plants, a group of teens laughing as they biked towards their school, an older woman shuffling to church. He barely registered the sudden screech of tires. One moment, he was thinking about leftover stew and new running shoes, and the next a car swerved out of nowhere, spinning uncontrolled half a block away, its grille catching the sunlight with terrifying clarity. Everything slowed. Jacob's heart hammered in his chest. Instinct, muscle memory. He dropped his gym bag and leapt towards the curb as the car careened towards him, stomach lurching, pulse roaring in his ears. The world collapsed into sound, screech, thud, the crunch of metal just feet from him. He landed hard on his side, breath knocked from his lungs, the car finally coming to a stop with a shuddering groan. Shaken but untouched, Jacob scrambled to his feet, distant voices already hollering, phone cameras up, someone running to the driver. He stood there for a moment, trembling, staring at the machine that by some miracle he had missed him. His hands shook as he retrieved his gym bag. Adrenaline still surging, he forced his feet to move, desperate for refuge, for the cocoon of home. He didn't notice the way his fingers trembled as he unlocked his apartment door. He was too caught in his own head, too busy replaying the barely dodged accident, the wild impossibility of it all. The scene of his memory belonged to TV, not real life. He stepped inside the apartment, lost in his thoughts, not noticing anything around him. That was when the smell hit with thick, coppery tang, sharp as a slap. Jacob looked down. Blood. It smeared the cheap tiles in jagged, meandering prints, tracking towards the kitchen, like a path woven from blood, a scene straight from horror movies. Jacob froze seeing the trail. The world narrowed to a single point of fear. His mind screamed, "Get out, call for help, just get out." He moved as quietly as he could, inching toward the door. His hand fumbled for his phone to dial 911A, but the trembling of his body made it impossible. It was like something invisible had bound him, not allowing him to move as he screamed in his mind for his body to move. A man emerged from the kitchen dressed all in black, face gray with pain, eyes red as blood, legs soaked in blood. He was like a demon straight from hell for Jacob. For a second, time stilled. They stared at each other, Jacob wide-eyed and uncomprehending, the intruder desperate and cornered. The next second, the time resumed in symphony. The man's hand flew to a battered duffel, yanking out a pistol and, with wild, trembling motions, fired 3 shots. The barrel erupted in thunder. The sound of the bullets were like a scream in a closed room, disrupting any motion of peace there ever was. Jacob felt the blows before he even heard the sound of pain, ice hot, tearing through chest and side, spinning him backward into the shoe rack. Sneakers scattered, time warping around him. The man fired 3 more times as Jacob fell down. Pain became Jacob's whole world. He slumped, sliding to the ground, the red and white color of his shoes creating a surreal image mixing with the blood in the background blooming underneath him. Evan Greeley, the man in black, trembled uncontrollably. His hands looked alien, a ghost pale, stained with something muddy, wrapped in a death grip around the pistol. He hadn't meant for it to go like this. Robbing a house was one thing, being stabbed while robbing was another. But murder? This wasn't the plan. When he staggered across the block, looking for something, anything to stop the pain. Now, there was only silence. The trembling figure on the floor, his own ragged breathing, the heavy, impossible knowledge of what he had done. He ran, boots smeared with Jacob's blood, creating a trail behind him as he jumped out of the window, desperate to make an escape. Jacob fought to hang on, each ragged breath scraping fire across his throat. The world became fractured images, his mother's laugh as she stirred stew on a weekend, his brother's hand ruffling his hair the first day of high school, the way light slanted through his bedroom blinds at dusk. He tried to move, to plead, but the pain wrapped him, relentless and cold. His world faded to whimpers, prayers lost on carpet fibers, the quiet hum of the city filtering in through windows. A life, ordinary and indifferent, carrying on just to wall away. His heartbeat slowed until it echoed once, faint, and was gone. The phone rang in the small apartment where Macy Smith was making breakfast. She understood the tone in the policewoman's voice before she understood the words. A violent crime, her address, her son's name. The plate slipped from her hands, shattering on the floor. She ran barefoot down steps, keys forgotten, the phone still clutched in a white-knuckled grip, half dialing Mark with no comprehension of how speech worked. The city blurred past her, a roar in her ears, each breath frantic. Sirens, tape, neighbors whispering, a reality collapsing the closer she came. She recognized Jacob's sneakers before she saw the blood. The memory of his voice, here quick to laugh, quick to comfort her, was unbearably loud in the sudden silence. She choked on tears, knees giving out, a scream clawing its way out of her throat before a gentle but firm hand rested on her shoulder. Mark, her older son, Jacob's brother, looked hollow, eyes rimmed red, jaw clenched so tightly it looked like stone. He didn't cry, not at first. He just curled an arm around their mother, pulling her close, kneeling in the sticky aftermath of hope destroyed. He had always been the reliable one, trying to hold his mother together even as the world ended around them. Only later, when night fell and no one could see, did he let his tears fall. They were silent, bitter. For her sake, he remained solid. He held her through sleepless sobs and empty prayers. The funeral was held 3 days later, a sunlight heavy and golden on a sky strangled by clouds. Friends gathered carefully, speaking in whispers, clutching crumpled tissues and trying not to meet each other's eyes. Mark wore his brother's favorite tie, pressed but slightly crooked at the knot. Macy clung to the photo of Jacob as a toddler, the one with chocolate-smeared cheek and smile too wide for his face. There were not enough words. People leaned into uncomfortable hugs, strangers became mourners, Jacob's absence a wound that throbbed in the air. His childhood friend read a memory, lips trembling, describing Jacob's kindness and how he made others braver just by being himself. Teachers talked about his tenacity, how he refused to give up even when it was easier to fail. The neighbors spoke of his laughter echoing across courtyards, of garbage bins quietly taken out for the elderly. Macy stood at the graveside as they lowered her son, tears streaking down cheeks carved deep by grief. Mark stood behind her, his hand a quiet reassurance on her shoulder. As the pastor recited final words, the city hushed, condolences circling like leaves in the wind, the pain raw, human, and almost holy in its depth. Jacob Smith was gone. What remained was the echo of who he'd been, the strength in his mother's arms, the silent tears of a brother shouldering a family's future, the lives he'd touched with simple, everyday courage. When evening came and the mourners lingered, reluctant to say goodbye, an uncommon hush fell over New Orleans, a city buzzing with life, now pausing, if only for a heartbeat, for one of its own. While we were talking, we didn't even notice how the evening had crept up. I was going to say goodbye to the lovely ladies and go to the hotel for the night, but Sylvia Danvers unexpectedly changed my plans. She didn't want to let me go so easily, and persuaded me to stay the night with them. In the house, to my great surprise, there was a cozy attic, suitable for living. I didn't feel like sleeping yet, and I decided to go out into the yard, breathe in the air and, if possible, admire the stars. The sky that night was clear and clean, it seemed, completely strewn with bright luminaries. I took a deep breath. Why does the air smell special at night? While I was asking myself the eternal questions, I noticed Karen nearby, slowly swinging on a garden swing, contemplating the starry sky. Without thinking twice, I walked up to her and sat down next to her. "What are you thinking about?" I asked, looking up at the sky. "About the threat you were talking about. And some people really do consider my cousin and me a real threat." "Hey, don't get yourself worked up. There will always be those who can't accept the fact that there is someone stronger than them. And it doesn't matter whether these people are stronger than them physically or spiritually. For them, the only thing that matters is that you are different from them, which means you are a danger." In reality, some of them are just fools who can't see beyond their inflated egos. There are threats in the world beyond their imagination, and sooner or later they will have to face them. Then they will have no choice but to rely on our all-powerful heroes. On the one hand, I'm waiting for the moment when I can prove myself, and on the other. None of this will matter if the Earth really does face the threat of total destruction. There will inevitably be many casualties, the heroine said in a serious tone. I have already faced a threat of an unknown scale, which led to the destruction of my home planet. Brainiac, also known as the Collector of Worlds, is cold, calculating, devoid of feelings and absolutely absorbed in his only goal, to collect information on every civilization of intelligent beings that he encounters. He shrank and stole Kanda, the capital of Krypton, my home planet. But he didn't stop there. The scariest thing about him is that when he collects all the information, he simply destroys this place so that in the future the information about it will not change. How can I forget about this damned android? Now we will have to wait for this creature to invade Earth, otherwise we don't have enough of our own villains. You see, once again I am convinced that this comic book universe is the most terrible in terms of survival. After all, the chance of staying alive until the end of all the events is negligible. Let's hope that luck will continue to favor me. Without it I will definitely perish here. Don't worry about this Brainiac. If he sticks his nose here, we will meet him fully armed, and all together. You are not alone, Karen. I looked into her blue eyes, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on the girl's face. She moved closer to me and laid her head on my shoulder. Alex, I am not a threat, Superman's cousin said with heaviness in her voice. Even though I am from the Kryptonian race, I remember almost nothing about my world. I was very young when my parents sent me in a capsule away from my home planet. I was asleep and arrived on Earth. As a teenager, I knew everything about life, about history, about the planet and the Kryptonian population, thanks to the technology in the capsule that provided me with information about my kind, but I knew nothing about myself, because I had not lived on Krypton for conscious time. I was hardly a part of their existence. Only here did I finally feel that I was alive, creating my own memories. So, I think more like a human than a Kryptonian. I believe you, Karen. I put my arm around the girl's shoulders. And I have no prejudices against alien inhabitants. I'm not a racist, so there's no need to think sad thoughts. I know that there are those in space who pose a threat, but I also believe that there are representatives of peaceful civilizations there, ready for mutual assistance and cooperation, I said, peering into the sparkling stars. Karen, what is it like to fly in the sky? The blonde looked at my face with surprised eyes, clearly not expecting such a question. It is amazing. The girl perked up. It's like you gain freedom, and all the worries of the world fly by you. The feeling as if you could grab a piece of the sky with your hand, but it always eludes you. I experience this feeling every time I fly across the vast celestial dome. She paused for a moment and added, Alex, if you want, I can give you this feeling of flight. No, I don't need that. I refused the generous offer. I will experience this feeling myself, in the near future. But you can't fly, right? But that doesn't mean it's impossible. There are plenty of ways to master the art of flight in this world. And I will find one of them. In that case, I will look forward to the moment when I can fly with you. We chatted for a long time. Power Girl told me how exactly she arrived in this parallel universe. She also didn't forget to mention that in her original world, the entertainment industry was also in trouble. This is extremely valuable information for me. I knew that there were many parallel worlds in the comic book multiverse, and I was always worried that the situation with show business there might be completely different from this one. Then I could be accused of coming from a parallel world and plagiarizing other people's work. But now I can breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that in terms of entertainment, parallel worlds have not gone too far either. I can continue to follow my plan. While Karen was in a mood for revelations, I decided to touch on one topic that had been bothering me for a long time. Karen, what do you do besides your hero career? I mean your everyday life as an ordinary girl? I'm a programmer. I work here in Midvale, in a small branch of the Ultimate Computer Corporation. So my guesses were correct. I knew that according to the comics, Power Girl did not follow in her cousin's footsteps, but got a job as a programmer. She was not attracted to the profession of a journalist, and I understand why. To be honest, I could never understand Superman's train of thought. He, having the brain of a Kryptonian, who can rightfully be considered a living computer, decided to become an ordinary journalist. Yes, with his brain, he could have become anyone, even a doctor. I am sure, thanks to his X-ray vision, he would have instantly become famous as the best surgeon in the world, and would have saved more lives than Superman. But no. He chose one of the most talentless professions. Supergirl followed him, also deciding to work in a publishing house. Of the super family, the most adequate in terms of choosing a specialty was Power Girl. She became a programmer, and thanks to her intelligence, which even the best computer would envy, she achieved significant success in this field. In the future in comics, she founded the company Starware Industries, which is engaged in the development of new technologies. Although it did not stand on par with such giants as Wayne Enterprises or LexCorp, her company still occupied a very high place. True, at some point, the board of directors turned against her, wanting to challenge her ability to manage the company. Shortly before the IT bubble burst, Karen sold the corporation, earning a huge fortune. Then she spent most of her resources to buy back the shares of the corporation she once owned and renew her old company. It is worth mentioning that she managed to return Starware Industries to its former peak of influence, and even exalt it. I was in complete anticipation, because one of the most highly qualified programmers was sitting next to me. With her ability to quickly absorb new information, competently manage a company, and value her work, she is an ideal candidate for a position at Alretex Entertainment. Karen, I know this may be a bit unexpected, but I would like to invite you to my company. I am offering you the position of Director of Alretex Games, a division of Alretex Entertainment that develops computer games. I blurted out in one breath. Such an offer, which fell on the girl literally out of nowhere, caused a prolonged stupor in her. She looked at me as if trying to understand whether I was serious about what I said. Alex, this is very unexpected, the heroine answered. But why do you intend to appoint me to one of the management positions? Is it because I am pretty and you want to win me over? If so, then this is a stupid idea, because such irresponsible positions should be occupied by people you trust and who can benefit the company. She gave me a dismissive look. No, Karen, I didn't make you this offer just because you're pretty. It may not be obvious, but I think about my company first and foremost, and when I offer you this position, I'm guided by the facts. You're a Kryptonian, which means your brain gives you a wide range of thinking abilities. I have no doubt that you're a great programmer, and I trust you completely. A broken bar. To be completely honest, when choosing people for leadership positions, the thing I pay the most attention to is trust. But we've known each other for only so long. What trust are we talking about? Yes, you've known me for so little, but I've known you for much longer, and more than you think. I'm not as ordinary as you might think. I have my secrets, and one of them is my intuition. I feel that I can trust you with my life, and I believe it without a shadow of a doubt. We're broken bar. She swallowed the words she wanted to say. What do you mean when you say that you've known me much longer than I think? I already told you that I know more than others. These are not just words, Karen. I know things that others don't even suspect. It's my gift. And you're becoming more and more mysterious. The blonde laughed cheerfully. Do you really think that I can handle it? Being the director? I love games, especially yours. Subway Surfers. When I play it, I try to limit my abilities as much as possible and enjoy collecting coins on my phone. I believe in you. You will become an excellent game developer, I said, as if she had already accepted my offer. And do not forget that with her, the company Alretex Entertainment will become even more powerful in combat. You never know. We will overtake the future Avengers and the Justice League in strength. But I can't just drop everything and move to Gotham right now, Star said, not hiding her dejection. Besides, I need to talk it over with my employers. So you're okay with joining my company and working for me? That's surprising even to me, but I don't mind. But like I said, a broken bar. That's great, I exclaimed happily, interrupting my interlocutor. The main thing is that you agreed, and the rest is not important. You won't have to move to Gotham, since I plan to open Alretex Games in Metropolis. I hope you don't mind working in the city where your cousin lives? No, I would be happy to settle there. Midvale is too small a town after all. And as for your affairs here, Broken Bar, you don't have to rush and finish them over time. I will be able to found Alratex Games and start developing computer games no earlier than a month or two. This requires money, and at the moment we are slightly limited in funds. Kavita will definitely rip me off a tidy sum for all her research. Good. Such news clearly inspired Karen. It's even too good to be true. I'm going to work with Alex Reith on developing computer games. I'm so excited. Alex, she looked straight into my eyes. Can you play a song? I'd like to listen to it. A Broken Bar. I don't mind, I smiled back. We have a guitar at home. I'll get it now. She was about to run away. Fortunately, I managed to stop her. No need, I have my own. I pulled out an electric guitar and a digital piano from my inventory. How so? Star stood shocked by the musical instruments that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It didn't take me long to explain to her how the inventory worked. Power Girl was deeply impressed by the idea of my abilities. And this is despite the fact that she herself is a Kryptonian with a wide range of abilities. I think she never expected that I would also have a couple of supernatural abilities. But it wasn't Karen that worried me the most, but the one who was already devouring me with her crazy eyes through the window. Kavita looked at me with the face of a mad scientist. You could tell from her look that she was ready to start studying me right now. I began to regret that I had shown my interdimensional storage here. But one way or another, her wish would come true in the near future. After all, in order to accept the Super Soldier Serum as safely as possible, it is necessary to examine your body for compatibility with Dr. Erskine's development. I will not risk my life until I am absolutely sure of the safety of this experiment. Having calmed down her flared mad scientist syndrome, Kavita and Sylvia came out to us, deciding to join in and listen to music. Aren't we going to disturb the neighbors? Madame Danvers worried. Don't worry. I'm not going to play or sing loudly. The song is called Superheroes. But it's not about those who save people from burning buildings and then fly off into the sunset. It's about those heroes the world doesn't know. This track is dedicated to people who go through the hardest times, but never give up. All the life she has seen, all the meaner side of me. They took away the prophet's dream, for a prophet on the street. Now she's stronger than you know. A heart of steel starts to grow. All his life he's been told he'll be nothing when he's old. All the kicks and all the blows, he won't ever let it show. 'Cause he's stronger than you know. A heart of steel starts to grow. When you've been fighting for it all your life, you've been struggling to make things right. That's how a superhero learns to fly. Every day, every hour, turn the pain into power. When you've fighting for it all your life, you've been working every day and night. That's how a superhero learns to fly. Every day, every hour, turn the pain into power. Superheroes is a song by the Irish pop rock band The Script. It's about those heroes that no one notices, those who work hard every day to survive and make a living. We are all heroes in someone's eyes. A single mother who works 2 jobs and still finds time to take her daughter to the ballet. That's a real heroine. A young man who said no to drugs and booze and immersed himself in his studies. That's a hero. Being a hero is hard, but it's also worth it, 'cause in the end you'll feel like you did it right. All the hurt, all the lies, all the tears that they cry, when the moment is just right. You see fire in their eyes. 'Cause he's stronger than you know. A heart of steel starts to grow. Karen, listening to the song, sank into deep thought. Even though I said that this song is about those unknown heroes with a hard fate, but it can also be interpreted as about superheroes. Here, everyone decides for themselves what exactly it is sung about. She's got lions in her heart, a fire in her soul. He's got a beast in his belly that's so hard to control, 'cause they've taken too much hits, taking blow by blow. Now light a match, stand back, watch 'em explode. The last note sounded and the night sank into the silence of the twinkling stars. The 3 ladies continued to look at me peacefully. They seemed to be deeply impressed and quite satisfied with what they had heard. And so the evening ended. Good night, everyone. The morning woke me up with bright and warm rays of the sun through the open attic window. A subtle aroma of freshly cut grass came from the street. I opened my eyes and looked around. Light wooden trim, bookshelves, a floor lamp with a table. All this looked so familiar, cozy and serene that I was overcome by some kind of feeling of copyright avu. I did not want to leave this place, but it would be very disrespectful of me to make the owners of the house wait. I took one last look at the attic, and thinking that it was worthwhile to buy myself a small house with an attic, hurried down. I found Sylvia preparing breakfast. "Good morning, Alex." "Sit down." She put a plate with a fragrant omelette on the table. "Good morning," I greeted, sitting down at the table. "Thank you for the food." Soon the rest of the ladies joined us. Their faces showed that they would not mind lying in bed for a few more hours. This was especially true for our brilliant scientist, who did not notice anything around her, and did not understand what was going on here. If someone saw her this morning, they would definitely doubt that she holds the title of professor. Karen looked collected, but slightly depressed. "And I doubt that this is related to sleep. As far as I remember, Kryptonians can go several weeks without sleep, or even months. But this does not mean that they do this all the time. Superman sleeps every day, thus trying to be closer to the human race. Although at the same time he could patrol the city, but he does not. And it is not for me to judge him. These are his abilities and his choice of how to use them. I think that our heroine is a little depressed that we will part today. No, she did not fall in love with me during this short period of acquaintance. It is still a long way off. But she already perceives me as a close friend. After all, in her life, except for her mother Sylvia and Aunt Kavita, there were no other acquaintances who knew about her secret, and with whom she would not have to pretend to be someone else. She did not have a friend with whom she could have a heart-to-heart talk without hiding anything. And now that such a person has appeared, he leaves her alone. This is the reason why she has been expressionless all morning. "Hey, Karen," I turned to the girl, putting my hand on her shoulder. "Don't be so sad, because we are not parting forever. Besides, you have my number and you can call me anytime." "What makes you think I'm upset because of you?" The blonde snorted, turning away from me. "I'm actually a little sad," she admitted a little later. "It's an unpleasant feeling. I'm also sorry to part like this, but we have things to do and obligations that need to be fulfilled." "Don't worry, we'll see each other more often in the future, because now you're an employee of my company." "Future employee," Karen corrected me and hugged me tightly. When I say tightly, it means in moderation, so as not to break my spine. And I thoroughly enjoyed this moment, because two of her precious treasures were resting against me. What could be more wonderful? Kavita still had unfinished business in Midvale, so she would stay here for another day and try to finish them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I'll return to Gotham and prepare everything for her arrival. Having said goodbye to the ladies, I went to the airport. As I was boarding the plane, I saw Power Girl in the sky, who seemed to have decided to see me off. In the Kryptonian way, I guess. I waved goodbye to her and disappeared overboard. Or so I'd like to think, but with her X-ray vision, she could have followed me even if I was inside. Having found my seat, I saw that the seat next to me was occupied by a young, beautiful girl of about 25. She cast a cold and slightly indifferent glance at me. I felt uneasy. Having sat down next to her, I decided not to disturb the young lady and simply ignored her existence. We successfully took off into the air and were now peacefully following the flight route. When I had already decided that I could relax a little, my neighbor let me know that she was still here. "Your face looks familiar to me." "Alex Reith?" she asked, rather in an affirmative tone. "Yes, I am Alex. Nice to meet you." I tried to portray an unobtrusive smile. "And you are Miss Sophia," the brunette said briefly. "Falcone." No wonder I felt that things smelled of kerosene. "Well, how did I meet her here? What are the chances of this situation happening?" Sophia Falcone is the only daughter of mob boss Carmine Falcone, one of Gotham's most powerful criminal mafiosi. What was she doing in Midvale anyway? Don't tell me I have that same aura of a world hopper that keeps drawing me into the craziest acquaintances and stories. "I've heard of you, Gotham's Bright Knight," the girl said, not hiding the sarcasm in her voice. "Bright Knight?" I remember that title was once given to prosecutor Harvey Dent. Have they really attributed it to me now? I've never heard of that before. "I sincerely admire your actions, Sophia said seriously. I'm just disappointed that Penguin survived. It would have been much better if the crazy clown had shot him too. You don't like Oswald Cobblepot? I can't stand him, the interlocutor said with strong disgust. Don't pay attention to him. He just didn't treat me very well when I was a child. And he doesn't have the best relationship with my father. By the way, you know, my father is a big fan of your work, especially your piano playing. He even told me that he would like to invite you to his birthday party and ask you to play a few compositions. Well, what else did I expect from this meeting? Well, do I really have to go to a mafia boss's birthday party? Why not? Actually, I follow my credo. Valuable acquaintances. If there is a chance to make friends and establish connections with influential people, then who am I to miss it? If a person is kind to me, even if this person is a villain, I will not refuse his support or help in what I need. The main thing is that they do not bother me, my family and my loved ones, otherwise they will become my enemies. And becoming my enemy is a completely wrong decision and a completely unreasonable position. So, I am ready to shake hands with anyone as a sign of cooperation, even if it is the Joker. I would gladly agree to take part in your father's celebration if they send me an invitation. Well, the main thing here is not to make a mistake with the present, and I already have thoughts about the gift. A gift that Carmen will not be able to refuse. Do not doubt. The lady smiled for the first time since our meeting. We started talking. The words flew out by themselves, not wanting to stop the wonderful conversation. I lived in Miami for a long time, and now, after so many years, I decided to return back to my native Gotham. My father started having some problems with his business, so I wanted to support him during this difficult time for him. What did you do before that? Mostly charity work. I also founded several small companies that brought me a small income. But since I definitely decided to move and would not have time to personally control the affairs in this city, I decided to sell the business, answered Sophia, smiling broadly. As far as I remembered, Sophia's character was not as insensitive as the character of the criminal dad. But Sophia could in no way be called a sweet, kind and sincere woman. As for me, she was even scarier than Carmen Falcone. She was raised by her father, and he taught her exactly how to survive in this world. And to survive, you need to fight. Sophia is laconic, calculating, purposeful, hides her thoughts and feelings well. She believes that the main force in this world is information, and therefore always tries to find out as much as possible about her enemies. But at the same time, she has a conscience. She is fair and sincere with those she trusts. However, there are almost no such people. In general, a lady with problems, but if you manage to cope with her and tame her violent temper, she will become the sweetest wife for you, who will cut your throat as soon as you make a fool of yourself. Isn't she a miracle? So you are returning to Gotham, and plan to work for your father in the future? No, I will only occasionally help him. Father does not tolerate it when I interfere too much in his affairs. Therefore, I want to open my own business in the city, the lady said about her plans. I suppose it would be great if I managed to attract her to my side. I just happen to have a position in the company that is ideal for the daughter of the head of the mafia. But it is too early to talk about it. She is an extremely cautious person. It will not be so easy to earn her favor. Let's not lose heart. A bridge of trust is not built in one day. I was just lucky with Power Girl. She was still a pure, naive and extremely inexperienced young lady, which contributed to the rapid development of our friendly relations. Unfortunately, this will not be the case with everyone, especially with suspicious and cautious people. It is much more difficult to trust a villain, but it is even more difficult to earn his trust. Besides, I am not sure whether Sophia will agree to work for someone. I think she will not tolerate being under someone and listening to other people's instructions. But giving up is not my style. In the future, we will find out who will win. Our conversation touched on my literary work. As I later found out from Sophia, not only her father admires my works, but she also considers me, in her own words, an amazing person. I like your compositions. There is something fascinating in them. The brunette made a sudden statement. But to a greater extent, I am attracted to your books. in particular detective novels. 10 Little Indians and A Study in Scarlet were very impressive. Are you going to continue the story of Detective Sherlock? Of course. This detective will solve more than one intricate case. But he will not be the only one. In the future, I will introduce this world to another detective, who, I am sure, will be loved by the general reader no less than Mr. Holmes. If there were journalists here, this statement would already be gracing the headlines of newspapers and articles on the internet tomorrow. I look forward to it. Broken Bar. We talked until the landing, and at the Gotham airport we were forced to say goodbye. Of course, we exchanged contacts. But I don't think that we will call each other in the near future. I wasted no time and went straight to the company. I still had a lot of things to do. Although I was gone for only a day, I already missed everyone. Of course, I could go without seeing everyone for a few days before, but this time we were separated by a huge distance, and this affected the feeling of separation more strongly. As soon as I met Heather and Barbara, I could not resist and hugged them both tightly. Seeing them, I remembered the fight with the League of Shadows. If Power Girl hadn't arrived in time, it's still not clear how it would have ended. That female assassin, the leader of these killers, was an extremely powerful character, especially for my current powers. It's quite possible that I could now be lying in some cell and being subjected to terrible torture. When I think about it, I immediately shudder. All this only strengthened my intentions to become stronger. I should not forget to complain to Bruce about my difficult life tonight. I told the two ladies the story of my trip, and reported that the negotiations with Dr. Rao were successful. I kept silent about the incident with the ninja, since they did not need this information. Especially Heather and Barbara will find out everything tonight when I tell the entire Bat family, so that they will not ask me again later. My assistant Brooks informed me that she has already prepared housing for the professor. She managed to find a good place, right near the workshop. By the way, yesterday I was told that the work on installing the security system for this room will be finished today. Towards the evening, I went to check this very security system, and I must admit, I was deeply impressed. Surveillance cameras, motion sensors, finger scanning, retina, and even human gait. Moreover, they strengthened the walls, ceilings, doors, and completely changed the ventilation. Well, I agree, all this is worth the $5 million spent. Later, I will have to ask Batman to inspect this system for possible improvements. I am sure he will find a way to modernize the room and make it even safer and more reliable. Then I decided to look into the house that Heather chose for our scientist. As she said, it was not far from the workshop. Imagine my surprise when I saw an amazing 4-room apartment, with a luxurious renovation and all the amenities. Of course, I told her not to skimp and choose a good place so that upon arrival in the city, Kavita would feel comfortable. But I could work for free for such a house. I'm sure our genius geneticist will be pleased. Next, I looked at another apartment, located in the same building but on the floor below. It also had 4 rooms, but unlike the first one, it had practically no furniture. The walls were painted green and painted with flowers, and the room was decorated with a variety of flora. It was a florist's paradise. I suppose you already realized that this place was intended for another scientist, namely, botanist Pamela Eiley, better known as Poison Ivy. No, I haven't convinced her to join the project yet, but I plan to in the coming days. So I decided to play it safe in advance and prepare a place for her. I sincerely hope that I can get her involved in the Super Soldier project. Okay. We've already looked at everything. Heather is great, she prepared everything perfectly, who would have doubted it? Let's go to the Bat, get punched in the face, or rather, train, and at the same time we'll tell him how a gang of an ancient organization of killers attacked me, but I, of course, sorted everything out. Gotham Airport. The clock hands kindly informed me that it was 8 in the morning. I was sitting in the car, impatiently waiting for Kavita Rao. She had finished her business in Midvale and had flown to our cozy Gotham. I'm sure she'll fall in love with the city of Broken Bar. And here comes the guest, straight from the sky of Broken Bar. Glad you're here. Thank you, Alex. I sincerely hope that our adventure will be a success, Rao sighed, adjusting her glasses. First, I need to get acquainted with my workplace. I was thinking of taking you to your apartment first to Broken Bar. You shouldn't, the professor interrupted me, sitting down in the passenger seat. I believe that you wouldn't skimp on my home. Besides, I'm not that picky in that regard. But in terms of the work environment, I'm quite demanding, so we should start with it. Not wanting to argue with her, I drove towards the workshop that would soon become a laboratory for developing the super soldier serum and other scientific experiments. So, I started thinking about giving this place a name. So far, the only word spinning in my thoughts is Babylon, which, in my opinion, competently emphasizes the essence of this place, where it will be possible to gain the power with which it will be possible to resist the gods. I know, pathos is in full swing, but I like it, so the name remains for now. As soon as we arrived at Babylon, I gave Kavita the key card and password. I also saved her fingerprints and retina scan in the database. But all these precautions are nothing against the most important security system, artificial intelligence. Kavita, meet my virtual assistant, Eva. She is responsible for the security of this building, and for everything else, in general. If you need anything, feel free to contact her. She's an irreplaceable assistant. I proudly introduced this miracle. Artificial intelligence? Rao asked in a trembling voice. Where did you get it? I've heard that only the most influential companies in the world own such advanced technology, and they would never reveal it to outsiders. Let's just say that a very close friend of mine is the head of one of those companies, and he kindly provided it to me. Bruce Wayne? The woman said, making a logical assumption in her head. Right. So, have I grown in your eyes now? Does this adventure seem less crazy to you now? No, it's still pure madness. Just listen to me from the outside. Dr. Kavita Rao, Rising Star Alex Reith, and Metavillain Poison Ivy, are trying to recreate the super soldier serum developed and lost during World War II by studying the blood of Captain America, who is presumed dead. We have an artificial intelligence called Eva's secret laboratory called Babylon. The scientist finished her monologue. But it really does sound like something a Broken Bar. Crazy, incredible. You have to admit, this is cool. Okay, that's it, I give up. She covered her face with a facepalm. If only they wouldn't mistake us for a secret evil society trying to enslave the world. Then I would bury my head in the sand and pretend I didn't exist. I gave a tour of the lab, showed Kavita her research workstation, as well as her personal office. I had purchased the main equipment a long time ago, so the room was not empty. But when Professor Rao handed me a list of the necessary, as she said, additions, I slightly cringed. And this is what she calls additions? Eve, how much will it cost to buy everything from this list? I asked, and tensely waited for an answer. Don't forget that I will not be the only one working here. And I am not going to share my equipment with others, as it may take away my precious time. I am sure Pamela will have a similar requirement. Therefore, some devices and tools you will have to buy 2 at a time, or better yet 3, in case of unexpected breakdown, reminded Rao, and gave me a few more painful blows. Here is the second list. It presents the basic materials necessary for the work of a botanist. Since this is not exactly my field, the list is not complete. You will have to buy what you need after discussing it with Dr. Pamela Eiley. Should I take into account the new list, as well as the optimal number of presented machines and tools necessary for full-fledged work, taking into account possible factors of breakdown? Eva decided to clarify. Yes, I said, slumping my shoulders in despair. The total amount of purchases will be $115 million. Hearing the stated amount gave me a headache. Damn, I never expected it to be so expensive. And this is only the initial investment, only preparation for the project. Moreover, I will have to buy additional equipment, and this is additional expenses. When the research itself begins, huge sums will also be needed, which will quickly begin to melt away. This whole undertaking will cost me a pretty penny, and I'm not sure I can handle it. Perhaps I started this project too early. Besides, I can't just abandon my company. It also needs investment in its further development. Sigh, it's too late to think about that. I'll find the money at Broken Bar. Somehow. Eva, order everything on the list and have them delivered as soon as possible. I gave the order. I'll keep an eye on it, Kavita said. Until the necessary equipment is delivered, I won't have anything to do anyway. Besides, I need to make sure that the things that are delivered to us are of the right quality. This is not the first time I've done this. Okay, in that case I'm calm. Alex, she turned to me. So when will I get a colleague? I'm working on it. A broken bar. The sooner you resolve this issue, the better. You should know that I want to discuss a lot with my partner. For example, how exactly does she control the plants? With spores? Or does she use pheromones? Or maybe she is connected to them telepathically. It seems we are losing her. Her slightly obsessive look gives me goosebumps. I hope she does not scare Pamela away with this on the very first day. And I hope that Pamela does not strangle our obsessed one with her vines out of fear. Tapping my finger on the forehead of the crazy doctor, I returned her to earth. What happened? I think I passed out, Rao said, rubbing her forehead. Hey, what's over there? My workshop. I work on my project there. Are you serious? She cast a doubtful look at me. And what is this project? I call it GLM glasses. They having brought her up to date, I told her about my idea of smart glasses that can be used to communicate using holograms. She was, to put it mildly, shocked by my knowledge, not expecting such scientific knowledge from me. Much to my surprise, although it was not exactly her area of expertise, she gave me a lot of useful advice regarding this project, as well as pointed out shortcomings that I had missed. We spent the entire day in the lab, and later that evening I took Dr. Kavita to her apartment. She was very pleased with what she saw, to put it mildly. Apparently, she was very impressed by my generosity. At the end, I left her the keys to the car that Heather bought with the company's money. All the best to our employees. The main thing is that there are results. I really hope that Professor Rao will be able to restore the serum formula. In front of me stood a dark gate that blocked the entrance to the territory of an ancient building, around which an atmosphere of gloom and madness hung. If I were in such a place every day, I would constantly think about escaping, and if I did not have the gambler's mind, I would probably go crazy from the hopelessness that hung here. As you may have already guessed, at the moment, I was in Arkham Asylum. It is much more comfortable here than I initially assumed. It was sarcasm. Okay, let's go into this abode of madness. Excuse me, who are you here to see? The guard stopped me. I would like to visit some patients of this wonderful clinic, I said, while showing him a smile with 32 teeth. No one has the right to enter here without a pass, the man said emotionlessly. Oh, that's for sure. I took out Wayne and Gordon's letters of recommendation, as well as a top-level pass that Barbara had successfully issued for me. Of course, with the help of her father and the Bat computer. For those who like papers, I always have a couple of passes in my pocket. Anything else? Yes, I don't like you, said the face in front of me. Likewise. So can I get through? We looked at each other without hiding our hostility. Still, my opponent gave in first and stepped aside, opening the way for me. Have a good visit. I hope you stay here longer. Better forever. A broken bar. Dream on, maybe it will work out, I threw out at last, without turning around. God, what kind of people work here? What a nasty security guard. I didn't like him at first sight, I don't know why, but the fact remains a fact. Never mind, I have more important things to do. I hope the other employees are more friendly. Having met with the right people, I still managed to get a meeting with 3 patients of the mental hospital. However, I was unable to see the director and head doctor of this crazy clinic. It turned out that he was away. Well, it was not a great loss. Sir, I should remind you that this man is absolutely insane, and we do not know what exactly to expect from him. Therefore, I remind you once again to be extremely careful and vigilant when communicating with him. Having squeezed out the last warning, the doctor opened the door. Thank you, I know what kind of person is in this room. I know it even better than you do, I said, entering. I was greeted by a dull interior, green walls, shabby plaster, and crazy inscriptions addressed to Batman, and me. When did I even have time? In the center of the room, in a straitjacket, sat the Prince of Gotham's criminal world, and his face, as always, was adorned with his signature smile. Alex, you won't believe how happy I am to see you. the Joker exclaimed joyfully. "It's been 13 days since our last meeting. I almost thought you forgot about me. I even got a little upset." "What are you talking about, Jay?" "I gave my word, and I always keep it." "So, how are you doing here?" I asked, sitting down opposite. "There's no reason to complain. The service is excellent. They feed you twice a day, shock therapy 3 times a day, talks with a psychiatrist on schedule, and then the little things. Talking to myself, thoughts about global chaos, plans to escape, just don't tell anyone, and, of course, reading books. I reread my favorite It from time to time." "How are you? Is Gotham still there?" "I hope some psychopath didn't take it over while I was hanging out here," the clown asked, his smile widening. Seriously, he was starting to remind me of the Grinch. "Everything's the same. The city is still there. Batman is on guard. I'm busy with company business. I recently released a new song and a video. And of course, I finished writing a book." I pulled it out of my bosom and put it on the table. I promised a book that would be better than it." "A Clockwork Orange? Is that me on the cover?" he asked rhetorically. "Ha ha 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 ha. I like it already. I can't wait to read it. I'm looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha." A book with my face on the cover can't help but be interesting. In an instant, his cheerful face changed to an expression of sadness. A tear almost fell from his eyes. "Alex, I am grateful to you. No one has ever dedicated such valuable works of fiction to me before. With the exception of newspapers, medical certificates, scientific research by psychiatrists, and several dissertations regarding my mental state. Ha 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 ha. And now, the cheerful face has returned. Oh no, it's gone again, a broken bar. "And yet, there is something special in your books. They are interesting, and as if they were written personally for me." "I appreciate it," said the Joker, in a calm voice, and a rare friendly smile for him. "So, how about a game of cards?" "Hee hee ha." Good old Joker again. Well, at least he tried. His emotional state is extremely unstable. So guess his mood, which changes every second due to his chaotic thoughts. But it seems that he is grateful to me, albeit in his own crazy way. You never know, we might become friends. Well, I don't mind, as long as he doesn't touch me and my loved ones. After all, if you think about it, there are only advantages to being friends with this psychopath, I guess. Who am I kidding? Having exchanged a few sentences with the Joker, I hurried to the exit. "Come by again sometime, Alex. You are always a welcome guest here. I hope that I will still be here the next time you visit." Ha ha ha. Several specialists came to see him, while the doctor and I went to the next patient. Fragments of words were heard from the Joker's cell. "Quickly, take these rags off me before I arrange a fun Halloween night for you here ahead of time. And just dare to touch the book. Yeah, broken bar." I didn't hear the last part, but it seems to me they will avoid this book. It's more expensive to anger a crazy clown, and I think they know this firsthand. It's not for me to worry about this, so away with these thoughts, and focus on the next long-awaited meeting. "I must remind you that a broken bar." "Yes, I already understood," I interrupted the boring doctor. "I know who is on the other side of the bars, and I know how to behave with them." "You can open the door." "Good." He 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 he. "Do I really have guests?" The cheerful voice of the sophisticated clown reached us. "Hello, Harley," I said before throwing open the door of the cell. "That voice." "Alex." The girl cried out in surprise. "Wait, don't come in." I stopped for a second or two. "Why? What happened?" "I'm not ready yet and I don't have makeup on." "Damn, what should I do?" "I know." "Okay, this will do." It seems like she really is glad to see me, judging by her lively voice. "Oh, and how am I supposed to take all this?" "No, of course, I'm flattered that such a beautiful person is happy with my visit, but on the other hand, it's a little stressful when you remember her crazy character." I took a step inside, and in an instant all my worries were dispelled, because she appeared before me, a woman in all her dazzling beauty. "You know what, I don't give a damn about her character, she's good the way she is." "Nice to meet you again, Alex." She threw a greeting over her shoulder, slowly turning to face me. "To be honest, I didn't expect your visit at all, but I was really looking forward to it. Harley said voluptuously, standing with her back to me and clutching a baseball bat in her hands. You must have wondered where she got a bat from in the hospital, but my first thought was by no means that, but that a broken bar. Why is she completely naked now? Although, I don't mind. Harley, maybe you should put on a top after all. This is my best outfit. She quickly turned around and sat down on a chair, crossing her legs. I only wear it on special occasions, and you caught me off guard with your visit, so I had no choice but to put it on, and it's my first time donning this outfit. Don't you like it? Harley asked, tears threatening to run out of her eyes. No, you're beautiful, but still. It would be better if you put your top on. You know, I think that only the one you like should see such beauty. But, Alex, I like you, the clown admitted in a charming voice, like a siren. It's not my style to answer a girl negatively. Besides, it would be a lie, and I can't stand lies. However, what happened to the Joker? Do you not love him anymore? Don't mention him to me. We broke up, Quinn said in an angry tone. What? When did you have time? It happened on the day we attacked Club Penguin. When that madman decided to keep his word and surrender to the authorities, we were immediately taken to Arkham Asylum. I don't know what came over him, but he tried to kill me. Again, a broken bar for the third time this month. I was fed up with all this, and I decided to break up with him and set out on a solo voyage. A couple of days later, I thought about whether I should forgive him. Again a broken bar. At that moment, your image flashed in my mind, and I decided to leave Jay and devote myself entirely to you, she said, as if cutting off. Well, their separation was to be expected, however, I didn't think it would happen so soon. Did my appearance really have such a strong impact on current events? The butterfly effect, huh? However, I never thought that I would be able to avoid changes in the scenario of this world, so I didn't try to prevent it. But even so, it never occurred to me that Harley would fall in love with me. I would be happy, but it's not love at all, but just an obsession. Because I know her love language, and that is quality time. It is impossible for her to fall in love with me during our short meeting. It took the Joker about half a year. Still, I can't help but admit that I am glad for such strong attention from the crazy clown. After all, this way I will be able to win her heart much faster, and since she is free in a relationship now, why not? There is only one thing that worries me. I hope the Joker won't kill me. But, as they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Harley, I appreciate you very much, and I'm sincerely glad of your confession. But it all happened too quickly. I think we should get to know each other better. I'll try to come here and visit you as often as possible. Who knows how everything will unfold in the future. You're a broken bar. Blah blah, it's all empty talk, Quinn interrupted me. The main thing now is your answer. I still haven't heard from you whether you like me. Yes, I like you. Well, what did you expect? She's beautiful, smart, slightly crazy, but at the same time devilishly seductive. In addition, she has always been positioned as one of the most attractive characters in DC Comics, which I have seen with my own eyes. And how can one refuse her? Hooray, a broken bar. Now we're a couple. She jumped cheerfully and performed a few somersaults. Well, that's what was to be expected. Okay, we'll figure it out as we go. Right now it's best to shift attention to another topic. Harley, tell me where you got that bat from. This one? I got it for good behavior. She made cute eyes. Haha, don't be so surprised, it's a fake made of foam. Here at the hospital, they sometimes give gifts to the patients so that they don't get too rowdy. Let's say they fulfill our little requests. After all, if the local inhabitants are in a good mood, then it's easier to keep an eye on them. Look, the girl pointed her finger at the ceiling, where the prison bars were mounted and ropes were tied to the bars. This is my personal gymnastics machine. Jumping up, she grabbed the rope and gracefully led it around herself. Harley looked at me, hanging upside down. And even in this position, her smile, slightly reminiscent of madness, did not go anywhere. You can call it the carrot and stick method, Quinzel said in a serious tone, and if it weren't for her cheerful swinging on the rope, I would have even been imbued with the atmosphere. This method is good for subjugating people, or if you need information from the subject. But here, It is used only to keep patients in check. Subjugating them or getting any information from them is simply unrealistic. For example, if you take away Mr. Freeze's favorite glass ball with snow and a dancing figure of his deceased wife inside it, he will go so wild that he will arrange a real ice age here. Therefore, this toy of his is treated with special trepidation. Of course, well, it's very reasonable. But I'm not worried about that now. I'm worried about what psychologist Harleen Francis Quinzel just talked to me about. When you talk to Harley Quinn, crazy, restless and unpredictable clown, you forget about her other personality, a world-famous psychologist. Without a doubt, one can say that she is one of the most outstanding personalities in this profession. When you talk to Harley Quinn, crazy, restless and unpredictable clown, you forget about her other personality, a world-famous psychologist. Without a doubt, one can say that she is one of the most outstanding personalities in this profession. Even despite her current state, although she has turned into a crazy clown, her inner psychologist has not gone anywhere. She still continues to consider the local inhabitants her patients. I suppose that is why she has so much freedom here. When I met the Joker, he was wearing a straitjacket, but Quinn escaped the procedure. It seems that her personality is highly trusted here. Hey, today I didn't come here to see just one of her specific personalities. I need help from both of them. Harley, today I had plans to visit 3 people in this hospital. First, I met with the Joker, and I returned the favor. Did you write a book? Yes, it's called A Clockwork Orange. Here, I took out a copy of the book. You can read it at your leisure. Wow, I'll definitely read it. Jumping down from the swing, she accepted the gift with a beaming face. The second person I visited was you, Harley. Oh, Alex, I'm so flattered. Let me hug you. She rushed at me with her arms outstretched, and I skillfully stepped aside. Hey, the last person I intend to visit today after you is your friend, Pamela Ivy. The clown was genuinely surprised. Why are you looking for her? I'm working on a project that is extremely important to me, and I really need her knowledge in the field of botany. You want to enlist her support? This is stupid, Alex. The atmosphere around her became more serious. She will not listen to you, much less help. A lot of bad things have happened in her life. Even I would not envy her fate. All these moments of the past, tragic incidents and cruel twists of fate have formed an extremely contradictory personality inside her. And one of the sides of her character is that she cannot stand men. She has a sad experience with them. Harley, I'll be honest with you. I intend to help Pamela, show her the way, and push her towards the light. I want to bring hope back into her heart. She wants to help the environment, protect her children. That's what she says, right? But she's the one who's destroying them. Her actions are devoid of logic and common sense. I want to show her exactly how to do what she's spending her life on. She's your friend, after all, and I'm asking you. Will you help me with this? Alex, I'm a villain, and my friend is a villain too, and you're asking me to help you bring kindness back to Ivy's heart? Don't you think that's a little wrong? I think you should have first set me on the right path, that is, towards the light, so that I could help you later. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. And then, even if she miraculously agrees, she's a patient in this prison, Arkham Asylum. It's not a problem. If she agrees, I'll get her out of here. How is that possible? Where did you get such power? Quinzel said with obvious distrust. I have very influential friends. I gave a mysterious smile. So you intend to get Ivy out, but not me? The girl turned away, showing offense. Harley, if you stop being a villain and become a good person, then you too can leave these squeezing walls. Well, since you and I are now a couple in love, I'll be good, she answered as if she was just going to change the glove. So, when can you get me out of here? Unfortunately, at the moment I only have carte blanche to release Illy. However, can't you get out of here yourself, psychological genius? Harleen Quinzel, you just need to convince the others that you have cured your madness, and they will let you go. I'll make sure of that. I always get the hardest ones. The girl drooped. Oh well, it's no problem for me. Wait for me, Alex. I'll get out of here and we'll go on a date. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Well, since I'm on the good side now, I should help you convince Ivy. So, do you have any ideas I can put in a few words when I visit her? So can you communicate with each other? Yes, sometimes we are allowed to visit. Have you been allowed to visit the Joker? No, Mr. J is a special case. Everyone is firmly convinced that he is too dangerous, and that's why he almost never has visitors. Although Batman sometimes drops by when he wants to make sure that Jay is still here. So, Alex, what is this project that needs Ivy's help? Quinn asked with childish curiosity. It's a secret. What? What other secret? How can you keep secrets from me, your girlfriend? Yeah, we've only been officially a couple for an hour, and she's acting so indignant as if she's known me for years. I think right now it's best to keep quiet about the fact that I have other girlfriends. My gut tells me that now is not the best time for that. I still have to help Harley and destroy all the virus in her head that the Joker managed to infect her with, because even now, he has a very strong control over her. No problem. I'll fill her vessel so that all her affection for the Joker will flow out from the edges and eventually there will be no trace left of her. And again, I sincerely hope that after this, the Joker will not kill me. He always didn't give a damn about his assistant. Maybe he will even bless us with a couple of laughing gas bombs. Yeah. Don't be mad, Harley. Listen, I have a great job for you in my company. When you get out of here, you can start all over again. Hee hee ha. Okay. It doesn't matter what kind of job it will be, as long as I can help my hero, I will be happy. It seems that she really gives all of herself to the man she loves. But I'm not going to use her like the Joker. For me, first of all, it is important that she does not get bored, and is full of fun and joy like now. Look, Alex, the serious psychologist mode turned on again. Ivy is a very complex person, even more complex than I am. She is obsessed with plants, botany and ecology, and this is not just some kind of psychological trauma, it is something more. It is a genetic code. No matter what words you use, you will not be able to deprive her of this obsession. So, do not even think about convincing Ivy about her motives. For her, all these plants are children, and as a mother, she will never stop protecting them. Remember this when you talk to her. You will not be able to somehow radically change her thinking, her goals. The only thing you can do is slightly push her in the other direction, and choose other ways to achieve her goals. I'm afraid this is the only way to help Ivy become good not only in words, but also in the eyes of the public. I understand, thank you, Harley. You are the best psychologist in the world. I hugged the girl and kissed her temple. Having discussed a few more details, I finally said goodbye to the laughing clown. She assured me that she would do her best and get out of here as soon as possible. I can't wait for that. I think I will return to this creepy hospital more than once in the future. Oh well, it's time for the last visit for today. The battle has just begun. After the talk with Harley, now I stand in front of Poison Ivy's cell. I grabbed the door handle, ready to go in, when the voice of the escort stopped me. Mr. Reith, this time, please listen to my warnings. For the creature that lies on the other side is one of the most dangerous inhabitants of Arkham Asylum, the man in the white coat said irritably. But I had no intention of interrupting him. He's really pissed off. I myself want to hear what exactly he has to say to me. But I don't like the word creature that this man used. It's extremely impolite towards a patient. Apparently sensing my indignation, he turned his head to the side. Listen carefully. I think you already know that Pamela Eiley is able to control plants, as well as release certain types of pheromones that allow her to subjugate others. Thanks to the device that suppresses the abilities of meta-humans, we managed to deprive her of the ability to control vegetation. But, unfortunately, it could not remove the power of her pheromones, only weaken them. Therefore, when you are inside, stay at least 5 meters away from her. And here, he handed me something resembling a gas mask. This will protect you, but only for 30 minutes, and even with this, there is a chance of falling under her spell. Strengthen your will, do not let this devil seduce you, and under no circumstances let her touch you. Her touch is deadly. These are just the main points that you should pay attention to. I understand, thank you for the interesting lecture, but I don't think I need this thing. I refuse to put on the gas mask. Were you not listening to me at all? The man yelled, not hiding his indignation. "No, I heard everything I needed to. I know what I'm doing." "Open up." I stood in front of the door, crossing my arms over my chest. It seemed that I had completely annoyed the attendant, since he fulfilled my demand without further ado. It seems to me that now he sincerely wants Ivy to teach me a proper lesson, up to and including a fatal outcome. Let's hope that it doesn't come to that. I took a step inside and instinctively turned around to make sure that I was still in the hospital. The place where I found myself was not at all like the cell of an evil mentally ill patient. Before my eyes, an amazing flower garden was fragrant and sparkling with all the colors of life. The walls were covered with vines, various hanging flowers hung from the ceiling, and the floor was covered in lush vegetation. To be honest, when the hapless apothecary mentioned that they had suppressed Ivy's abilities, I assumed that there might be 2 or 3 flowers growing here at most. But what I saw truly surprised me and, of course, delighted me. Even if they had suppressed her powers, she was still able to recreate an oasis anywhere. An amazing gift. Having admired nature, I turned my gaze towards the owner of the botanical garden. She stood with her back to me, ignoring my presence and continuing to watch the yellow flowers. I took a step towards her, and when the grass under my feet made a faint rustle, she turned her face towards me. At that moment, I forgot how to breathe. Beautiful. It was as if the most perfect creation of nature was looking at me, and only one word was spinning in my thoughts: Dryad. Hey. She really is one of the most seductive and charming women. She is even better than the perfect image I had built in my head. Bright red hair, slightly greenish skin, and the vegetation that wrapped around her body and served as clothing made her an ideal representative of the world's flora. The eyes slid lower, and my attention was drawn to the tech bracelet she was wearing on her leg. Apparently, it was what suppressed her metahuman powers. Enough daydreaming. Time to introduce myself. I am truly glad to meet you, Pamela. My name is Alex Aretha Broken Bar. Are you the new doctor? She asked in an inviting voice, although it is a little strange. Usually those who come here wear masks on their faces. They want to avoid the influence of my pheromones. No, I am not a doctor, and in no way do I belong to Arkham Asylum. I began to approach. And I do not need a mask, because I wanted to talk to you face to face. And besides, it would be extremely impolite. And you are quite a brave boy. Do you mind if I play with you a little? An indescribable aroma hit my nose, so bright that it suddenly seemed to me that I smelled 1,000 flowers at once. Who are you and why did you come to me? Ivy asked in a commanding tone. Lord, and how am I supposed to use regular perfume after this? Pamela, I turned to the girl. You're wasting your potential. You could have created a fragrance that would have simply blown up the cosmetics market. Millions would be falling on you from the sky, and you're making a living off all sorts of robberies. Huh? She made surprised eyes, and the attack on my nasal receptors doubled. Very interesting. You have a strong will, but how long will it last before it falls under my charm? It kind of happened the moment I saw you. One look, and I already fell under your charm. Pamela, you don't need your pheromones with me, because I'm already under the power of your natural beauty. It's impossible, even though I'm weakened. The power of the pheromones should have captured you. How did you avoid it? There were notes of nervousness in her voice. Apparently, she began to worry that people could develop immunity to her ability to seduce. After all, no one wants to lose one of their key powers. You subjugate people thanks to the unique function of the pheromones released from your body. To subjugate others to your will means to capture their minds. But to your great regret, my mind is a gigantic fortress. No force will ever be able to get into it. And now I again bow low to my player's mind. What would I do without you? You are Broken Bar. This is one of my talents. But as I already said, you should not be sad about this, because I am already smitten with you. And my words are absolutely sincere. Did you just compliment me? Ivy asked, her expression unperturbed. I indeed did. Ha, I'm flattered, she said sarcastically. But even if my pheromones were useless, you'll still have to answer my earlier question. Who are you, and why are you here? By all indications, she'd never heard of me. The data Bruce had provided said that Ivy had been in the asylum for over 7 months. I'd only been in this world for a little over 5 months, so she had no way of hearing about me. And besides, I'm still not that big of a celebrity. I have a long way to go. As I already said, my name is Alex. I came here to ask for your help. At the moment, I'm working on a project that desperately needs a brilliant specialist. Ivy, you are one of the best, and maybe the best expert in the field of botany. This is a very complex study, and I need your knowledge. So I told her the purpose of my visit. My interlocutor, as I expected, did not change her face at all. Not interested, a sharp refusal. I did not expect that you would agree right away. Harley already warned me about this. Harley? Did she talk to you about me? Asked the Dryad, clearly not expecting this. Yes, I visited her before visiting you. Do you know Harley? I find it hard to believe. What connects you with her? She is my fan. What? In what sense? Eily did not understand. I told her about my profession, or rather about several of them. I told her about my books, songs, games, and I didn't forget to mention the incident at the Penguin Hotel. Judging by the expression on her face, she didn't believe me at all. That story is highly questionable. She voiced her decision. So you're saying that in one meeting you and Harley managed to get so close that she's ready to tell you about me? Why would she do that? I have my reasons. Maybe so, but there's no way I'm going to work for you. Find someone else for your team of villains. I'm not a villain, Pamela. I'm on the side of the good. A broken bar. Good? That's a very subjective concept. What makes you think that the so-called villains don't consider themselves and their actions good? Everyone has a goal, and they're justified. At least for them, like your actions? I asked, stepping on an explosive mine. Are they justified? Yes. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. I don't condone your actions or methods, but I approve of your goal. To save and protect the environment is quite noble. I can help you with this. I gave a fierce smile. Help? We don't need your help. She ran her hand over the blooming buds. I can protect my children myself, and give them a better world where they will be safe. Help? We don't need your help. She ran her hand over the blooming buds. I can protect my children myself, and give them a better world where they will be safe. Really? Let me ask, were you able to do anything significant for them? Can you voice at least some visible result? You don't have to answer. I already know how your past actions ended. Pretending to put my hand in my pocket, I pulled out a document from there, in fact, taking it out of my inventory. And according to these reports, you caused much more harm to nature than you helped. Your actions led to a chain of events that had a very detrimental effect on the surrounding world. What have you been doing all this time? Oh yeah, kidnapping people, controlling people, killing people, stealing, destroying, turning the public against yourself. Think about it, you are literally a representative of the world's flora. Essentially, you are a dryad. You must show people the greatness of nature, its generous gifts, its benevolence, and at the same time show its fragility and the need for a reverent attitude towards it. That should be your goal. And what are you doing? What do your actions lead to? They are afraid of you, and at the same time they are afraid of your children. I ran my eyes over the local representatives of the flora. Do you think your words will change anything? You can chatter here as much as you like about how bad I am. I don't care. I do what I have to do, and I do not ask for understanding, Ivy stated emotionlessly. Yes, I cannot understand where so much hatred for the human race comes from. After all, human blood still flows in your veins. You kill people, but we are also part of nature. And you are destroying us. You yourself are destroying nature. You're a broken bar. Shut up, Eily interrupted me in a heavy tone. Man is part of nature? I have never heard such nonsense in my life. People are just parasites, a virus that slowly destroys the world around them. I will not deny the influence that man has on our vast planet. I will put it mildly, unfavorable. Though you have your argument. Man cannot live without the gifts that nature gives them. But nature can easily exist without people. So we are parasites. What about Harley? Do you consider her one of them too? Harley? She broken bar. Pamela suddenly fell silent, not knowing what to say to me in response. Oh, what a contradictory personality. She loves her plants, and she loves her friend Harley, although she is a sociopath. A sadist who values friendship. A broken bar. You say that you do not love people, but I know you even better than you know yourself, Pamela. After all, I know of things you have not even committed yet. In the future, when Gotham is destroyed by a strong earthquake, you will take under your wing the children who became orphans as a result of the cataclysm. You will take care of the children as sons and daughters, protecting them from danger. Someone like you simply cannot be bad. I know that there is goodness hidden deep inside you, and I want to bring it out. You say you want to help. Eileen returned to the beginning of our argument. Empty words. I realized a long time ago that people can't be trusted, especially men. You are just animals who have no right to judge my actions. Oh, and why rake everyone under the same tree? I rubbed my temples from the headache that had jumped out. Well, I can't blame her hatred of men. After all, Pamela's teacher Jason Woodrue is to blame for all of her troubles. As far as I know, she was a beautiful daughter of wealthy parents from Seattle, but emotionally distant from them. Possessing a brilliant intellect, but shy and withdrawn, she immersed herself in the study of biology, becoming a model student with an unusual attraction to the world of plants. She attracted the attention of her biology teacher, who subsequently charmed the girl. But instead of the expected date, the man kidnaps her, and for a long time he experiments on the student, injecting biological poison and toxins of plant origin into the blood. As a result, she was born Poison Ivy. Unfortunately, during the experiment, she became sterile. That is why she treats her plants like her children. I do not throw words around, and I am always ready to back them up with action. And not all people in this world are bad. The same applies to men. As I already said, you do not fully understand the consequences that follow your actions. I think it will be useful for you to familiarize yourself with the data in this document. I took out another folder. Let's hope she will not pay attention to how exactly so much stuff fits into my pockets. And you will finally understand that there are people who value nature. And what is this? She asked, showing no interest. I have a good friend, Bruce Wayne. He is the owner of Wayne Enterprises, and an outstanding environmentalist. During his years in office, he spent a total of more than $800 million on parks, nature conservation, tree planting, forest fire protection, lake cleaning, and garbage collection. He made sure every penny was put to work. These are the results of his labors. I handed over the folder. That's what it means to care for and help the environment. He has enormous material resources, as well as power and influence, allowing him to legally do what you aspire to. Now, you can do even better. Ivy, you can build forests, grow plants that can clean the air, create antidotes to poisons, and recreate long-extinct vegetation. But you need to do it legally, so that some freaks can't make claims against you. For this, you will need money, connections and influence. And I can help you with this. You yourself know that your actions ultimately led to nothing. These documents contain a comparison sheet, you and Wayne's company, and the facts speak for themselves. It seems that my words have managed to reach her after all. She began to study the papers with great interest. It was the right decision to ask Bruce to provide me with a report on the charitable funds of his company. I needed an object of opposition, and I got it. It is necessary to show her a completely new approach to the matter and the impact it can have. Hey, very interesting, Ivy smiled sarcastically. So, you want to help me? And in return I need to help you, right? So what exactly do you want from me? You will find out everything as soon as you agree. Oh, how secretive it all is. I was even curious. But I hope you did not miss one tiny detail. I am currently a hostage of this hospital, and I cannot walk around freely. I can get you out of here legally. I have permission to do so. But I can only use it if you promise not to misbehave anymore, I said in a light and cheerful tone. So, I must become good. That's why you are here and trying to dig into my head. Do you want to set me on the right path? I'll tell you honestly, boy. You are not doing well. On the contrary, it seems to me that I have made a huge step in that direction. Don't waste your time on me. Try to straighten out some sense into this crazy clown. I've been wanting to rid her of this crazy and annoying Joker for a long time. But she won't let me. Harley keeps groveling before him, and he takes advantage of it. You men don't appreciate what you have, and you still have the nerve to justify yourselves, the girl said through clenched teeth. Did she just put me in the same league as the Joker? Well, that made my day. Now I can sleep peacefully. Sigh. I haven't said this until now, but Harley dumped her pudding, and they're no longer together. Deathly silence. It felt like I'd just stunned not only my red-haired interlocutor, but all the plants in this room. Not a single muscle moved on the poisonous girl's face, but her eyes were empty. Did I hear wrong, or did you really say that Harley and the Joker broke up? Asked the Dryad, full of hope. Yes, that's right. Look at me. Do you know what my expression says right now? One word: bullshit. Yeah, I had to tell her exactly how things got to this point. I composed a whole drama about the love story of the craziest couple, right up to the sad ending. Although maybe this is not the ending, but just a new beginning. Time will tell. Alex Reith. Ivy gave me an appraising look. You're funny. At first glance, there is nothing special about you, but I was able to discern an obsessive person in you. Like me, you relentlessly pursue your goals. Perhaps we are not so different. I remained silent. She's right. I have my own goals, and they're pretty interesting. Gain power, win all the girls, become famous, beat up Thanos, arm wrestle Darkseid, have some tea with Galactus, prank Loki. Damn it, I have so many things planned. And when will I have time to do all this? And I haven't mentioned everything yet. So Harley has become good now, and wants to get out of here as soon as possible. I'm happy for her. Ivy smiled, thinking about the fate of her friend. Don't you want to follow her example? Don't expect everything to be so easy. Your words did not convince me, and I'm not going to become kind and help you with your dubious project. And everything connected with you is extremely dubious. You jumped out of nowhere like the devil, came to me, and whispered something in my ear. Go away. The negotiations failed. She returned to her flowers, ignoring me. Intuition told me that the best decision would be to leave. As she said, the negotiations failed. Not that I expected any other outcome, but still a little offensive. No big deal. This was only the first meeting, and I achieved even more results than I initially expected. Perhaps, convincing a genius botanist to help may not be so difficult. It was nice to meet you, Pamela Lillian Eiley. I'll be back, and we will continue our conversation. I really hope that next time the conversation ends differently. She did not answer, continuing to stand, not paying attention to me. I left her herb garden and began to think about our conversation. My thoughts were just beginning to take shape when their order was interrupted by my escort. Seriously, my guide is already annoying me, as is his white coat. Do you know how long you were there? I'm afraid you are already exposed to her pheromones and are dangerous. We will have to conduct an examination and find out a broken bar. Not wanting to listen to his nonsense any longer, I rushed to the exit. I had enough of this madhouse for today. If this guy continues to irritate me, I may actually end up in this hospital as one of the patients. I'm afraid even the player's mind will not help. Once outside, I was met by another subject who caused a feeling of strong indignation and outrage in me. Is that all? The guard said. I hope you had a good time and now you want to stay inside longer. Your establishment is shit. And you work here. Remember this, live with it, mug. After walking a couple of steps past, I stopped, turned around, and spat on the ground. That's it. Now I can go with a clear soul and conscience. I finally managed to get out of the zone of madness and complete hopelessness. What an unpleasant place this hospital is. Now I began to understand why Gotham is at the top of the city ratings in the category of gloom. Unfortunately, I will have to visit this nice establishment more than once. Oh, hold on, Alex, hold on. A broken bar. Having inhaled a full chest of fresh air, I went to the workshop to report the result of the negotiations to Kavita. To my surprise, the charming Miss Gordon was waiting for me there, peacefully settling down on a bench near Babylon. Noticing me, she rose to meet me. Barbara, what brings you here? I put my arm around her waist and kissed her lightly on the lips. I just decided to take a look around your lab. You've reinforced the building quite well, but there are still a couple of things that need to be fixed, the girl said calmly. I wanted to ask Bruce to see if there was anything that could be improved. But since you're here now, we don't need to touch our bat. What are you planning to research here that you're so fixated on protecting this place? You'll find out soon. How long have you been here? Let's go inside. One thing is for sure, this will be a real surprise for the entire Bat family. I'm sure bats will even get a few more gray hairs. Ha ha ha, I can't wait for it. That's the only reason I don't bother you. And when I came here, I wanted to find out everything from Dr. Rao. She must definitely know what exactly you're planning to work on here. Judging by your tone, I can assume that your questions led to nothing. What can I say? Kavitu is a very cautious person. Without my consent, she certainly won't tell others the essence of our experiment. Shut up, at least I tried. She pouted her lips in displeasure. You will get along with her, I promise. Her character is a little capricious, but as soon as you get used to it, you will immediately understand that she is a good person. True, a little obsessed, a broken bar. As you say, the girl muttered. We went inside. I have already checked everything, and found out what exactly needs to be improved here. This evening I will call Lucius, ask him to send a team of specialists here to install new toys from Wayne's company, and at the same time improve the existing ones. I believe we will be able to strengthen the security of Babylon by another 30 to 40%. And on this occasion, you will have to empty your pockets again. According to my calculations, I will have to spend another $2 million. Why do expenses scare me so much? These last few days, Brah, I grabbed my hands, trying to stop them from shaking. Expenses, Barbara whispered in my ear, which made me fall even deeper into the abyss of despair. Is it only me, or dark clouds have gathered over my head? While I was thinking to myself about how money has an amazing ability to slip through my fingers, Barbara was enthusiastically watching a dark-skinned woman who was fluttering between various chemical ampoules, flasks and writing something down in a notebook. She could have simply dictated everything to the artificial intelligence, and not bothered with these notes. But it is not for me to teach how exactly professionals should work. Perhaps it is easier for her to concentrate this way. Kavita, I called the scientist, who did not notice us at all. Alex. The doctor shouted, and jumped up, rushing straight at me. What are the results? Has Pamela agreed to work with us? Her eyes sparkled with inflated expectations, so much so that I felt a little awkward telling her the sad news. Sorry, but the negotiations failed. But don't worry, it was all within my expectations. I didn't expect that in one meeting I would be able to convince her to take the side of good and work with us. I'm sure I'll be able to come to an agreement with her. I need a little more time, I said in one breath. Oh, she said completely emotionlessly, turned around and got back to her mysterious work. Don't be so upset. By the way, what are you doing now? I asked, trying to change the subject. I'm checking the developments that are known to the public on our project. As I've said many times, this is not a matter of 2 or 3 days. We have a huge pile of work ahead of us. Calculations, research, trials, errors. I don't want to waste a second. That's why I've already started working. Even though I don't have all the equipment I need at hand, I can already do some things. A real workaholic. Well, let's not disturb her. Alex, you're not that busy now, are you? Batgirl asked in a sweet voice. Will you show me your office? Of course. I hope you didn't forget to install soundproofing in it. Don't worry, I took care of it first and foremost. In that case, show me the way, mister. The red-haired beast smiled slyly. The next morning I went to the recording studio Alratext Records. I was met by the deputy director of the studio, Vivian Diaz. The last few days were quite tense for them. Some even stayed to work overtime. It was all connected with the search for musicians. We received applications from even more people than we initially expected. Plus, there were negotiations with 2 singers from Norwood Bailey's hostile company. In general, there was a lot of work. Only the other day they managed to sort through the countless applications and select 100 candidates who met the requirements and were trustworthy. But this was only the first round of selection, and the second one will begin right now, and none other than me will do it. Do not forget that I have galactic scale intuition. Therefore, I will trust it in choosing future employees. An hour later, I looked through all the candidates and eventually made my choice. 21 people. Vivian threw me a questioning look. We originally planned to hire only 20. True, but this 21st one is a very interesting specimen. I'm almost certain that he is a spy for Norwood. A spy? Then why would you hire this rat? You see, A spy is only useful when no one knows about him. But if the enemy has already discovered the spy, this can become a trump card. Thanks to this, we can supply our enemy with misinformation, as well as learn about their plans much earlier. Therefore, you and Allison will have to watch him with both eyes. Find out why he is here, what he wants, how he behaves, in general. All the ins and outs. You can ask Barbara for help, she is an expert in this. Oh okay. But still, this is not quite our department, Mr. Reith, Vivian complained. Agreed. Don't worry, in the future I will hire the right people and organize a team that will be responsible for departmental security and internal investigation. It's just that right now we are still a fairly small company, and we will have to handle these responsibilities ourselves. Now we have musicians and our studio can rightfully be considered highly professional. All that remains is to release a couple of albums that will become hits and will be in chocolate. Having left my office, I went down to the recording studio. The deputy director told me that Dazzler had not left this room since early morning and was composing music. It was not difficult for me to find Allison, who at that time was arguing with other employees, as I understood from their words, about the necessary arrangement. My appearance ended their long argument, and everyone rushed to greet me. Allison Blair was no exception, but if I compare her with the others, I could safely say that she was clearly unhappy with something. Allison, are you okay? I asked cautiously. No, I am clearly not okay. Alex, how could you? I had just released a mega hit, and was already thinking about how I would hold the lead on the Billboard Hot 100 for 10 weeks, and what happened in the end. 1 week. I was at the top for only 1 week. My hit Firework lost to You're Human, and fell to the second line. The irritated singer said through clenched teeth. Looking at her swollen face, I couldn't help but smile happily. To be honest, I wasn't paying attention to the song at all. I can't say that I didn't expect the first line. Quite the opposite, it was a natural development. Yes, someone might say that I'm too self-confident, but this is a world with a backward entertainment industry, while I released a real masterpiece even by the standards of my past world. However, Billboard Hot 100. I read about this rating of the hit parade of the 100 most popular songs. It is similar to the chart that I knew from the previous Earth, though with a few differences. We can say that in this world, it has much more authority, more flexible functionality and a wide scope. In fact, it is the official hit parade not only of the USA, but of the whole world. This rating is influenced by many things. First of all, these are sales and listening to the song on the largest music site, Saxophone Music. Next, the song's popularity on YouTube is taken into account, as well as on the indispensable site of All Stars, Inc. Twitter. I decided to look at the state of the video for Human, and to my surprise, in 5 days it managed to collect over 183 million views. My popularity is growing, and this cannot help but inspire me. My subscribers on YouTube have exceeded the 3 million mark, and on Twitter, 5. This is much faster than I expected. A broken bar. Hey, but that's good. So, my song topped the hit parade. I wonder how long I can hold the lead. But if you look at the first 3 places in the chart, all the songs belong to me. Billboard Hot 100, 1. Alex Reith, Human, peak number 1 1 week. 2. Dazzler, Firework, peak number 1 1 week. 3. Alex Reith, Something Just Like This, peak number 1 3 weeks. My very first song, which I sang to Barbara and released a month ago, Something Just Like This held the lead in the chart for 3 weeks in a row, until it was pushed aside by Allison's song. But it couldn't hold the lead for long either. A broken bar. Sorry Allison, I was forced to release the song to deal with the haters. Don't be angry, tell me how you're doing. Everything's great. Oh yeah, didn't Vivian tell you? We were able to come to an agreement with 2 artists from Norwood's label that we had chosen. They agreed to sign a contract with our studio. However, the amount of compensation that they will have to pay for breaking the contract with Metropolis Music Group exceeded our wildest expectations. $10 million, $5 million for each. This Norwood is a really cruel person, he made them sign such ridiculous terms. No big deal, We can afford that amount, and I'm more than sure that they will be able to return all the money invested in them in the shortest possible time. I really want to see the face of that arrogant jerk when he witnesses their triumph. I wish I had your confidence, sighed Blair, remembering what huge sums of money just went down the drain. I can't say anything. Even I'm a little shocked by what high compensation performers have to pay for contract termination. For A-list stars, the sum of $5 million may not seem that big, but for third-tier singers it's simply an unaffordable sum. However, I understand why the compensation is so big. A lot of money is invested in the performer, and the sponsor wants this money to be returned. Standard practice. Only, I don't think they allocated a sum of $10 million for these two unknown individuals. Now that's a little annoying. A broken bar. Alex, Dazzler called me. What are you thinking about? Stop daydreaming, better listen to my new song. I wrote it the other day. I'm thinking of including it in my new album. She walked up to the keys and turned on the finished track. The musical intro started playing. A broken bar. See and sure. That's what she called this creation. Allison's voice came from the speakers. She sang rather carefree, easily, but even so, it was impossible to find fault with her vocal skills. Her voice was calm and unpretentious. The lyrical words of the song flew freely from Blair's lips, like the sounds of nature. Simple accompaniment and simple singing. A broken bar, but still, this song was somehow catchy. It was touching, and at the same time cheerful.